It is my great honor and privilege to welcome you on behalf of the Global Unitalks to the world's largest online annual debate competition 2021. Let me begin by reciting a quote from a British mathematician, Bertrand Russell. Do not fear to be eccentric in speech, for every opinion now accepted was once eccentric. A very good evening to the distinguished international juries, the founder of Global Unitalks, Professor Wallace, our mentor, Professor Diana, the global youth contestants, and the cheerful audience present here. Today, we get to witness the Global Youth Unitalks debate competition, where contestants from all over the world come together to compete and decide, is cooperation better than competition? Quite an interesting topic in my opinion. Cooperation and competition are interactions between two or more people towards a goal with interdependent results. Cooperative behavior occurs when a shared goal with all participants requires everyone to come together, ideally enhancing the efforts of those involved, while competitive behavior occurs when there's a goal that cannot be equally achieved by everyone. Now, to open this ceremonious occasion, let me call upon Ms. Ria, the brand ambassador of Global Unitalks Pakistan.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Debate is necessary. Why, you might ask? What's the point in people standing or sitting around arguing and trying to get their point across, wanting to be the right one in the room, wanting everyone to agree with their particular point of view? This question and most of the other questions you might have with regard to debate and why it is needed can be easily summarized with a single quote. Surprisingly, I noticed during the introduction video that a speaker had quoted it as well. The quote is by Margaret Heffernan, and it states, "For good ideas and true innovation, you need human interaction, conflict, argument, and debate." Debating isn't about violence, though. It might include people who often argue and try to get their point across. Sometimes they might even raise their voice while they're doing so, but they understand the ethics, the values associated with it. It is an argument, but it is not rooted in anger. It is rooted in passion. Most often, when someone decides to choose a topic to debate on, they do it based on their passion rather than anything else. And even if sometimes the person might not be familiar with a particular topic, during the time when they start to research about it, you get truly so absorbed into it that you end up having very strong opinions. I speak with a lot of experience when I'm saying this. I've personally been debating for what it feels like my whole life. I think the first time I debated, well, it was more like a speech, was when I was about 8 years old. I used to be a shy kid, especially when it came to strangers. But when I truly felt that it was important to speak up about an issue, debating allowed me to do that. Because of this, I've been able to improve my public speaking skills. And more than that, improve in my ability to communicate when it comes to my daily life. The same, or at least somewhat similar way, I'm sure everyone who is here on this platform right now can say that they've seen vast improvements in their self-confidence, communication skills, research skills, and so much more, just as a result of debating. This, what we're doing right now on this platform, debating, putting forth our opinions and ideas, is truly a privilege because there are unfortunately so many people who can't do this, who don't have the privilege to speak up about the things that are important to them. Because of this, we should truly use platforms such as this to the best of their ability and understand how important they are when it comes to sharing ideas, thoughts, and perspectives, which are going to be vastly different considering everyone here comes from completely different countries, cultures, and backgrounds. This is again why debating is so important. It lets us understand how people from all over the world truly think about different kinds of topics. Now, I'm sure you're all looking forward to today's topic. As the host mentioned, it is with regard to whether cooperation should be prioritized over competition as a means of success. I'm sure everyone here is looking forward to what our wonderful debaters have to say, and I'm sure I can speak for everyone when I say we can't wait, and best of luck to everyone.
Thank you so much, our brand ambassador, for your encouraging speech. The host, please start the event. Thank you.
With great enthusiasm, let me take this opportunity to introduce Professor Wallace to you. Other than the founder of Global Unitalks, he is also the Director General of Silk Road Associations, a non-profit organization supporting the initiative of Belt and Road countries and regions across 6 continents, rejuvenating the youths of Silk Road countries through various educational, youth-to-youth connect, and cultural exchanges. We witness today the fruits of his tireless efforts. And Professor Wallace is also a renowned academician and is vice president of leading Asian universities and a foreign expert in several countries. He wrote several books and research papers in the field of academic writing and in the science of critical thinking and creativity. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you, host. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all Global Unitalks family, international juries, guests of honor, selected debaters, and lovely audience. It is an incredible day as today, all the debaters selected are the first-time speakers and debaters. They worked very hard and prepared themselves for many days. They are all aged between 17 to 21 years. Truly, Generation Z, who will change the world. These debaters come across the globe and will debate on the topic, is cooperation better than competition? As you all know, Global Unitalks International Debate Competition is the flagship yearly event. Global Unitalks believes that research, reasoning, and even public speaking skills are just a few of the many benefits of learning to be a good debater. Dear debaters, please note that from the planning your argument, even if it's one you disagree with, to choose your words with care. Debating can prepare you to take on any challenge life may present to you. Debating is by no means the same thing as engaging in a full-blown argument. Instead, you are training yourself to prepare a compelling, concise argument, which should gain support and backing, rather than simply attacking your opponent blindly. Remember, debate helps you as a student in many ways, like it improves your critical thinking skills, improve your articulation ability, improve your research skills, enables you to have a quick thinking, help you to learn resolution of conflict, bring you inside you a greater empathy, prepare you to have an emotional control, let you find meaning in complex situations, improve your presentation skills, obviously, allows you to have a broader view of the world, and of course, help you to learn how to conclude your thoughts. Dear students, please remember that debating helps you to develop critical thinking skills essential in daily life, as critical thinking can make well thought out and reasoned arguments, while also questioning the evidence behind a particular conclusion or stance. It will help you to become curious and new ideas will come while maintaining skepticism, building a healthy attitude to questioning. It will even help you become more humble. You're not going to be right all the time. Have you ever experienced that feeling when you cannot get the words to leave your mouth, or you can't get them out enough quickly? Debating can help you become a master at explaining several complex topics. The arguments matters in any debate, even if you don't personally agree with it based on the principle. Debating also helps you to resolve any conflict before it can even begin. So be sure to accept any constructive criticism that comes your way. Doing so will make you a far more proficient and polished speaker in long term. During the debate, you may not agree with some arguments you are assigned, but empathy will allow you to understand the people's beliefs who agree with your arguments. Remember that empathy is a critical life skill, nothing less, as it helps you to improve your interpersonal relations professionally and personally, both. Debating also teaches you how to manage your emotions, which is very important, which it comes only by debating, and will help you to earn your respect in almost all other aspects of your life. Debate helps you critical skills to find solution to problems, allow you to compile creative solutions, enables you to come up with innovative ideas while making the best use of a bad situation. Thinking out of the box actually prepares you to take on any challenge, no matter how challenging it may be. Further, displaying skills in your presentation will earn you immediate respect, both while you are debating and in other situations where need to be in front of a group of people talking. Debating can also help you to develop a new view of the world around you. Debating encourages you to study topics that usually would not come across your minds. It allows you to have a deeper understanding of our society and the world where we live in. So remember, guys, that debating is an excellent tool to encourage higher order and critical thinking. It teaches you to structure and organize your thoughts while also developing your analytical and research skills. So wish you all the best. Be confident. Remember, you are the best, and give your best without being nervous and afraid. As I always mentioned, first you have to be impressed by yourself, and then you can impress the world. So let me take this opportunity to inform you that on 26th of December, 2021 at 5 p.m. Hong Kong time, we'll have a second award ceremony before the end of the year. And during this award ceremony, Global Unitalks mentors will be awarded certification on their precious contribution for preparing the world champion speakers in Belt and Road International English speaking competitions and United Nations COP15 International Speech Competition. There will also be an award ceremony for the winners of the United Nations COP15 winners, and I'm glad to announce that the two Global Unitalk speakers received the honorable mention citation and bagged second and third prize globally. And another 10 awards and certification also received by Global Unitalk speakers in different categories. This award ceremony will follow up with our last 2021 event, Global Youth Speech Competition 2021, and the topic will be Role of Generation Z in 21st Century. I'm very glad that Global Unitalks have been creating a lot of milestones this year, and I'm very pleased and very proud of all of you. So now let's debate, fight it out, and do your best. Good luck.
Great leaders are almost always great simplifiers who cut through argument, debate, and doubt to offer solution that everybody can understand by Colin Powell. So with this today, we might have joined this beautiful and exciting day to be a part of enriching and knowledgeable debate competition. But I assure you, one day, from this group of people only, we'll have great leaders and ambassadors just like Lincoln and Douglas. Today, we are hosting here one-on-one debate event, and yes, you guessed it right. It's Lincoln and Douglas style debate. So without wasting much time, let's see the rules for competition. We'll have 12 teams. A Lincoln Douglas style debate round consists of one affirmative debater debating against one negative debater. The affirmative proposes a case to uphold the resolution. The negative opposes the affirmative case. It will go as following. Affirmative constructive will go for 3 minutes. Negative constructive will go for 3 minutes. Cross-examination should be done by both affirmative and negative speaker for 2 minutes. Affirmative rebuttal and negative rebuttal for 3 minutes. Then both the parties have to cross-examine each other for 2 minutes. Then affirmative final focus and negative final focus, and both the speakers should end their part with a thanking speech. So a team gets 20 minutes to present the whole case. I guess it's all clear now. 27th August 1858. US senatorial candidates Abraham Lincoln and Stephen A. Douglas waged a war of words, and it created history after that, and it became a very popular style of debating. So keeping that culture alive, I invite Group 1. Floor is all yours, guys. Have a blast on stage.
Thank you. Thank you for that gracious introduction. Dear respected juries and my fellow audience, I extend my warm greetings to you all. And I'm pleased to present my case on the affirmative side on the topic, is cooperation better than competition? And why cooperation being the ideal way forward? Now, I am from Group 1A, and I shall be presenting the affirmative side. Now, before I go ahead, what do we mean by cooperation? Well, according to Merriam-Webster dictionary, it is the actions of someone who is being helpful by doing what is wanted or asked for the common good. So this is very reflective about what I'm about to say onwards. Now, to present my constructive speech, I shall like to start by stating that human beings as a species competed against each other in the harshest way possible throughout history, sometimes for resources and sometimes just out of whim to assert their dominance. And with technological leaps, this competition has proven to be detrimental for humankind's progression to a just and fair society, the type of society that considers and values the average life of a human. We have history books to prove that. Competitions may start at first with good intentions, but over time may spiral into tensions and even conflict. Competition produces a winner and a loser. This can be better exemplified with the rise of tech giants such as Google, Microsoft, Facebook, and Amazon, each of them outcompeting their rivals, often through malpractices and bankrupting them along the way, so as to achieve a monopoly in their arenas, all coming at the cost of consumer privacy rights. This is in stark contrast to the common saying of competition leading to innovation statement, as there is nothing innovative about having monopolies which are infamous for stifling innovation. Many proponents of competition can also be seen pointing towards the Cold War between the two great superpowers of that time as a necessary period of geopolitical tensions that gave birth to various technological marvels. But may I remind you, all those very tensions brought us inches away to a nuclear winter and a World War III in general. It was only at that time in human history that we edged near the cliff of our own extinction brought upon to us by our greed of attempting to display dominance. Had those nations cooperated instead, then perhaps a generation of young people would not have to grow up practicing nuclear drills during school time. And ample amounts of taxpayer funds would not have been wasted in military research and development, and instead could be used to provide social welfare services. The same could be said in the contemporary geopolitical scenario, where we can observe the ever increasing rise of military budgets, which in turn giving rise to fresh new tensions. Had there existed a certain level of cooperation and mutual understanding between these nations, then perhaps a substantial amounts of their funds would not have been wasted just to prove who can dominate whom. This may be in a macro scale, but in hindsight, this is what competitions produce: a childlike perception of the world where you narrow down the top position for only a few contenders, which can only be climbed through means of viciously dominating your competitors. I believe we have progressed to a time where we see that the solution ahead does not require us to outcompete each other. Rather, we can collaborate and cooperate and arrive at a mutually beneficial standpoint where no one gets left behind in the dust. For this, I view competition belonging to the past, and it is best to leave it there. And with the ongoing challenge we face as a human race, such as climate change that sees no color or knows no religion, the last thing we need to tackle this is with competition. What we need urgently now is working together for a shared purpose to achieve the goal of saving this planet through cooperation. With that, I conclude my constructive argument.
So much, and I'm looking forward for a good debate. Let me start my negative constructive with a quote. A horse never runs so fast as when he has other horses to catch up and outpace. Today, I'm going to use excellence as my standards to measure success. So with excellence, we know that success has been achieved. And because competition is the superior means for achieving success, I stand resolved that competition should be prioritized over cooperation as a means of success. So for clarifications, definitions as from the Oxford Dictionary include competition, which means strive to gain or win something by defeating or establishing superiority of others. And success means the achievement of an action in a set period of time or within a set of parameters. So why exactly should competition be prioritized? We can see this in three main points. First, competition encourages creativity and innovation. So with competition, the competition makes you think more innovatively, which is necessary for the growth of the society, and it necessitates innovative thinking as we cannot survive without it. In this disruptive age, companies who use competition to stop the fire in their bellies thrive, but those who don't innovate become obsolete or may get bought out by large organizations with a vision. Okay, say for example, Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs first started by understanding what others don't have, and that gave him the idea of developing innovative products. Leveraging the original ideas of others, which were the hardware computers, and combined with his creativity, he created Macintosh, and that gave him the edge to stand out among the rest of his competitors. So the point is, the competitive pressure gives the pressing need to innovate, and no one will be offering a different concept of high standards without competition. The second point is that individuals or organizations are forced to improve as a result of competition. We see that companies that solely focus on competition die eventually. But through effective competitive intelligence comes self-awareness and self-improvement. The better informed and educated you are on where you and your competitor stands in relation to each other's and the market, the better decisions I believe you will make, and the more prepared you'll be for new opportunities. So we see that products only evolve toward excellence under the competitive pressure, and without competition, there would be little reasons to seek improvement. The last point is that competition provides a benchmark for success. Competition provides the context within which you can measure your progress and against which you can truly monitor your weaknesses and measure your success. Because you want to keep up and outmatch the competition and also exceed your key performance. So let's say your traffic is growing at a rate of 10% each year. At first glance, that may seem excellent to you, but if your competitors are growing at 2 times that pace, it is not sufficient and you'll soon fall behind. So competition, the competitive benchmark analysis is a tool that effective businesses use to pinpoint where they stand across various engagement metrics. And if that's done right, it provides you with indispensable insight to evaluate your position in your industry and grow your market share. So in other words, competition is good for business. By saying that, my stance is that competition should be prioritized over cooperation as a means of success. Resolution negated.
With that, we're proceeding to the cross-examination part, and where I would like to ask a question to my fellow competitor. That is, you've mentioned something about a point that competition is necessary for business growth and in general for making business more innovative. But that's in theory, but in practice, you see businesses outcompete their rivals to the point that they bankrupt all of their competitors and become the sole monopoly. That is something in contrast to innovation, because a monopoly is anything but innovative. They stifle innovation. And we can clearly see that being reflective in the current tech giant industry and the tech industry in general. And if you roll back 1 century before, you can see that similar pattern in the oil industry. So my question to you is, you've said that in theory that competition leads to innovation through rigorous competition. Uh, so through rigorous competition among businesses. But how do you address the fact that these competition are also the sole reason that give rise to monopolies, that stifle innovation, and that harms consumers?
Thank you for your question. So basically, the concept of competition is constant and it's a continuous process. It's not that once a company is outmatched, then it loses forever. Competition is constant and it's an ongoing process. So it surely won't lead to monopoly. No, these companies still have a chance to innovate and put in more effort, stand up on the feet, and come out with more excellent performance. So it's basically like competition basically gives you the space to innovate and be more creative, come up with more excellent products to outmatch your competitor. Basically, your competitor is not that just that once your competitor wins you, then you lose, then it's not the end. There's never the end. Competition never has an end. So basically, it actually gives you the space to be more creative and innovate and come out with more excellent products. I hope I answered your question by saying that. And now I'd like to give you a question too. I remember you saying that we need a collective force to like tackle the dangers that we face in the world, and competition is not good. So the question is, with this current disaster that is facing the world, we see that the United Nations is cooperatively dealing with this pandemic for the safety of the humankind. And the countries are opening up. By that approach, we have seen so many COVID cases arising with new COVID variants too. So compared to an East Asian country, which took a diverse way of dealing with this pandemic by imposing a zero COVID policy, it does not want to open up to the world like what the rest of the world is doing. And we see that that's really, they really managed to control the pandemic compared to the rest of the world. So now, the way you see it, where do you think cooperation is taking us?
Thank you for your question. But to answer the current scenario that we see now can only be explained if we take a step back to the initial start of the pandemic, where we see that there is a lack of cooperation, and that lack of cooperation has resulted in the detrimental effects that we can see across the countries, and that detrimental effects has caused a minimal amount of synchronization in responding to the COVID cases and the subsequent lockdowns that are followed by it. And that is the result that we can see at the current stage, that there is very lack of progress in dealing with the pandemic. But what I'm trying to say is, had the countries cooperated from the first, then we would have seen more lives saved. Then we would have maybe curbed COVID much more sooner. And maybe it wouldn't have given rise to vaccine nationalism. You see, vaccine nationalism is a result of competition. How do you explain that? And basically, you see Eastern countries are being skeptical of the vaccinations of the West and vice versa. This has resulted to a lack of vaccinations and a lack of progression towards achieving herd immunity. So that is what competition has resulted in us. Had the nations cooperated from the beginning, then perhaps we would have had a more harmonic approach towards achieving herd immunity. That is what I have to say to your question. And with that, we move on to the rebuttal round. You see, human beings no longer need to see each other as something to be outcompeted. Competition does not necessarily bring the best of us. Oftentimes, even reduces us to something that has to survive in a pseudo scenario, as I shall like to term it, as a survival of the fittest situation. May I remind you, we do not live in the wild anymore. we have transcended into an intelligent civilization, and much more can be achieved by multiple hands than just two hands of an individual alone. This is to say that collaborative efforts can help us achieve what we desire and could be done much faster. And more importantly, cooperation brings out the good in us, it humbles us, and enables us to contribute into something much bigger than us for the common good. It enables us to fill the deficiencies and the lackings of others and leaves no one behind. It makes us view the people around us less like competitors and more like someone who we can contribute something towards. And in turn, someone else may do the same to us. This is especially essential in early school environment where children need to be encouraged to realize their full potential. And the last thing they need is to be reminded about how far they lag behind and then go on to experience a lack of self confidence because of that. A major country in the East this year announced a ban on school exams for 6 and 7-year-olds to relieve those young minds of unhealthy competition that has been practiced at such a primary stage for decades. So the world is slowly coming to terms with the realization that there is nothing to look down upon in wanting assistance and in assisting others to keep up. And with this, I conclude my rebuttal round.
Um, Let me begin my negative rebuttal. So I'd first like to make one thing clear. Achieving success has two parts. The first is knowing what excellence is, and the second is working towards implementing it. Now, the part where cooperation fails is knowing what excellence is. Without a competitive marketplace, there's no way to ever know. So if it were true that cooperating in achieving any defined goal produced excellence, then authoritarian regimes will always achieve excellence. And quite clearly, they do not. So competition is absolutely essential to achieve excellence because it's the only way to find out what excellence is. My opponent insists that cooperation is way past test and that belongs to the past, and it should stay there. I disagree with that, and I know for a fact that it is if it is to bring excellence to whatever aspect in life, we need competition now more than ever. That is to help us stay more innovative and creative, because it's only through competition that people actually crack their heads to come out with innovative ideas and products so as to outmatch their competitors. So by saying that, also he keeps suggesting a collective effort on facing the dangers of the world. But that surely is going to lag us behind, and it's more likely for misunderstandings to occur. Consider this. Say, when a group reaches a consensus, it's natural that someone will disagree and want to set out to provide a solution that that person thinks is better. So the model of cooperation does not allow competition. So the potential competitor must be suppressed. In all known examples of cooperation on a large scale, the leader decides what constitutes the general welfare. But in the competitive model, there must also be a means of reaching a specific solution to a problem for a team to pursue. Now, the difference here is that anyone who feels strongly that the solution is wrong can leave and become a competitor or join a competing team. So that's it to the competition. So as I said, the most effective way to achieving success or excellence is by competition. And I believe that marks the end of my negative rebuttal. We can head to the course examinations now.
Okay, and with that, I would like to ask my fellow competitor that you've mentioned something about authoritarian regimes being inefficient. So, with that, I would like to say that from a competitive point of view, what kind of administration, the type of administration, would you suggest that is more competitive in nature and that can address the issues that you feel are need to be addressed?
Very good question. Personally, I suggest a democratic form of government where there's free competition, because if you're not performing well, you have to compete to do well. So you have to compete with other fellow politicians to do well and to deliver a good performance and to be effective in delivering those good results. So because if you do not do well, then you'll automatically be voted out and you won't be voted again in the next election. So in order to be voted again, you have to be competitive and you have to compete to deliver results. So personally, that's why I'm going to suggest a democratic form of government where there's free competition. I hope I answered your question. And for my part, I'd like to ask you a question. The question is, if cooperation is really more efficient if cooperation is really more efficient than competing, then Why is everyone trying so hard in their studies? Business companies trying so hard to come up with more creative products, innovative ideas. Why do people prepare a lot before their job interviews or before work? During work and life in general. Do you think if cooperation is really more effective, the world now would just agree and choose to cooperate? But until today, everyone is still competing. Why do you think that is?
Well, actually, the world is coming to terms with cooperation and are slowly coming to terms with the realization that cooperation among individuals are much more healthier, and not only among individuals, but among groups or among countries. They have more positive outcomes. And to say, when it comes to you refer something about studies and the academic scenario, I'm all for cooperation between students. As I have mentioned, that a major Eastern country has banned exams uh, co- because they realize that examinations at that early stage and these kind of cooperation at that early stage is unhealthy for the development of the human brain at such a young age. And that is why I think that in the academic scenario, especially in the early school days, it is unnecessary to have to have any sort of competition. And what is more important, that they come out as better learned individuals and more educated individuals, rather than coming out as, yes, he is better than whom, and or she is better than that person. So that is what I have to say. And in the case of businesses, I would like to say that when a huge number of when a huge number of companies are competing to produce a single product, you see there is more wastefulness. There's, in a world where resources are slowly beginning to deplete and we have a scarcity issue, that is the last thing that we need. All that a huge number of competition, that a huge number of companies are competing to produce a single product, because at the end of the day, only a few of them gets to the market, and the rest does not sell well. So that is very inefficient, and that is nothing but the efficient argument that a normal competition proponent would like to suggest. So that's a huge waste in resources, and that is something that needs to be uh, e- uh, that needs that needs to be addressed, and especially by the government, and needs to be put more regulations on. That is what I have to say. And with that, I believe we move to the final focus round. And I would now just like to say that to come to my final focus, I would once again like to reiterate by quoting Alexander Graham Bell. That is, great discoveries and improvements invariably involve the cooperation of many minds. Despite what my opponent may infer about the path to innovation being through competition only, ironically, that very quote was stated by a great innovator himself, who reflects from his own experiences and reiterates the importance of cooperation to achieve innovation. Might I also add that the climate crisis can also be finger pointed towards the competitive nature of nations, because none of them wants to be left behind in having to sustain economic development, as renewables cost so much more to provide the same amount of energy as fossil fuels. Had they come to terms to adopt renewables altogether cooperatively and not hold on to greed to race further ahead by relying on fossil fuels, then we may not have young people stressed about their future in the world. You see, competitions needs cooperation, because one individual alone cannot make a difference, in contrast to a group of several individuals working cooperatively towards towards a shared purpose. And my fellow opponent has failed to issue the matter of businesses competing against each other, that inevitably leads to monopolies. Rather, he has constantly suggested that that is the pathway to innovation. But as can be seen through practices, that is not so, because oftentimes this gives birth to big corporations and big monopolies that stifle innovation. That is one aspect that my opponent, I feel, has failed to address the issue. And aside from that, and competitions have the potential of being detrimental to human progress, as oftentimes as it makes the individual more self-centered and awakens their greed to a pseudo-high pedestal reserved only for a few to stand on, and this is to be achieved by any means necessary. Such a view can corrupt the mind to the point where one could go as low as to incapacitate the other as an attempt to move ahead. This primitive mindset needs to be kept where it belongs, that is, in the past. And I say it is time that we stop seeing each other as competitors and move forward to a more cooperative and collaborative society that leaves no one behind. I wholeheartedly believe that is a future where we will inevitably progress towards, but I advocate for it to come sooner. I hope my points were of sound reasoning and rich with valuable insights, and I will be humbled to be the recipient of your generous votes. With that, I conclude with a firm gratitude towards Professor Wallace and the juries.
Thank you. Now I'd like to give my negative final focus. So competition is critical to achieving excellence because no one actually knows in advance what best serves the general welfare. And without competition, there's no way to guarantee that the consensus solution arrived as a product of cooperation will be improved. But with competition, the marketplace determines what it wants, not some elite. The general welfare may be best served by having multiple products or solutions suiting different situations, and only competition provides the right combination of solutions. The world trade means competition from anywhere, all over the world. Advancing technologies also encourage cross-industry competitions. There was never a more important time in history than right now to grow eyes in the back of our heads. So also, I'm addressing this in studies. Competition can give incentives for children to do more efficiently. Hence, the labor productivity will increase in the future as the children will be the masters of the society many years later. Moreover, they'll gain a higher self-esteem and confidence when they grow up. In this debate, my opponent never gave an example of how cooperation could be assured producing excellence. Relied on the generality of doing whatever benefits the most people without any means of knowing or discovering what that is. By construct, it is easier to explain how competition achieves excellence. People develop different ideas of what is best, and people get to choose among them which one they judge to best suit their needs. So I have negated the resolution, and I think competition should be prioritized over cooperation as a means of achieving access. So I ask you to vote for me at the end of this debate round for the means of achieving success. Thank you.
Great.
What a great,
Thank you so much for your wonderful debate. Now let me call upon Professor Amelia to give the feedback to you and encourage all of us for this debate competition. Professor Amelia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Wallace. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon, wherever we all are in the world these days. I hope everybody's doing well, and a belated happy Thanksgiving to everyone who celebrated. Gosh, what a way to start a competition this evening. Contestant 1B, I believe this is your first time at a competition level, is that correct? Yeah, look, I think you did very well. You're coming up against contestant 1A here, who we know can actually, win a competition. So you stood your ground very, very well. Look, I loved the way that you started. I was going to start with contestant 1B. I loved how that you actually started, the way like that you were saying, like excellence brings out, from competition and all that. You spoke with plenty of passion. But I felt a little that you got a little lost, like in one of your answers. You, on the whole, look, I thought it was a really good debate. Contestant 1A, your final focus was outstanding. To me, that's what won me over, in your speech. You had a very good rebuttal as well. And you had a very good answer, to some of the questions that were posed to you, from contestant 1B. On the whole, I thought it was a really good debate. And contestant 1B, I think you should be extremely, extremely proud of what you have accomplished this evening. Debating isn't, it's not easy for us to judge. But the most important thing is you have got to try and win us over to your side. And that is how a debate is finally decided. We all know, we all watch politicians debate, here, there, and everywhere every single day. We watch, all the debates in the US, with the presidential elections. And that's how it comes down to people to end up voting for you. But on the whole, look, I thought it was a great start to the competition, and I'm very excited to see what the rest of the evening holds. Hold your head up high, guys. I think you did an amazing job.
Thank you very much, Professor.
So I will ask the host two to take over, and we go for the poll now. Thank you. Go ahead.
Temperature surely got raised, and with such performance, we do not need coats or quilts to keep us warm. Both of your arguments surely made the atmosphere competitive. Dear audience and contestants, keep voting and supporting your favorite participant by voting them online here on Zoom, and also drop your comments and love in YouTube section where it's going live. Lights, camera, and action. Yes, it always feels good to be on stage, battling all your fears and traumas, and standing straight in front of crowd and speaking your mind with full confidence and radiating aura. It seeks a lot of courage and efforts to stand here, and I respect everyone for that because life is all about giving shots and your best efforts. With this, I invite Group 3. Go ahead and shine, Group 3.
Greetings to all. Today, the talk of the day is on whether cooperation should be prioritized over the competition as a means of success. And for obvious reasons, I'll be speaking for the motion, which is the affirmative stance. Throughout our lives, we humans display a wide range of emotions depending on the situation. This includes some simple emotions, such as feeling joyous or feeling blue, and some other complex ones, such as being thoughtful of others or being envious of other people's successes. These are some characteristics of human nature, and there's nothing much we can do about them other than to utilize them in the right manner and at the right time. In my opinion, the statement that humans are imperfect is a truth that none can deny. We humans are flawed, and we cannot be skilled at everything we do. However, all of us are specialized in one skill or the other. For example, some students in my class are good at math, whereas others are better in technical drawing. So I believe there is our moral duty to help others who are not as skilled in those fields as we are. Through this, not only we are helping others, but we also end up helping ourselves because we keep on learning and strengthening our expertise in that particular field. Moreover, cooperation always involves teamwork, and teamwork, if done right, always brings in gains for all the people involved. For instance, let us take the social structure of bees as an example. Cited from the website of the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources of the University of Delaware, a typical honeybee colony usually consists of three main kinds of adult bees: workers, drones, and a queen. Several thousand worker bees cooperate in nest building, food production, brood rearing. But surviving and reproducing take the combined efforts of the entire colony, and individual bees cannot survive without the support of the colony. From this example, we can understand that together we remain strong and we can turn the impossible into possibility. But if we continue to work alone without helping and even without taking help from others, then it is really difficult for us and all of humanity in general to move forward and create a better life for us and all the other generations to come, as we continue to quarrel with each other and as a result remain stagnant. These quarrels result in unhealthy competition in which people start to feel hatred towards each other and gain distrust, making it difficult for us to come to terms with each other. With this, I'd like to end the constructive portion of my argument. Thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, good evening to all. My greetings to all. Well, I will be speaking today against the motion, and obviously there are valid reasons behind it. Well, we know competition and cooperation are certainly two opposite words. Competition stands for the activity or condition of striving to gain or win something by defeating or establishing superiority over others. Let's begin with a quote. Competition is always a good thing. It forces us to do our best. A monopoly renders people complacent and satisfied with mediocrity, said by the famous author Nancy Pearcey. It's true, for staying in the world, we should have to be both competitive and cooperative. But that doesn't mean that cooperation should be prioritized over the competition as a means of success. Well, let me remind you something. What happened with America's most innovative company named Enron? The all too familiar story of greed and deception resulted in over 20,000 of Enron employees losing their jobs, their healthcare, and approximately 1.2 billion in 401k savings. Several of the top executives behind the scheme landed themselves in prison, and one has died of a heart attack. Another incident happened in 2008. Usain Bolt stripped of 2008 Olympic relay gold after Nesta sensor failed drug test. There are many such stories which can be presented as examples that can prove the statement as wrong. But I want to share a small story of my life in this town. When I was in school, me and my friends participated as a group from our school in a quiz competition. The competition was designed with highly IQ questions and a deep analytical intelligence was required to win the contest. As far as I recall, there was a few number of groups with whom we had to compete. Even though giving good efforts and a lot of cooperation was put in, we weren't able to win. It's because our teamwork was not so strong than others. That not means we didn't have the stronger competitors in our team. But people don't remember the cause of failure. They only remember the story of failure. Competition is a platform where one can prove oneself. Like if I come to the point of comparison, then how can I tell others that I'm the best? Well, yeah, if there is a competition, I can define myself as well. Competition offers a chance for participants to gain substantial experience, showcase skills, analyze and evaluate outcomes, and uncover personal aptitudes. Competition also encourages students to adopt innovative techniques and develop their ideas and skills, whether it be competing against another team. Competition presents more growth for individuals and society than people realize. Dear listeners, I don't want to elaborate my speech, but just think for a moment and question yourself, what will happen if the school authority make a decision to stop taking exams or to stop encourage students to participate in competitions? The answer will come to you by its own. Let's finish with a special quote. As humans, we have evolved to compete. It is in our genes, and we love to watch a competition. Said by Peter Diamandis. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, now it's time for the cross-examination. My opposition, you mentioned that you wanted to gain something by establishing superiority over others. My question for you is that why do you want to be superior over others for gain? Why can't you just help everyone and let everyone have a share in the profits?
Well, good question, my dear opponent. I want to say here that if I waste my time on helping others, then when I will help myself? Well, as I know, in certain cases, when you need somebody very badly, then you will know there will be no one. From my personal opinion, obviously, ultimately you have to help yourself. I know I will sound like a selfish, but if you can't be selfish, you will never achieve your goal. In this growing world, for proving yourself, you have to compete with others. Time runs, my friend, and you will have to run as well. Okay, so my dear opponent, now let me ask you something. You say that you believe it is our moral duty to help others who are not as skilled in those fields as we are. We all know helping is a good behavior, but in competition, it's not. If you waste your time to help others, then in the final competition, would you like to do the same? Or you will give the efforts to do your best? Which one will you choose?
That's a good question. Thank you for asking. My opposition, the answer to your question is actually quite simple. You see, there are limits set to everything, and helping someone in finals, say in exams or competition finales, are clearly beyond our limits. So I say that it's best to help others as much as possible within our limits. Thank you for asking. Okay, now it's time for the second question. My opposition. I was listening to the story regarding our competition in the past. My question for you is that what do you think would be a good alternative to cooperation in this competition? Like, what would you have done in order to improve it?
Well, my opponent, in this case, I want to say that if you think individually, you can see that by team working, it's hard for the team members to show their own talents. It will become a reason to make them dependent on others. Well, I think the nation who want to achieve success by depending on others, the nation can ruin any time. There is no shortcut for success. You must have to compete for others with others for success. I think you have got your answers now. Okay, so my dear opponent, I want to ask you that why you think that we can't be skilled at everything we do? We're in the modern world right now, right? Our technologies have improved. We have many sectors to increase our knowledge. Then why you think so?
Thank you for asking. My opposition, there's one thing that I think you have forgotten, and that is, regardless of all the advanced technology we have, we still are, at the end of the day, humans. Even if we try our best, we cannot be proficient at everything simply because all of us are not the same. We have certain strengths and weaknesses which are unique to us. So I believe that I've given a satisfactory answer to your question. Thank you. Well, now it's time for me to start the affirmative rebuttal. I hope that you are ready. Let's begin. In your speech, I remembered you mentioning establishing superiority over others and gaining something. My opposition, do you really think it is that ethical to reach the top by keeping others in the dark? If you ask me, I don't think so. You see, this sort of self-centered mentality of yours and other such like-minded individuals will lead us to doom, as we continue to only think about ourselves and not others, which results in you, yes, you, actually disadvantaging yourself. You see, your attitude of taking matters into your own hands and not discussing with others actually hampers the progress of all the people around you, which is why proper teamwork is crucial in order to really gain something. Moreover, you also mentioned that monopoly makes people satisfied with mediocrity. My opposition, why do you think it is right to judge everyone within the same spectrum? There are people out there who are more ambitious than others and who are more willing to be successful. And verily, such people are huge in number. So if they work together and share their ideas to each other, think how powerful, how knowledgeable they would become. There would literally be nothing standing in the way to success. Furthermore, you took the fall of Enron as an example of a failure of cooperation. My dear opposition, if you look further into the reasons behind its downfall, then you will see that the main contributing factor to it was actually the greed of the higher ups within the corporation. You see, these executives cared more about fulfilling their own personal interests than looking out for the good of all the company. So this example actually ends up supporting my argument more than yours. Along with that, I'd also like to mention about the fact that you want competition to tell others that you're the best. Well, my opposition, don't you think that you can also become the best by giving others a helping hand and by inspiring them to work harder and reach their goals? I believe that by aiding others, you can actually reach a higher level of success as people continue to remember you for your efforts and remain grateful to you for a long time. Finally, I'd like to say some words regarding your views in gaining experience and developing skills. My opposition, you said that competition offers participants to gain substantial experience and showcase skills. Don't you think that cooperation can do that as well? Of course it can. As I mentioned earlier, providing guidance to other people is also beneficial to you as you keep on learning and solidifying your skills, your experience. You also mentioned that competition presents more growth for society. But my dear opposition, I am obliged to say that this is definitely not true. Competition amongst people within the same society, within the same group of people, actually leads to further chaos and turmoil as people do not work together and instead start to work against each other. This, in my opinion, actually does not lead to growth. This leads to underdevelopment and the disintegration of a normal, healthy, cooperative attitude that we naturally have within us humans. In other words, I'd like to say that competition cannot be used as a model to help improve our societal standards. With this, I end the affirmative rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay, so now it's my turn to begin the negative rebuttal. My dear opponent, what a clarifying speech, I must say. But I want to say you something that if you think deeply, you can see that without competition, we're nothing today. Competition helps us in various sectors, like enhancing social and economic learning by developing academic heroes, increasing interesting motivation, enhancing beneficial peer comparisons, etc. As research by Texas-based clinical psychologist Craig Dyke reveals, competition has been at the core of survival of human species, driving both our biological and psychological evolution. In fact, an examination of a hominid skull from the past 2 million years by the researchers at the University of Missouri concluded that social competition was the biggest cause of increased cranial capacity of humans, partly explaining why the size of a human brain has tripled over the period, as compared to the other mammals. Humans' competitive behavior helps them to survive those situations that the other mammals never could. This can be represented that competition has a physical impact on the brain too. And now, my dear opponent, if I come to your point of teamwork, then I want to ask you something in this term. Suppose in a competition you have a team of both strong and weak members. You have a faith on yourself that you can be able to win it. Somehow for the weak members, if you can't be able to win, then wouldn't it make you aggressive? I think it will. Let me give you an example. Everybody must have heard about the team LA Lakers. Let's face it, Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant never hit it off. After the LA Lakers won 3 straight NBA championships from 2000 to 2002, the uncompromising type A players were paired up and the team was never the same. Unfortunately, the strained pairing was just the beginning of the LA Lakers' demise. Bad trades were negotiated and good ones fell through. Players got injured and then healed too slowly. Coach clashes and backlashes took place over and over again. All of this situation resulted in a high turnover of both players and coaches. So you can see, my dear friend, that the teamwork can be destroyed within a moment for just one member's freakish behavior. And now, involving too much teamwork always ends up with you not being able to show your own talent. The talent should be hidden as well. I think I'm clear now, and here I am ending my negative rebuttal.
Okay, so now it's time for the cross-examination session for the rebuttal. My opposition, you mentioned that your talent should be hidden behind you. My question for you is that in cooperation, you being the stronger teammate can help the weaker ones, right? So why can you not consider leadership as being a talent? Leading a group to victory should also be considered as talent, right?
Good question, my dear opponent. But in this question, I would like to tell you that leadership is not the solution of this issue. If you think that you are a perfect leader, then the other members of your team should have the equal chances to think so about themselves. Am I right? Then it will be a cause of massive argument in the team. After this, the team will be destroyed as well. I'm not saying that teamwork are harmful, but it can be an obstacle in someone's relevant talent. He or she can't be able to prove their own ability. I think I'm clear now. Okay, so now it's a challenging period. I would like to throw a question to my dear opponent. As you mentioned that I could show my kindness, gratefulness to others, do you really think if the teamwork will not achieve the success during my leadership, the members will be grateful to me? As I'll be the reason of failure should they pardon my mistakes?
Well, I believe that if your teammates are really grateful to you, and if they already know about your hard works and your contribution, then they definitely wouldn't fault you, as they already would know by this point that you tried your best and you tried to involve them in this as much as you could. But of course, if you hadn't helped them as much, then they definitely have the right to fault you, to criticize you. I hope that this answers your question, my opposition. Thank you. Okay, so let me finish with the affirmative final focus. I firmly believe that it is necessary for us to unite and consider each other's goals as one's own in order to truly achieve success. If we continue to remain selfish and unsupportive of each other, do we think we can see our ambitions into fruition, my opposition? Of course not. Instead, we'll end up failing together, and there is no way we can rise up again other than through teamwork and partnership. For instance, let us take the examples of experimental games, which can be used to study cooperation and competition. One such game was the checker style game, which was utilized by Matson and Kagan in 1971. In this game, children are made to move a marker in the center from one side of a checker style board to the other. They could either engage in cooperation by helping each other to move the marker from one side to the other. However, if they took a competitive approach to the game, then simply none would win because they would keep taking the marker towards themselves, resulting in it remaining in the center, which was unfortunately the case for most children. Another such game was the Prisoner's Dilemma game, framed by Merrill Flood and Melvin Drescher in 1950. In this game, two individuals charged with a crime are held in separate rooms. If one confesses and the other remains silent, then the former gets awarded and the latter is fined double. If they both confess, they're both fined. And if they remain silent, then they both are set free. Therefore, from what we can see from these games, we can say that with utmost certainty that cooperation is clearly more beneficial than competition. With this, I'd like to end my side of the argument, and I hope that all of you vote for me, as I believe that I have shown enough evidence to hold up my views. Thank you, everyone, for taking time and watching our debate. I'd like to end by thanking Professor Wallace and Professor Diana. Really, without your kind guidance and training, I couldn't have come this far as to speak confidently and debate on this international platform. I'd also like to thank the international juries for giving us their valued feedback, which helps us to improve and keep on improving. A special thanks to all the people who have supported me so far, my parents, friends, and family who have taken some time of their own busy schedules in order to watch me speak, and I'm really grateful to you all. Thank you for speaking, thank you for watching, and have a good day.
Okay, so now the time has come for the final conclusion. The ultimate victory in competition is derived from the inner satisfaction of knowing that you have gotten the most out of what you had to give. A quote written by the American lawyer Howard Castle. Darwinian thinkers describe competition as necessary for human evolution, regarding it is an unconscious way of life. When someone asks Miss Actress McCormick that what is the story of her success, she always says, as soon as I heard the word competition, I get serious and start doing everything that I can do. All the audience here, I would like to keep your attention. Have you noticed something? wherein a real life example that can be mentioned in this topic. All of us were here working with each other in teams. Each and every team are giving their best for what? They're cooperating with each other to win and prove themselves as the best team. Without this platform, we wouldn't be able to show our performance. So my final statement will be like that. Competition is always a platform to give people an opportunity to show themselves. Without it, a person can be successful at all. So my respectable audience, that's all from me. Thanks for giving your valuable time to listening me. And now I would like to thank the entire Global Unitalks team, the jury members to give me such an opportunity. And my special thanks to Professor Wallace and Professor Diana for having their faith on me and encouraging me a lot. Please vote for us. Thanks a lot.
Great, thank you so much. Professor Amelia, your comments, please. Thank you.
Good evening, contestants 3A and 3B. How are you this evening?
I'm doing good, Professor. What about you?
I'm good, thank you.
Professor. Thank you.
Good. Yeah, look, it was a pretty lively debate, I can tell you that. You know, contestant 3B, you are extremely passionate about, you know, and I can get that like in your voice. I found it a little hard to understand you. So, you know, from what I could understand, I think you kind of defended quite well, but you had no eye contact with me. And I feel like you had no eye contact with your opponent. Were you reading something? Were you reading off something? Contestant 3B? Were you reading off something?
Are you asking me?
Contestant 3B.
3B.
No, Professor.
Okay, because I just didn't see any. Okay, maybe it was the light. Okay, that's good.
My glass, I guess.
All right, no problem. Okay. Contestant 3A, I thought you had a great eye contact, your body language. You really felt like what you were arguing with was completely true. I love that you said that leadership is a talent. Like, it's one thing that actually resonated with me. You had good analogies and it was very well researched. I think it was definitely a lively debate. And I look forward to you know, seeing you guys debate next time or maybe in a future competition. But great job, very good.
Thank you,
Professor. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor
Thank you so much.
Amelia.
Thank you so much, Professor Wallace and Professor Amelia, for those lovely words. Group number 3, I especially liked your performance today. You guys are keeping the heat going. I liked how the negative side talked about competition making us redeem ourselves and giving us a chance to stand out from the crowd, which I totally advocate for. Thank you so much. Moving on, I would like to call upon group number 2 on the platform. Group number 2, this floor is yours.
This world where winning at the expense of others is the new word on the street, constantly blaring in our ears at every opportunity it gets. It's quite easy to forget how much of an impact cooperation has on the world. From infrastructure to urbanization to economic growth, the list is endless. A good day to the jury, panel of judges, co-debaters, and everyone present. Today, I'll be taking the affirmative stance for Group 2 on the debate topic, is cooperation better than competition? The Cambridge Dictionary defines cooperation as the process of working together with someone to achieve a goal, while competition, according to the New Oxford American Dictionary, is defined as a strive or gain to win something or assert dominance by defeating or establishing superiority over others. We are here today to ascertain which is better between cooperation and competition. My stance is that cooperation is better than competition for several reasons. Beginning with my affirmative constructive, cooperation focuses on everyone and brings about collective success. No great innovational idea that revolutionized human existence was done by just one man. While it is true that a single individual might have come up with this great idea, bringing it to life requires several people. A good example will be the invention of the telephone in 1875. Alexander Graham Bell was the one who came up with this great idea, However, bringing it to life would have not been possible without the help of his assistant, Thomas Watson, as well as the help from inventors of electronic voice transmission, light transmitters, and receivers, all of which were key components in the creation of the first ever functional telephone. This invention has made communication easier for everyone in the world and brought about great success, not just to Graham Bell, but to everyone who has been involved in the telecommunication industry till this day. If this example seems too ancient or far from home, let's discuss the most successful species, the human species. We can go as far as saying that cooperation lies at the heart of humanity. Without cooperation, humanity would not be able to survive. We need the help and support of the next human to thrive. If we remove cooperation and healthy codependence from the equation, we will go extinct in no time. Yes, competition is good. However, for everybody to progress and no one to be left behind, cooperation is needed. Thank you. Over to you, co-debater.
Thank you for your affirmative constructive. And here I would like to start my negative constructive. So, good day to the honorable judges, panelists, dear competitor, as well as the audiences here today. I would like to make my stand here by opposing the topic. On balance, cooperation should be prioritized as a means of success. I think that competition should be prioritized instead of cooperation in any aspect of our life. But before I state my reasons to oppose, let me briefly explain what competition is. So, according to Oxford Dictionary, competition is the activity or condition of striving to gain or win something by defeating or establishing superiority over others. All right, after understanding what competition is, let's have a tour with me on why do I disagree to the statement cooperation should be prioritized over competition as a means of success. Let's take a look at our market. When the market is competitive, businesses will have greater incentives to lower prices and to also improve the quality of their products and services, and to provide buyers with more options. That is, the businesses will need to innovate to make their products different and better than the rest. For example, Motorola invented the Droid to compare with Apple's iPhone. The original iPhone was a fine product, but it lacked multitasking. The Droid added the feature and also a higher resolution screen. And then Apple brought out the iPhone 4, which added those features, but the iPhone 4 has a problem with the signal reception. The Droid doesn't have this problem, but the Droid doesn't have a cam on the front like the iPhone 4 does. And so the competition continues. Without competition, there will be a little reason to seek improvements. In another word, competition in the market not only will spark up the innovation of a company, as well as it will help in the growth in economy. And come, dive with me into the education aspect. I believe everyone will notice one thing, that is, when our report card is distributed, the classroom is full of noises. Everyone is busy comparing their results with others, and it is even a ranking is listed according to their results in class and also the results in the whole form. Indeed, competition is a very important factor in education. But there's one more thing I would like to mention. Competition should be prioritized as it is important for entitling for scholarships. I don't think cooperation over competition can be applied in here unless the students are willing to share the fun and divide equally among themselves. But if things ended this way, what is the point of scholarships? Scholarships often act as a source of motivation, or it acts as a reward for those who got good grades and those who are in need. Without competition, students will lose the motivation to work hard because they will think that everyone can get the scholarships even without working hard. Well, not only scholarships, I'm pretty sure most of the students will lose the motivation to study as long as the ranking system and the scholarships policy are changed or cancelled. They will have no way to compete with each other as there's no ranking involved. Well, till then, I'm concerned about what the country will become in the near future. As we all know, students are the future, but students without motivation and no results, well, I'm not so sure about it. This is my say on why I opposing the topic. Cooperation should be prioritized over competition as a means of success. Thank you. And here we would move into the cross-examination part. And my question for my competitor is that, how do you know that cooperation is the key that Alexander Graham Bell successfully invented the telephone instead of competition? As I know, there were some scientists with similar ideas with the Alexander Graham Bell back in the olden days.
Thank you very much for that great question. While I agree with you that people had similar ideas to Graham Bell's, what made his innovation to come to light ahead of others is that he realized that he could not come up with the other components he needed for his invention to be created on his own. And he was wise enough to reach out to people who already had what he needed. Also, just like an architect cannot bring his innovative building design to life without the help of several construction workers, Alexander Graham Bell would not have brought his innovation to life without the help of the people who had the components he needed. I hope that answers your question. And my question to you, in your negative constructive, you stated that competition in schools is a good way to motivate students. However, don't you think that with that amount of pressure on them, they might go ahead to cheat or do other stuff that goes against the moral ethics of school to achieve good grades?
Okay, thank you. A good question was asked, but let me get one thing right. Even without competition, students will still cheat in exam, not because they want to compete, but simply they just want to pass the exam. Is passing the exam considered as competition? That is for you to think about. Not only passing the exam, but procrastinations or poor time management can be the reason that the students cheat. Without the motivation and the pressure brought by competition, which is the perfect example on what will happen without competition. That is, no motivation and no pressure. If there's no competition, you will get lazy and you will cheat in order to cover the unstudied chapters to achieve good grades. So let me ask all of you, do you really think competition is the only reason that students cheat in exam? I'm pretty sure with or without competition, students will still cheat. Human without a source of motivation, they will tend to find a shortcut for everything because they want to complete the task, nothing more and nothing less, just the basics. They will not give in any more effort to make things better because there's no competition and there's no point. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you. In my opponent's negative constructive, he mentions that scholarships in schools are a good motivation for competition and a reward that pushes students to put in their best. I could not have come up with a better introduction for my affirmative rebuttal. While he is right that competition brings out the best in us, competition also has the ability to bring out the worst in us. A little competition is healthy. However, in most cases, competitors end up cannibalizing one another. It goes from being an outlet for people to push themselves to achieve their greatest levels of creativity into a battle of egos. The focus shifts from self-improvement to showing off and proving that you're better than everyone else. Some competitors even go as far as forming unhealthy alliances, teaming up and forming groups against that one individual who they think has a higher chance of winning. Because of this, instead of working hard and putting in their best effort to succeed, they begin working hard to keep their opponents at the bottom. This promotes a we versus them culture, which is very detrimental to progress at every level in the society. Competition has a high tendency to become toxic. For the right price, humans will drop morals and go to any extent to win. This results in competitors going out of their way to sabotage one another. If they can't win by displaying their brilliant ideas, they resolve to winning by ruining the brilliant ideas of other competitors. Not only does this lower productivity, but it is also a killer of creativity. This might sound far-fetched to some people listening. However, the high-grossing East Asian series Squid Game is a perfect depiction of how vile humans can become when the stakes are high. Yes, a lot of people have come out to pass judgment and criticism on the killings and acts of violence carried out by competitors in this series. However, we know that this is a daily occurrence in the society, even though most of us turn a blind eye to it. And to be sincere, If we were in the same position as these people, we would have done the same thing. Yes, a little competition is good. However, competition is like a ticking time bomb which might explode any minute. Hence why we should give cooperation more focus. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. And now I would like to present my negative rebuttal. And so let us focus on a simple thing, the team cooperation. We all know cooperation itself has some limitations. If there's no competition involved, no matter the toxic kind or the healthy kind of competition, one may start to get lazy, as I mentioned earlier, as they know that the task and responsible will be divided equally, and the teammates will cover each other up, just because they don't wish to submit a half-done assignment. Hence, one will rely on each other more and neglecting to take on any responsibilities. This is something very unhealthy for individual as well as for the team's development. Well, there's one known human nature. Human hates to be the loser or be the last. A little healthy competition held in the team can stimulate this human nature in them, and they will work hard and contribute to prevent from being the last in the team or being the Mr. Nobody in the team. As we all know, when your capability is not recognized by the team, well, you are basically have no say in the team anymore. I'm pretty sure no one likes it. This competition can be a little push for the team members to work hard and to contribute instead of just being a leech of the team. With cooperation, it would have many problems faced by the members. Ideas got rejected because everyone has different ideas and opinion. And it might end up with no conclusion and everyone hating each other. But by competing with others, you can save your time by decide your own ideas and waste no time. Imagine that the great Alexander Graham Bell ideas was not decided by himself. Instead, meetings were set up and ideas were discussed. Pretty sure everything will change. Any of the scientists that has the similar ideas will be the one that invented telephone instead of the great Alexander Graham Bell. To add on, if it wasn't for the competitor back then that gave the great Alexander Graham Bell the competitive pressure, will he still able to come out with such a beautiful invention? Meanwhile, if cooperation is not really your thing, well, congratulations, you are problem-free from some incooperative member, and you can make sure things will go as you wish. Of course, competing with others will let you have more trust in completing a task, as well as to be more creative, as you wanted to be outstanding and daring. But why? As we all know, that a group of people would choose a safer way or normal way to prevent from pulling each other down. While for the individual, he has the mindset of nothing to lose but himself. Most of the time, the individual will come up with big and daring idea. Just like Juneja said in his own article, individual decision-making, pros and cons. In cooperation, it is not easy to hold anyone responsible for a wrong decision, which is something very unhealthy. This is why competition should be prioritized, unless we all want a world with basic things and irresponsible member. Thank you. And now we would like to move on to the cross-examinations. My question for my opponent for your affirmative rebuttal is that, why do you think competition kills creativity when in real life, new things were developed through competition? For example, the Pepsi and Cola, Apple and Samsung.
Thank you for that good question. As I earlier said in my affirmative rebuttal, a little competition is healthy. However, what makes competition a killer of creativity is when the focus shifts from putting in your best effort to improve yourself into a battle of proving that you are better than everyone else. And as for the brand names which you mentioned, they are only able to compete successfully in the market because they are able to cooperate successfully on the inside. While competitive pressure brings about creativity, cooperation is what brings out the success of competition. I hope that answers your question. And for my question to you, in your negative rebuttal, you laid a lot of emphasis on the lack of accountability in cooperation. So I'd like to ask you if systems such as minutes of the meeting and progress sheets where everyone can be held accountable through a setup, don't you think the issue of accountability will be solved?
Okay, thank you for your question. It is another very good question so that I can add on more information to that. But I don't think so the systems can help to aid the problem of accountability. Yes, systems are helpful, but not in the problem of accountability, because it is the problem with human traits. Systems have procedure, rules, policy, but in the end of the day, whether is it effective or not, well, I doubt that. Look at the world now. Pretty sure the corruption is still a thing in some of the countries. They have more strict policies and rules or regulations, but the member from the organization are still able to escape from their duty as well as the charges against them. Do you still think that the systems and stuff can really aid the problem of accountability? But imagine that if you are alone, the responsibility is on you. You are responsible for any decisions of yours. Without cooperating with others, you have no excuse to escape for what you're accountable for. I hope that answered your question.
I think we get internet issue here. Group 2, affirmative. Okay. Well, we will get back to you after. Are you fine now? Okay, she's back. Okay, go ahead.
Do I need to
My last
answer your
contention
question
for
again?
today. No, it's fine. My last contention for today is that cooperation is the bedrock for competition. While many might argue that for businesses to stay in the market, they have to compete. If these businesses are asked how they are able to achieve excellence and remain at the top, competition will most likely not be the answer. Rivalry is not how excellence is achieved. Rather, employees working together to bring to life these innovative ideas is how excellence is achieved. Thus, if there is no cooperation on the inside, competition on the outside will be an epic failure. A perfect example of this will be football. Teams compete against each other. However, if within the teams, members are not able to cooperate, their chances of winning in the competition will be very low. I'd like to conclude by addressing the issue of individuality in cooperation. Cooperation is just like a puzzle, and every piece is essential for the creation of the final image. The moment we see ourselves as important and our input as valuable to our final product, individuality in cooperation will not be an issue. While competition is good for us to progress, cooperation is best for us to succeed. I hope we choose competition. I'd like to say thank you to Professor Wallace, Professor Diana, and the international jury. And I thank you all for listening, and I hope you make the wise decision voting.
In my final focus, I would like to summarize why I oppose the topic of cooperation should be prioritized over competition as a means of success. It is because ultimately competition does inspire creativity, as my opponent agreed earlier. Yes, and this is something cooperation that mostly cannot achieve. Furthermore, by having competition is the ultimate source of motivation and no time wasted guaranteed compared with cooperation, which requires a lot of discussion and input. As my competitor mentioned earlier, that without the cooperation from the inside, the competition outside will fail. Well, but we all know that if there's no competition in the first place, they will not come together to refine the ideas and to better the ideas in order to have a good results. And also, I would like to give a little comment on the drama series Squid Game that my opponent mentioned earlier. Squid Game is just a show that brings out the traits in human through competition. Pretty sure if it's not directed using the competition methods, those human traits will still be shown, but less interesting. Now, we have one more thing to add on why we should prioritize competition, because it is fun and interesting. With that, I would like to end with a quote from a wise man, Bella Caroe. I quote from him, "No competition, no progress. In order for the world or any individual to grow or develop, competition plays a major part in it. And once again, imagine a world without competition. I guess the world will not be as well developed as the world we are in now. And humans aren't able to achieve the level of intelligence that they have now because there's no competition. So after all, competition should be prioritized instead of cooperation. Thank you for your time. And I would like to take this time to thank Professor Diana and Professor Wallace and international jury for your time in listening to us for our debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Group 2. Excellent job. Now let me call Professor Diana to give you comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wallace, for having me. Hi, guys. I'm really enjoying this debate, especially this group. Well done. Yeah.
Thank you.
I will go for the group 2, the negative side. Both of you are doing very well and you have built the cases. I like the way you have researched and especially the way you have defined the topic. The negative speaker, I would say B. The arguments and examples about from the business and the students losing their motivation to study, and also from the affirmative side. So it was really enjoying for me, I would say this. So all the best, guys, both of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Back to host.
Good points given by speakers, especially how iPhone improved because of competition, and affirmative speaker dodged back with the point that competition drops us down when we have to battle with our ego. And you both were tough cookie to each other, giving hard time to each other, and I'm quite amazed how gracefully you handled each other. Great job, guys. According to me, debate should be based on intellectual honesty, that is, giving high standards to truth. It's not just about lying or rather than stating truth. It's hiding nothing, twisting nothing, and leaving nothing. You surely know that it is right, and still you have to put your arguments why it is meant to be wrong, and so that you can change others' perception. With this, I invite Group 7. Break a leg, guys. Group 7.
Emmy.
Yes, Professor.
Yep. Please go ahead.
Okay. Is Hasibu here, Professor?
Yep, please go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Madam Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. Me as affirmative team from CT7. The topic for our debate is cooperation better than competition? First, I will give the definition of cooperation. The source is from AP Dictionary of Physiology. Cooperation is a process whereby two or more individuals work together toward the attainment of mutual goal or complementary goals. We define the topic as cooperation should be prioritized over competition as a means of success. We, the affirmative team, believe that this statement is true. Today, I'm going to discuss 3 points. The first one, help students to develop excellent social skills. The second one, better in promoting creativity to manage complex tasks. And the third one, persevere through tough time together because the relation form. My first point is help students to develop excellent social skills. The reason for this is, as we all know that cooperation benefits for everyone when working as a team. And of course, in a team, we have people with various of backgrounds, experience, and ideas. The only way to develop their social skill and is when they have to come together, share experience, have meaningful of discussion, enjoy the activity together. Most importantly, respect each other's space and views. All of these soft skills are crucial for everyone who live in society, especially in working force. To be successful in life, it's very important to learn how to cooperate with others to achieve the bigger goal together. My second point, better in promoting creativity to manage complex tasks. This is because they are saying that it takes two hands to clap. It's true, it's very true, because everyone has different talents, skills, experience, and from this, people can pull together with skill and creativity to contribute toward a common aim. Moreover, a complex problem will most likely resolve with a group of talent than one-man army. Teamwork allows you to get the most each person attributes. Sharing from my personal experience, being a leader as myself, I'm good at designing. My deputy is good at sharing ideas. My supervisor is good at writing and researching. Though our team is short of manpower, but with combination of skill and talent, we're able to complete most tasks with lesser time while maintaining high standard. To my third point, persevere through tough time together because the relation form. This is because at any point of time, challenge and setback will be put in front of us to test the strength of our team. But what keep the team together in the long run is the value and share, bonds and value we share. The reason why we come together in the first place, even the country was not solely built by Prime Minister. He also have team behind him that are willing to support in through tough time, and that is the power of cooperation. Thank you.
Greetings to all the honorable panel of judges, the precise timekeeper, my respectful teachers, my amazing opponent, and others who are present in this meeting. I am the negative speaker of Group 7. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to be here today. The motion today says, on balance, cooperation should be prioritized over competition as a means of success. Competition and cooperation have been running together for ages. I will be representing the negative side of this motion. At first, what does competition mean? The definition of competition according to Oxford Dictionary is the activity or condition of striving to gain or win something by defeating or establishing superiority over others. Many people think that competition is a bad thing, but I think this assumption is completely incorrect. When we are talking about competition, then we have to realize that it is the driving force towards development. My first contention is about competition in education. In school, we have to give exams and we have to participate in different contests. After exams or after a contest, there is a ranking. So every student always tries to get the first prize or tries to do well in the exams. There is no cooperation in a final exam. Cooperation during an exam is termed as cheating. The educational system is fully competition-based. Competition helps a child to grow. He becomes strong mentally. He always tries to win and tries to learn things from his losses. Without competition, students will lose creativity. Everyone tries to be a better version of themselves just because of competition. So we can see a clear picture of competition leading a student towards success. In my second contention, it is in the job field. After graduating, everyone wants a good job. But I don't find any cooperation in the job field. In the job field, the employers only hire those who are the best within the applicants. So we can see a clear image of competition leading towards success at the time of getting a job. Even after getting in the job, everyone doesn't get a promotion, right? So only the persons with the best performance gets a promotion. So another crystal clear picture of competition leading towards success is seen. My third contention is in the automobile industry. Every company is competing with each other for better sales, better engine, making futuristic technology and other stuff. When Tesla produced the first electric car, other car companies soon started making electric cars because they have to stay in the competition. Porsche, Ford, Nissan, etc. are trying hard to make a better electric car. According to CNET, Tesla makes the best mid-sized electric sedans. And due to this competitive attitude in the market, Tesla is always trying to hold their position at the top. So without competition, innovation and development is impossible. Bill Gates said, whether it's Google or Apple or free software, we have got some fantastic competitors and it helps us to keep on our toes. So without competition, we lose innovation. And without innovation, success is impossible. That's the end of my negative construction. Thanks for listening.
Okay, now we move to examination. My dear completer, I have a question to ask you. You mentioned about cooperation between the exam, but how about cooperation before the exam? Don't you think that cooperation before the exam of student is good?
I never said cooperation is a bad thing. But in exam, I don't think there is any cooperation. Before exam, cooperation might exist, but the ultimate goal of giving an exam is competition, because the exam ends in ranking and the end result is always competition. I think it answered your question.
Thank you. Now I have another question to ask you. You said that in every company, there are competition for getting a promotion. Don't you think that if every employee think like this, it will be unhealthy competition, which have more disadvantage than advantage?
I think competition is important in a company, however it may be, because in a company, competition is a must. Without competition, the company won't ever develop. Just through cooperation, a company can never develop. So if the employees doesn't have competition among themselves, they will never work hard. As a result, the company might fall. So now for my cross-examination, I have two questions for my affirmative speaker. There are many companies which can cooperate together, but why don't they actually cooperate? Can you say?
Okay, thanks for the question. Actually, it does. I will give you one example. Last week, two big companies, they are competitors in a high fashion brand. But last week, they are collaboration each other to release the product. And it's been a great demand. Everyone want to order products. So the product sold out in a few minutes. And it also happened with other brands like Nike, Adidas, or so on. The collaboration of this brand make money a lot from collaboration. And it is the success of the company or brand. So I would say that the collaboration of the company lead to success.
Okay, why do you think cooperation is more necessary when the way to reach our ultimate goal is competition? Like why?
Question. Yeah. Okay, that's a good question. But I think that competition creates independency, but cooperation creates interdependency. Having two brands better than one brand, as this will create more efficiency and distribute lesser workload of individuals, hence more room for creativity and achieve a greater result. I will give you one example, their story called Three Kingdoms. When three kingdoms are fighting over the rule of countries, they need to fight each other. However, in the war or market, one general from team A, they want to destroy big kingdom corporation from C kingdom, because they believe that the enemy of my enemy is my friends. And at the end, C kingdom was defeated by A and B kingdom. And this is the power of cooperation in the competitive market. I hope I answered your question. And now we will move to rebuttals. Hello? Hello. Okay. Now we move to rebuttals. The topic for our debate is cooperation in competition. We, the affirmative team, believe that this statement is true. The speaker from negative team has tried to tell you that competition is the most important in education. This is wrong because as a student, we will grow up in the future and live in society. Cooperation should be their first priority as is promote, help, support, and honor each other learning effort. If students focus only competing with others, over competitive easily lead to unnecessary pressures, stress, anxiety, which lead to low productivity. Moreover, from the research of organization named PISA, it showed that well-performing students are reported to have good relation with classmates and more connect to school with collaborative learning environment than competition. Collaborative learning teaches students to strive the outcome that benefit to the group, and it also promotes creativity in better managed complex tasks, as I mentioned before. This source is from organization website. And he negative team also said that no cooperation in process of getting a job or getting a promotion. This is completely wrong because I know that in the process of getting a job for cabin crew and pilot, they are state for group activity that require cooperation skill to complete the task. And in this process, cooperation is the key to success. Everyone have to leave their selfishness, arrogance, and focus with a team. Moreover, in every company, SR does not use performance evaluation that only measure person potential, such as evaluation from work days, lack of work, or late, or evaluation of corporate profit. In general, they also look at other factor involved, such as workflow, customer difficulty, and all of this process require cooperation from all of the employees. And negative team also say that without competition, innovation in development are impossible. Okay, yes, competition is also one of the key. It's a part of success, but it requires team of people to develop software, design product, or so on. Therefore, it requires cooperation. So in the end, cooperation is also important to make it happen. For example, you mentioned about Tesla company. Behind Elon Musk, they also team developer, designer, marketer, or so on, come together as a team to make it happen. Once again, it's also important as cooperation and also I would say that competition requires sense of cooperation, why cooperation can stand alone. Thank you.
Okay, now I will start my negative rebuttals. In the affirmative speaker's first contention, he stated that we can learn social skills with cooperation. The affirmative speaker stated the benefits of working as a team. But my dear affirmative speaker, you should know that people also learn teamwork when they are engaged in competition and earn critical social skills through interacting with other people while also learning the value of hard work and developing self-esteem and self-efficacy. The goal of working in a team is also to compete and win. Let's take the example of a cricket game. In a cricket game, there is a match between two teams. The end result is in competition. Then also there is competition within the same team, because in a same team, when the team wins, there is only one man of the match award. And also the players who perform worse in the match, they are not picked in the next match. So even in a team game like cricket, there is competition. So I think the sole purpose of success is competition. Secondly, in the affirmative speaker's second contention, he stated the importance of cooperation in creativity and also the management of complex jobs. But my dear affirmative speaker, you must know that competition is the mother of creativity. Tech giants like Samsung and Apple are always in a competition. They always want to make new and new innovation and never fail to do so. All the development and modernizations are truly impossible without competition. If all the tech companies would have cooperated, we won't find much variation in the product. And I think there won't be much improvement as there is no competition. People won't have any choice but to accept that lame and simple product. And in case of management of complex job, my dear affirmative speaker, you must know that every job is not a team job. Sometimes we have to work alone. We must try to build competitive attitude and try not to depend on others. In job field, this type of attitude is very much important. Lastly, the affirmative speaker stated that a country wasn't built solely by a prime minister or president. But my dear affirmative speaker, you must know that we have to compete between states when it comes to development. A prime minister or president has to guide the country and participate in the competition with the rest of the world. A prime minister can never be a prime minister without tough competition. Only cooperation doesn't work. Cooperation might be necessary, but the sole purpose of cooperation is ultimately competition. That's the end of my negative rebuttal.
Now we will move to cross-examination. Well, my dear commentator, you mentioned about cricket team. I have a question to ask you. Without cooperation of a team, how are they going to win?
Again, my dear affirmative speaker, I am not saying competition is a bad thing. Competition might be necessary, but in a team, competition is always more important. If the team members don't compete with each other, there won't be a good team. The team will never develop. I think I answered your question. For my cross-examination, I have one question for you. Do you think that only cooperation can get you a job and you don't need to compete?
Okay, thank you for the question. That a good question. I'll say that both can be the factor for getting a job, but cooperation is the one that people should pay more attention to. If people think that they will compete all the time, it could be additive as maybe to focus on winning, but forget to enjoy the learning along the journey, which also make people believe that in order to win, you have to harm others people. So cooperation is the one that people should pay more attention to. Thank you. Now we'll move to final focus. So, Mr. Madam Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I believe that cooperation should be prioritized over competition as a means of success. Based on the point given by negative team, yes, I agree on a certain extent that competition do push us to further achieve great innovation and achieve academic success. However, we have also underestimated the power of cooperation. For example, Apple company was never built by Steve Jobs alone in the competitive market. It was built by a group of engineers, developer, marketer, so on. Also, in Sun Tzu Warfare, mentioned that a battle is won by a group of warriors, not one-man army. So, if you learn how to cooperate together in this competitive world, contribute more to the team with your talents, skill, and valuable knowledge, you are able to win in the long run, not short term. Like saying goes, team mean together. Everyone achieve more. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Therefore, I believe that cooperation should be prioritized over competition as a means of success. And that is the end of my debate. Me as affirmative team want to thank dear commentator for being my worthy opponent in this meaningful debate session. And also I would like to thank honorable jury and guests here for dedicating your time and listening to our debate. We hope that we provide you key information and inspiration for further discussion about the topic. Thank you.
Now I will start my negative final focus. Competition is a part of our DNA. We are born to compete. Competition is a necessary part of our everyday lives. After all, evolutionary theory tells us that even from the earliest days of our existence, every species is consistently engaged in a competitive struggle for life on Earth. Healthy competition is good for all. Dealing with wins and losses in any competitive arena is like getting an immunity shot against diseases. In this debate, the affirmative speaker never gave an example how cooperation could be assured of producing excellence. He relied on the useless generality of how cooperation could be assured of producing excellence. He never gave any real examples. By contrast, it is easy to explain how competition can be achieved. Competition helps us to be the best version of us. Competition is required as a means of achieving success. That's the end of my negative final focus. I would like to thank all the honorable panel of judges, the precise timekeeper, my respectful teachers, my amazing opponent, my lovely friends, and others who are present in this meeting. I would like to specially thank Professor Wallace for helping me to start my journey as a debater. That's the end for my debate. Thank you.
Well done. Good job, Group 7. You made us proud from the beginning. You started from very difficult phases, but you end up well. Now let me call upon the chairman of International Jury Panel of Global Unitalks Debate Competition to give you comments on your debate. Professor Quinn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Wallace, and I'm sorry for joining you guys late, technical issues, but here I am. The Group 7A, you've done an amazing job. I must commend you for engaging each other through that period of time, especially in just checking, making sure that you've taken note of each other's comments and responding while rebutting and also refuting at the same time. One of the things that is general that you need to remember is that the topic was on balance. Cooperation is better than competition. On balance in this case means that the two go together, all right? So there's no better evil than the other one, and you truly gave each other a go, you know. It was very interesting when the affirmative said that, that cooperation is teamwork. I think that was your main point, the strongest point, because it is true that cooperation is about lifting all of us up. But it is also true as a balance when your negative opponent mentioned that competition is one of the ways that keeps the cooperators in check. And so either way, you did a very good, clear illustrations of both. My concerns, though, is when it comes to rebutting and refuting and, of course, giving evidence, your evidence was skewed towards examination, where both of you agreed that if you cooperate, then you are cheating in an exam. But remember, the balance in competition and cooperation is not limited to the classroom. It is even in the use of personal relationship, where the cooperation is in there as well as competition. And so when we give illustrations, the undoing for both cases, when you give illustrations, you need to go beyond the classroom and also think broadly the way you gave a very good example of the Samsung and the Apple companies and the competitions they've got between the production of new innovations. But how about if you decided to go to the disciplines like psychology, anthropology, the experiments that are done in the lab in regards to cooperation and even also competition for the outcome? So I wanted to see a broader illustrations that is cutting across all the spectra when it comes to giving support to your giving evidence to your arguments. But basically, you're eloquent, your arguments were very clear, you were respectful in the way you talked to one another, and that is very commendable. I don't want to dwell so much into what I would say because I'll be giving others a upper age than yourself, so I'll stop there. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the comment.
The host, the floor is yours.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Wonderful performance and great delight, and that defines how big superstar you are. Dear audience, I hope you all are having lovely time here. If so, then please vote for your favorite participant because I am doing too. Well done, you guys. So many amazing performances, debates, and speeches. I'm sure many of you want to be a part of this platform. Global Unitalks setting benchmarks for so long for training students from more than 177 countries and making them best speakers, leaders, and ambassadors. This platform, being biggest online speaking stage, is giving high goals and opportunities to students. So guys, if interested to join this platform, you can visit the official website of Global Unitalk in any browser. Our next event will be on 26th December. With this, let's look what magic our next super energetic debaters has to do. Group 9, glaze up.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, respected professors, international juries, viewers, and my fellow participants. I am Group 11's affirmative constructive speaker, why cooperation is better than competition. Before going to the depth of the topic, I would like to clarify what the term cooperation suggests. It means working together for a common purpose, activities shared for mutual benefit. Competition makes interdependence in society healthier and allows the inclusion of everybody in the society. It's hard to maintain positive feelings about someone who is trying to make you lose. Hurt feelings and argument often result from competitive plays. In cooperative play, challenges, discoveries, and successes are shared. Emphasis on participation, acceptance, and the joy of playing. In the end, it's your relationship with each other that counts. Children gain a stronger bond with parents, siblings, and playmates. Competition make it difficult to share our skills, experiences, resources, because each person is separately involved in his or her exclusive goals. In our schools and workplaces, students or employees are often taught to regard each other not as potential collaborators, but rather as opponents, rivals, and obstacles to their own success. In cooperative settings, every person is important and valued. Individuality is respected and concern for the need of others fostered. The challenges shift from striving to be number one to working toward a mutual goal. The idea that we all share in decision making is a powerful tool. Many games are based on secrecy and intimidation, resulting in players feeling unsafe. In work or play, people really want and need to feel safe, be open and honest, and above all, feel trusted. Cooperative situations help create that atmosphere because participants give encouragement and support of one another. Cooperativeness have been linked to great learning, emotional maturity, and a strong personal identity. Participants often become more flexible in their thinking and willingness to invent creative solutions. The result of enjoyment, personal confidence, and a feeling of self-worth. As your personal power grows, you get that I can make a difference. Most competitive situations are highly stressful. The possibility of failure creates agitation, if not outright anxiety. The fear or anger generated from being eliminated or losing often causes embarrassment, tension, and hostility. Cooperative activities are non-threatening and non-judgmental. As a result, this creates an atmosphere full relaxation and well-being for the foundation for more genuine, healthy, and playful fun. This was my argument, which I think is enough to encourage why cooperation is better than competition. Thank you.
Well spoken, affirmative speaker. Greetings to everyone present here. And now I'll be coming to my negative constructive speech. In the Oxford Learner's Dictionary, competition is stated as an event in which people compete with each other to find out who is the best at something. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche once said in his book, Twilight of the Idols, what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. The universe presents itself with countless phenomena that demonstrates this point with utmost clarity, from biological evolution to the formation of stars. Competition is the cornerstone to development and progress. In the span of 10,000 years, we human beings have made advancements in our knowledge of the universe, our technologies, and our cultures. Throughout the darkest times in history, we as a species have endeavored through all forms of threats to our existence, from wars, natural calamities, epidemics, and so much more. And yet still, competition has always remained the driving force behind the wheel of progress. In the 1960s, the United States of America and the Soviet Union were at the crux of a power struggle that sprouted from the Second World War. During this time, we saw the emergence of various technologies from both these nations, specifically in weapons development. However, the most fascinating byproduct of this rivalry was the emergence of something called the race to space. Cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin was sent to the low Earth orbit in his capsule, the Vostok 1, becoming the first human being to travel to outer space. The world was spellbound, astonished, and it marveled at this gargantuan technological feat. This was the spark that provided the much needed push for the United States of America for its own development of rocket propulsion technology. And subsequently, on July 16, 1969, my source of citation is nasa.gov, in the spacecraft Saturn V, the Americans launched the mission that would forever change the course of spaceflight, the mission to send man to the moon. And this isn't an incident of the past either. Today, corporations across the planet are competing to provide the cutting edge of technology to their customers. We have seen countless innovations, especially in silicon chip development over the past 50 years. From vacuum tubes in the 1960s to silicon chips capable of having billions of transistors, all that which can fit in the palm of our hands, from our mobile phones to our computer systems. Artificial intelligence has made many of the science fiction tropes from authors like Isaac Asimov to somewhat of a reality. And there are several companies like Microsoft, Google, Facebook, and so many others who are pushing the boundary of what's possible, constantly trying to outdo one another. So no, with all that I've said and the evidences that I provided, I do not agree with the motion that cooperation is better than competition, even on imbalance. And with that, I conclude my negative constructive speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, we are going to the cross-examination about our constructive speeches. So my opponent made a statement in his negative constructive speech where he stated that competition played a huge role in biological evolution. My question to him is, how can he be sure and consider competition to be the essential component of evolution when there were several different factors attributing to evolution? For example, the evolution of animals that can crawl, walk on the ground, from aquatic creatures. That is my question. Yeah.
Excellent question. Well, it is true that a lot of animals and a lot of evolutionary traits weren't influenced by competition. Like the example you mentioned, like, animals that were aquatic initially, but then they learned, then they adapted to walk on land. But if you look around, most evolutionary traits are emerging from competition. For example, like, look at ourselves. We human beings have extraordinary intelligence capabilities. Our reasoning abilities are so superior, vastly superior to other animals. And this is because our brains were evolved from primates. And the reason we have higher intelligence is because it's it enables us to hunt better, to hunt our prey better. And that's the result of competition. If you have greater intelligence, you can come up with new, better ways, new hunting tools, new strategies, new techniques to hunt your prey. And another interesting fact, predators, and you can check this out on nationalgeographic.org, predators have their eyes on the front of their heads. And the reason is because this enables them to have 3D stereo vision of the prey that they're hunting. So this is a trait that has been evolved from competition, right? Like lions hunting hyenas, or canines competing with other, like wolves and dogs competing with other canines. And those are examples where competition was essential for those evolutionary traits. And I have one question for you as well. So in your constructive speech, you stated that a competitive environment prevents the sharing of skills and experiences. How can you make such a statement when there are countless examples of people sharing ideas, even in a competitive environment? A primary example that comes across my mind is the famous quote made by Isaac Newton. If I have seen further, it was because I stood on the shoulders of giants.
Thank you for the question. Before answering the question, I would like to explain the metaphor, what it means standing on the shoulders of the giants. So basically it means using the understanding gained by major thinkers who have gone before in order to make intellectual progress. I mean, the metaphor itself is supporting cooperation. Like, I mean, Newton is saying that without the progress, without the work of post-medieval thinkers, I wouldn't be seeing such a progress. I mean, wouldn't be doing such progress in my work. So basically the thing is that we would always need people. I mean, and the people who support us in their work way or in personal, we would always need them. I mean, that's the whole thing about cooperation. We are interconnected. I mean, that's the whole thing about it, that we are interconnected and we need people around us. Thank you. So now we are closing our cross-examination and moving toward our rebuttals. And with this, I will start my positive affirmative rebuttals. When we look around and observe the technologies which has surrounded us, we have to ask just one question: in which cost? Since the industrialization, our societies and our way of life has changed, although there is no denial of competition, which has supported, encouraged in making all this possible. With the changes, we always paid an unnecessary and brutal price. Colonization, which has fueled all this development, we have to understand one thing: humans are not naturally cooperative, they are in nature competitive. Extinction of species in America and Australia after our migration is an example of how far we can go for our survival. That's why I argue that there is no such thing as healthy competition. Cooperation is kind of a theory or a solution about individualism. The necessity of cooperation is not just to bound our intelligence, but rather use it in a healthy and efficient way. Nowadays, the ongoing discussion about environment is carbon emission, basically all these harmful effects we did to our environment is now kicking us back. These are important time to solve these issues, but alas, our industries and states are busy in overcoming one another, or so-called development. Carbon emission and other positive steps are important decisions and necessary about our planet. The reason of this environmental catastrophe, which is ahead of us, that we are facing in the future, it's going to be more intense, are the reason of competitive market economy. According to Carl Jung, our rationality is bounded. The decision we make and the problem we deal, which have already been faced. If an educated mind come up with theory, it's not what he restored. as an invention, but rather his cognitive understanding about that particular issue. As I explained previously about the metaphor, to live in a peaceful and healthy environment, we must encourage cooperation rather than competition. Homo sapiens have always been self-centered. What mean only to them is their own survival and betterment. Cognitively speaking, we the Homo sapiens would always want for better and better position. When we look back and the disaster we made from wars to harming biodiversity were the actions of our self-centeredness. The reason were simple: domination of one's ideology and interest over others, and organized cooperative structure. That, so I want to repeat once again, an organized cooperative structure that what necessary for Homo sapiens for their own betterment, that what environment is asking from us, that's the only solution for solving the environmental and other catastrophes. With this, I conclude my rebuttals. Thank you.
Well spoken, affirmative speaker. Coming to my rebuttal, I have a few points of contention to mention. My first point of contention is that competition is the most essential component for nurturing innovation. The two key historical developments that contributed the most to the development of scientific knowledge and technology was the invention of the scientific method in the 17th century, which was a result of the competitiveness of the European powers in that era. And secondly, the birth of the digital era in the 21st century by Silicon Valley companies who were at a race to provide customers with the best and most interesting technologies possible. My second point of contention is that competition encourages feelings of joy and camaraderie that cannot be replicated in a cooperative environment. The feeling of achieving something in a cooperative environment where you can only contribute to a part of said victory shall always be inferior to the feeling of achieving something despite hundreds of others trying to defeat you. In the latter case, the achievement is yours. It belongs to you in its entirety, and you have the satisfaction of being more efficient and being more competent than the masses at the respective task. My third point of contention is that competition leads to self-improvement. Yet again, I bring forth the famous quote by Friedrich Nietzsche: "What doesn't kill me makes me stronger." Win or lose, competition brings forth the potential dangers and struggles that one faces in their lives in a way that cannot be replicated by cooperation. In cooperation, the members of a party have a sense of security in their challenges, in the challenges that they face as a team that they may not have in real life. Competition teaches the key lessons of self-sustenance, endurance, and determination that are quintessential for the times a person is left alone to address their own struggles and hardships, something that we all experience one way or another in life. And with that, I conclude my rebuttal.
With this, we start our rebuttals cross-examination. My friend just mentioned about 17th and 21st centuries development, which he stated that were only taken place in competitive aspect, but he ignored that those theories and innovation were only possible on cooperative grounds. So my question to you is, if competition is so productive, then why innovative industries encouraging cooperation more than competition?
Well, interesting question, affirmative speaker. Well, firstly, this question has several facets to it, several perspectives. First of all, obviously, within a company, within a corporation, there would be a great deal of cooperation. Obviously, there's no arguing that. However, the point that I mentioned about Silicon Valley, if you observe the entire tech scenario of Silicon Valley, you would see that there are several companies that are competing against each other, and there's more competition than there's cooperation. You need not look more than the television commercials of your favorite technologies that you see on television, like those aren't made by one company, one corporation, made by these are there are several different unique innovations, ideas, technologies that are being developed, and they are being developed by several different companies that are competing with each other. And even in the frame of reference that you mentioned, like within a company, there's competition even within a company. Like there's the corporate ladder. Your colleagues, your helpers, your team members could come up with something, some idea, some innovation, some product that you could not have thought of yourself, and he could climb the corporate ladder and get ahead of you. That's competition, not cooperation. And that's my answer to your question. Thank you. And I have a question for you as well.
Thank you.
In your rebuttal, you mentioned that cooperation brings about healthy usage of intelligence. My question to you is, how can you exaggerate the role of intelligence in cooperation when in a competitive environment, several different people can come up with several different ideas to a problem instead of a singular strive for solutions in a cooperative environment?
Thank you very much for the question. I would like to answer this question with Hegelian dialectics, the thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. I mean, take an example of the group you mentioned about they have several different ideas, that one of them bring an idea to his three other colleagues, and four of them, I mean, the other three just agree on that particular idea, and one of them just disagree and give an antithesis, which is the outcome of the thesis. So here a kind of a productive progress start, and a kind of a discussion or into arguments or in evidence, you can say. So after all, they will reach a particular decision. All of them will agree, which is called synthesis, which is often called productive progress. So that particular progress is more effective than that person with that come up with a unique idea, or you can say a creative idea, which you already agreed on it. But later on, with discussion, with helping from others, in discussion, you say in arguments, he come up with a different, more reliable idea. So that's what cooperation do, that people would bring up their ideas, and the other teammates would make it possible in a more effective and efficient way. Thank you. I hope that I answered your question very well. So now, with this, we conclude our rebuttal, and moving toward our final conclusion, you can say. So as an affirmative speaker, I will share my first study done in 2010 revealed that in most occasions, the outcome on a given task can be proven when two people have helped each other instead of working their own. John Donne has already popularized the phrase, "No man is an island." And this is especially true, but be it in an environment of a workplace, in scientific research, or working in an event, one of the benefits of cooperation is that people can pull together and their skills and creativity towards a common aim. Because of this, they have a higher chance of being more success. Working with a team helps us to create an environment which inspire collective knowledge, resources, and skills. Consequently, this allows us to pick some ideas and to reflect on our own way of thinking. Cooperation also encourage a self-improvement, a key skill to inquire regardless of the nature of role within an organization, because it helps us to expand our horizon and make it better use of our own intrinsic capabilities. And since self-improvement helps us in seeking better ways to perform our role within a team, it improves both efficiency and productivity of the team as a whole. As a result, This kind of environment nurtured diverse opinion, approaches, and problem-solving techniques. This level of diversity generate cultural understanding, increase communication through collective knowledge of approaches and a large source of ideas. Conversely, when an organization has a scarcity of teamwork or collaboration, thinking may go stagnant, jeopardizing solutions and ideas. In addition, I will go to the global aspect. In the United General Secretary, Antonio Guterres said in a conference, there's a total lack of coordination, or cooperation among countries. So I see this is a vital and alarming situation about world economy and environment. If we really are educated about our history and mistake we did in the past, there is only one solution: cooperation over competition. In the end, I would like to share a quotation of famous philosopher Mr. Hegel. What we learn from history that we didn't learn from history. I would like to thank Professor Wallace, Professor Diana for their valuable time and efforts for coaching us, for helping us throughout this event. And especially I've been in Unitalks for a year and I've seen so much help and encouragement from these professors. I would like to thanks once again. And I would like to thank the viewers and the participants who came to listen us and give us their time, their valuable time. They could have done many other things, many other productive things, but they given us time. I thank you very much. And we are looking for your votes. We will be thankful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Excellent.
Good job.
Coming to my negative final focus, competition is perhaps the most mischaracterized and misunderstood aspect of human relations. My opponent made a point about hurt feelings and the argumentative nature of competition. Yet still, the irony of this situation is that we ourselves are engaged in a competition where we argue, and yet this competition enables both of us to come across newer perspectives on the world around us and new ideas and thought processes that we could not have thought about ourselves. Competition plays its part in so many different phenomena in the human civilization. It is so integral to the human experience that only focusing on its negative extremes and downplaying its importance is quite a naive way of assessing the situation. Innovation and creativity are nurtured and sustained by competition. I reiterate this point. The fruits born out of the endeavors of one are enjoyed by many, and this has been exemplified by history time and time again. The evolution of philosophy demonstrates this to a great extent. We saw the rise of several different schools of thought in ancient Greece, from the likes of Stoicism, skepticism, altruism, and so many others, as a result of different philosophers competing with each other in order to come up with better and more sensible philosophies. Competition also reinforces the fundamental drive behind life and human endeavor, the quest to overcome challenges and adversities by one's own abilities and effort. It is impossible for a cooperative environment to develop these traits of character in an individual. The path we walk alone is the path that defines who we are the best. Regardless of whether we like competition or not, it is a matter of fact that competition is an inseparable aspect of our lives. An example that I want to mention is about clinical depression. You see, depression is a state where things we enjoy and the things we love, we don't feel the same level of excitement in those things anymore. And it's quite sad, and it's quite a sad state. It's quite a sad state of mind. And one of the ways you overcome depression is by overcoming your struggles, the problems that you face in your life. A friend of mine said something that I found to be quite profound, and I want to mention that. He said, and I quote, that it's not the destination that matters. It's the path that we walk that matters, the path where we face our struggles, the path where we overcome challenges. It is that path that defines who we are. And competition is the fuel, it's the source of energy for that trait. And with that, I conclude my negative final focus. I extend my thanks to the international juries, Professor Wallace, Professor Diana. You guys, provided this amazing platform, amazing opportunity for me. And, and also our wonderful hosts, Abha and Mahashamshi, and especially our audience members. You guys have, given us your attention and our time, and I'm really, grateful about that. And I believe the points that I made are clear and concise. They are strong, and I believe that I deserve your votes. Thank you.
Good job, guys. Yeah, wonderful. Now you have 2 international juries to give you comments. So you are very special now. Professor Amelia, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Wow. I think that's going to be pretty hard to beat that one. I thought that was amazing. Yeah, I loved it. The respect that you showed each other was absolutely outstanding. The scope that you both used, again, outstanding. And your evidence, especially contestant 11, in your negative, the negative speaker. Yeah, your evidence was so well backed up. I thought you did a lot of research. At one point, I actually think you even swayed your opponent to actually agree with your argument.
Thank you so much.
I could see you go, and to me, that is the sign of a great debate. When you actually convinced your opponent that you are right. I thought you both did an outstanding job. You really, really did. For affirmative, you had some really good questions for your opponent here. And I think he answered them so well. Like, at one stage, like I was sitting here, like under the table going, congratulations, that was a super answer. At one point, I felt that, you were going off track a little bit. I would have liked you to stay on track. I got a little lost, like with one of your answers. But debating as well, like, is all about, trying to keep within the time limits, like that you were given. You both went over your times, but I have to say, and normally I'm one like to mark down on time, but this was the one time that I actually didn't mind you going over the time, because I absolutely thought it was amazing. I really did.
Thank you so much.
I really enjoyed this debate the most this evening so far. So congratulations to you both. You should both be extremely, extremely proud. I'd like to hear what Professor Quinn actually has to say on this one as well.
Prof. Amelia, it's like we were taking the same notes, because I almost felt like I didn't want them to stop speaking. It was just well articulated, and they complemented each other very well. And as you rightly say, it's at some stage that 11A almost swung to the other side, especially when 11N mentioned, that competition tends to create greater cooperation. He agreed very quickly, but disagreed. But one of the things that I'd expected 11A group to say is that, you see, with evolution, it is really survival of the most cooperative that makes evolution. So he failed to rebuttal, and so he kind of got won by 11N, because he caused a bit of just a little confusion. And it came out very clearly that there is greater cooperation that makes you more competitive. And for social species, they focus so much on animals. And so for me, social species are so common because cooperation makes it more likely that your genes will be passed on. And so that led to the evolution. And so when 11N tried to drum it in, 11A almost swayed to the other side. And it's just that from where I'm sitting, I was unable to tell you, oh my God, you're going to this other side. But I'm telling you, You really made me keep on my toes. You are both eloquent. 11A, and you are a debater, you're doing very well. The research component is breathtaking. I was so excited to see how much depth of research you've made. Note that 11A did not do research. I think he also got carried away the way I was on your side, because there was a lot of evidence that you attached to your points of argument, and that made it, that's what debate is all about. And you've all won in my own sense. So you've done very well. Keep it up, and I hope the rest of the competitors are seeing how well you're doing it, and we are expecting better debates for the next groups. So far, so very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the comments. I really do. Thank you. Thank you. It means a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, our international juries. These both are the first-time speakers, first-time debaters. So your words, I think, will give them a very good encouragement for their future endeavors. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Group 11, for that engaging debate. I absolutely loved it. I agree with all the points that the judges have made. Quite lovely feedback they've given you. You guys are smitten. I can clearly see that. I also want to point out how the affirmative side talked about Hegelian philosophy. We learn from history that we do not learn from history. And I saw how the negative side sort of subtly derived their final focus from it, talking about history. I absolutely love that. I quite picked on that. Loved both of the sides cooperating in this subtle cooperation in this competition. Absolutely loved it. Before we move on, I want to ask the judges how they're feeling, since they are all amped up. Moving on with the competition, I want to ask how they're feeling. Professor Amelia?
I'm good, thank you. It's 10 p.m. here, and I have been in work since 5 a.m. this morning, and I have to go into work at 5 a.m. again tomorrow morning. So I think I may just last one more. That gets us halfway through. But I promise that I will listen to all of the speeches when I have a chance tomorrow evening, when I get home from work on YouTube, and I will score you once I have finished watching all of them, and I will pass on all of my feedback. You guys know, I write lots and lots of notes. Okay.
Oh, we've seen.
And all of this I've passed on to you guys. So I would say this will be the last one that I will listen to live. But I just want to wish you all the best of luck, and I'm really excited to listen to the rest of the videos. Professor Diana and Professor Wallace will pass on my feedback to you guys. Thank you so much for having me here, and hopefully I will see you again soon.
Professor Diana, thank you so much, Professor Amelia, for your words. Professor Diana, how are you feeling right now? Are we still excited for the upcoming?
Feeling hot, listening to the debate fire. So I think I might need one more air condition.
Yeah, represents our
Thank you guys. Yeah, with the background, well, watching and listening with their arguments. And as both the juries have mentioned, yes, this team, I had also mentioned during my training sessions as a mentor, that this team has really worked hard and their research skills are very high. And yes, all of you are doing good. Good job, guys. All the best. Looking forward to listen some few more and watch them. And if you make your debates changes, your arguments, how you're going to do. Let's see. Please take care of your timings. Good job, guys.
Thank you, Professor Diana, for that lovely feedback and how you're feeling. Let's move forward with group number 4. I'm quite eager to see how they break the standards that have been set so far. So group number 4, the floor is yours.
Good evening, the honorable jury and respective professors and beloved audience. It's an honor to have the chance being here. I am the affirmative speaker of Group 4, and I stand by the motion, on balance, cooperation should be prioritized over competition as means of success. My criterion today is healthy environment. First of all, I want to define cooperate and success. According to Cambridge Dictionary, cooperate is to act or work together for a particular purpose or to be helpful by doing what someone asks you to do. And according to Oxford Dictionary, success is the fact that you have achieved something that you want or have been trying to get or do. Everybody wants to succeed in their life. However, success is relative, right? There are many ways to succeed. Napoleon Hill said that it's literally true that you can succeed best and quickest by helping others to succeed. I believe you all have heard this quote and maybe you have experienced it before. And he further said that in order to achieve something big, cooperation is a must. One of the example is Walmart. Walmart is the biggest company founded by Sam Walton. And Walmart has many connections. And Sam Walton ever mentioned about his 10 ways of success. And 4 out of 10, he emphasized how important partner is. The four points that he mentioned are: treat your associate as a partner, motivate your partner, communicate every problems with your partner, and even appreciate everything that your partner do. You see, the owner of the biggest company didn't even mention competition. Instead, he insists for us to take a good care of our partner as the foundation of success. Because cooperation happens in every corner of this continent. Wherever you go, cooperate always happens, right? And Sam Walton said that even the owner of the company has to work with his underling to achieve something, because there is no word boss exists if there is no worker. And cooperate doesn't mean that we have to do it with someone who's socially equal with us, but we get to do it with whoever we want and whoever we trust. Every success there is must need a cooperation. Also, cooperating will benefit us a lot. We get to minimize our mistakes and we also get more perspective and skills. Thus, work success can be achieved easier by cooperating. As example, Disney released a series Mickey Mouse and many other great series. However, Mickey Mouse has already been there and people barely know about it anymore. So they created Disneyland in 1955. By doing this, they revived the series Mickey Mouse and they also gained a lot of benefit from the Disneyland. Therefore, I emphasize that cooperation should be prioritized over competition as means of success. Thus, I conclude my affirmative constructive. Thank you.
Good evening to the honorable international juries and the audience. It's an honor to have the chance to be here today. I'm the negative speaker of Group 4, in which I disagree with the motion cooperation should be prioritized over competition as means of success. According to Cambridge English Dictionary, cooperation is the act of working together with someone or doing what they ask you to do. On the other hand, also, according to Cambridge English Dictionary, competition is the situation in which someone is trying to win something or be more successful than someone else. Now, the definition of success, according to English Oxford Dictionary, is the fact that you have achieved something that you want and have been trying to do or get. It's nice to have a valid competition. It pushes you to do better. This is a quote from the founder of Versace, Gianni Versace. Although the current society is starting to view competition as something negative, it's undeniable that competition has been the driving force behind many notable achievements. Without competition, the interest rate to advance oneself would be diminished, and everyone would settle for only mediocrity. Therefore, I am of the view that competition is crucial to achieving success. This is because competition motivates us. Competition encourages interaction, and competition boosts creativity and innovation. First and foremost, competition is a driving motivator that leads us to success. It adds pressure, and that will keep us focused on our goals. Generally, we are less inclined to give up, but if we know our rival is catching up to us, we will most likely do our best to surpass them. For instance, the space race, which was the rivalry between the Soviet Union and the United States, has actually led to one of the humankind's greatest achievements, which was putting a man on the moon. Hence, this is a proof that competition makes us overcome our obstacles. It pushes us to do our farthest limits. Furthermore, the existence of rivalry encourages interaction that is essential in succeeding. It is a catalyst in building relationships. Notably, this is as shown in this quote by Abraham Lincoln. A friend is one who has the same enemies as you have. Consequently, Many alliances were formed to achieve a shared goal as competition brings people together. For example, in sporting events such as the Olympic Games, it is a time where everyone puts aside their differences and come together to support their team. Moreover, the sense of pride they have they have results in them giving encouragement to each other to succeed. In brief, interaction and support promoted by rivalry contributes to success. On top of that, creativity and innovation, which are necessary qualities for success, is stimulated by competition. In turn, we will strive to do more than is required, reaching new heights just to overcome our rivals. Many companies adopt innovative businesses strategies to stay ahead of the competition. For illustration, Apple set itself apart from the cloud, thinking differently and designing their products. They put more focus on the designs of their products compared to other tech companies. As a result, many other tech companies have been trying to copy the designs of their products, such as the iPhone. In short, competition breeds originality, and it will pave the way of success. With that, I will conclude my negative speech. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much for your speech. And now we will move on to the cross-examination. I only have two questions. Don't you think by competing and developing further advanced technology, it will only enlarge the gap between the poor and the rich?
No, absolutely. Because the gap between the rich and poor does not only rely on the competition between the large companies, but also on many factors. Maybe the most important factor will be the government policy. For example, there is no more harsher than the competition between the East Asian countries' companies. Yet, the percentage of the poor people in one of these countries is less than 0.6%, according to the latest data supplied by the World Bank. It's almost nothing compared to the middle class and the rich class in that specific country. That's all for my answer.
My second question is, there are many things that you can learn from college. Apart from the lesson, which one do you think will be more beneficial? Learn how to compete or how to cooperate?
Oh,
that is all for my question.
Okay, I would say learn how to compete, then cooperate. Yes, cooperation is important, but competition is a way more important skill, because this skill will be there to help you in your hardest and darkest days. And that's all for my answer. Thank you so much. My question is, how can we make a decision when there is so many minds in one cooperation?
Okay, thank you for your question. Yes, it will be a problem to make a decision. Moreover, if all the ideas that were thrown are good. So there must be a leader. That way they can state the plus and minus of each statement, and the leader can be making the final decision. Thank you.
That's all for my question.
I will now begin my affirmative rebuttal. Cooperation should be prioritized over competition. Earlier, you mentioned about Olympics. However, I disagreed with you because on Olympics, success is winning, right? But you being better by competing is not the most crucial thing for you to win. Because when one play basketball or volleyball or other sports that they do not win by their individual skills. They win because they cooperate together. Then if you ask me, how about swimming or running or other single sportsmanship? They are, yes, it is individual skills, but they are not alone. They are never alone. The reason how an athlete can compete in the first place because they have a coach. They have a coach to train them. They also has a supporter that keep their mental stable. And talking about developing skills, when you cooperate, one must not just think about they must compete because they must upgrade their skills because they must compete. It's simply to reach their goal. And also, you can develop skills easier when you cooperate, right? You can ask your partner in things that you are lacking so you can add more value to yourself. According to skillsunit.com, traditionally, parents and teachers alike have believed that exposing children to a harsh competition early on will prepare them for the competition in the adulthood. However, many researchers have found that encouraging cooperation in the classroom actually leads to a greater and more lasting achievement among students. It is also stated that putting students to study cooperatively rather than competitively will bring a more positive vibe in the classroom. Cooperation also has many solid proof of minimalizing poverty and malnutrition. As example, Design Council Eleanor Lambert made an event called Met Gala per 13 September 2021. And this event is under many actresses cooperation. By buying the ticket, which is 30,000 US dollar. And not to mention, it has many other big sponsorship. And it is purely to minimize poverty and malnutrition. In the other hand, competitivity almost takes us to downfall. A huge example is World War II. World War II happened because country A invaded country B to monopolize it and gain its territory. The reason is none other than greed. There are many casualties that we don't even need to mention. I mean, competitive is cool, but when you compete, there is always a beneficiary party and a grief party. And there is always has a chance to harm others. That is why competition will never succeed in achieving the ideal of the healthy environment. Thus, I emphasize that cooperation should be prioritized over competition. That concludes my rebuttal. Thank you very much.
I will now start my negative rebuttal. First of all, you see the owner of Amazon company did not mention competition earlier, and he only mentioned cooperation. Well, he might just didn't want to mention it. Not mentioning something does not minimize its value at all. A high percentage that it may be because of personal reasons. Now, I want to ask a question for each one of you. What are we competing for in this competition? I asked myself this question. It's really tricky, you see. I thought it's because that I want to win this competition. I mean, that's the normal answer, right? That's we are called competitors. But is that really the number one reason for me? No, that's not really the case for me. The number one reason for me is to compete myself. You see, that's the thing about competition. It drives you to achieve more, to expand our horizons, to challenge and motivate us, to enter competition mostly for that single reason. Now, I want to define the terms again really quick. Success, according to English Oxford Dictionary, is the fact that you have achieved something that you want and have been trying to do or get. Competition, according to English Cambridge Dictionary, is a situation in which someone is trying to win something or be more successful than someone else. So you see, competition is a situation in which someone is trying to win something, and success is the fact that you have achieved something that you want and have been trying to do. You see, the similarity is about 70%, if not more. On the other hand, cooperation, according to a Cambridge English Dictionary, is the act of working together with someone or doing what they ask you to do. There is no desire and passion here, thus might not achieve success. Another thing is about competition is it can be a purpose of life. I can easily say I want to be the best in software engineering field, and that is my purpose in life. But let me ask you, can cooperate be a purpose of life? With that, I want to conclude my rebuttal speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your speech. And now moving on to the cross-examination too. I have only one question. You know, competition also has a bad connotation. What do you think about people who does everything, even cheating, in order to win the competition?
Okay, thank you for your question. Yes, you know, this might be a cause of pupils' disability to cope with the pupil they are competing with. But that will not mean they will not improve or that they will not gain any benefit out of this. You see? And about the cheating part, I think if the competition is managed under a strict group, there will not be such thing. An example of this is this is competition we are going right now has no cheating. So if it's under a strict group, that's why it's possible to not cheat in a competition. Thank you for your question. So my first question is, do you think cooperation can stand alone without competition as a means of success?
Thank you for your question, my dear opponent. Yes, I think so. I believe as long as we have vision and goal in mind, we don't need to compete. because while making this debate script, I was thinking, what is the point for us to compete in the first place anyway? I believe that we don't need other success achievement to improve. That's so, in cooperation, we can collaborate and we can develop many things together, and we can learn from them, and they can learn from us. That way, maybe no one will be needed to left behind. We can move forward together, unlike competition. That is all for my answer.
Okay, thank you for your answer. My second question is, you keep talking about the World War II. Do you think if World War II didn't happen, we would be this advanced?
Yes, I think so. While I know that it boosted the creativity for the advanced technology, but I also think that people who might invented a greater technology might have caught in World War II. So the difference is in World War II, there are many casualties, but the result will remain the same or maybe greater. That is all for my answer. Thank you.
That's all for my questions. Thank you.
I will now begin my affirmative final focus. I believe competition and cooperation both has a plus and minus. However, I still think that cooperation is the most important and crucial thing. Because in this kind of world, you will not survive if you are alone. That is how harsh this world is. Also, in addition, many successful people never taught us to always be better than others, but they always taught us to get as many connections as you can. Even right now, if you want to start a business, you definitely cannot start alone. You need a partner, you need the backups, you need sponsorship, and you need many more partners. And if you see the big picture, we don't even need to be better than others. We can set our goal, and once we succeed, once we achieve our goal, we can set another new goal. And with cooperating, your partner can always fill your odds, because Simon Waring said once that effectively change is almost impossible without industry-wide collaboration, cooperation, and consensus. As I said before, cooperation has been a huge help to poverty and malnutrition, and there are many organizations that has been helping it through the year. And I believe if big companies stop competing and pay more attention toward this problem, poverty will not exist in this world anymore. And by that process, I believe that crime rate also will be decreasing, because according to PLOS One, poverty caused 63% of crime rate. And I believe efficiently decreasing poverty cannot be achieved by competing, and it will be only achieved by cooperating. That way, maybe this world do not have to be so harsh anymore. Therefore, I ensure that I stand by the motion, on balance, cooperation should be prioritized over competition as means of success. That concludes my affirmative final focus. And I sincerely thank you for the honorable jury, respected professors, and beloved audience for having me. Thank you very much.
Now, I will start my negative final focus. In a nutshell, competition indeed tends to create a greater cooperation. Competition is essential in motivating individuals, businesses, and nations to give their best. In addition, it also encourages people to interact and form alliances, and it drives people to reach new heights in all kinds of sectors. Thus, competition is indeed inherent in humankind. I know that every one of you heard the sentence, competition will expand your horizons, or it will help you to extend your limits, from me or from any other of my respective debaters many times. But even though I still don't believe that you really heard it enough. It's the core point of your life, to challenge your limits. Like if I am going to give an example about a child, his limits are like this, and he grows up and face some difficulties and then expand his limits. Then he grows up more, compete others and himself to extend his limits more and more. Now, I want to use your imagination to see how limitless is this and how really competition is inherent in humankind. On the other hand, cooperation, yes, it is important and makes you achieve your goals faster, but is it really that important? Is it so inherent, integral part of success as competition is? Thank you so much. And with that, I want to conclude my final speech. Please vote for us if we were able to catch your interest. Thank you so much, Teacher Wallace, Teacher Diana, and a special powerful thanks to our honorable international juries for giving us some of their precious time.
Great. Thank you so much for your wonderful debate. Now I'll request Professor Quinn to give comments. Thank you, Professor Quinn.
Okay, group 4A and 4N, wonderful. That was really good. That was a very good effort. You spoke really fast. Both of you spoke so fast, and I assume that enabled you to beat on time. You managed your time very, very well. The question is that perhaps sometimes when people debate and speak very fast, you manage the time, but you lose the audience or you gain both. That one is a story for another day. But 3 comments. One, whenever we cite the dictionary, whenever we cite dictionary definitions in an argument like this one, make sure you give us the Cambridge or the Oxford Dictionary definition, and then relate it with the topic of discussion. How does it then get into the context in which you're talking? I noticed, and I'll not say whether it is 4N or 4A, I'll just say in general 3 things. So just make sure you connect the definition from Cambridge or dictionary, which is a good thing, but relate it to the context of the topic. Otherwise, it will just be one of those things that even the audience can extract the definition from. So let us connect with that definition in relation to what you mean. 2, when we now start to rebuttal, and this specifically is to 4N, you add all the points put together and you did very well. But when now you do the response, one, we need to acknowledge what the answers the opponent has given. Because then if we just go on to the next question, how assure you that he has addressed that question well? The whole essence of debate is like, you ask me that, what is your name? I'm Queen Juma. So is that the satisfactory answer you wanted? But in both cases, each of you asked question, pap, the other one responded the second, and then the other one asked, and then we are not sure if those are the expected answer or you shared a marking scheme. And so it's just one of those things you need to think about. But generally, you are calm and very collected for A. You were able to answer those questions with a lot of calmness. You responded. What I don't know is whether those are the answers you expected, but you've done very well. You kept us on our toes and I kept on writing. And so I'm so excited to have been part of the listening team. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Quinn. Now let me ask Professor Amelia for giving the comments before she go for the day.
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, I'm on the same page, I think, as Professor Quinn. These are all my notes here as well, that you basically touched on. Like Professor Quinn said, you know, at one stage it just seemed like a Q&A session. Okay, I didn't hear any arguments back defending like what the resolution that you are arguing over. Another thing that I want to touch on was, like Professor Quinn said, I felt like some things got lost a little bit as well. Again, relating things to the context of the dictionary. I'm a stickler also for grammar and pronunciation. Okay, and this, it needs a little bit of work. Okay, and I'm being very honest with my feedback, and please do not take it personally. And I mean this to all the contestants. It's not just group 4A and 4N. This is for absolutely everybody. When you are citing names like the Oxford Dictionary, or somebody mentioned like Versace this evening, you need to get those names down correctly. Okay, you need to get your singular and your plurals down. Okay, I noticed that like from contestant 4A. You both just need to work a little bit on your grammar and your pronunciation. And as Professor Quinn said, you were speaking so fast. I'm looking at the time here and it's me, oh my gosh, they've packed so much in to those like 3 minutes. I think you went like to about 3 minutes, 40 seconds. But my God, I'm busy trying to write down all of these notes and just trying to keep up with you guys. At the end of the day, you both did an amazing job. If this is your first debate, I think, a little bit of work, slow down a little bit, rebuild and reiterate your points. Okay, and that's what we like to hear, like in debates, especially like when you are doing your answers. It's not just a yes, okay, or no, I don't agree with you. You need to reiterate your points. The fact about is like you need to rebuild your case at the very, very end and just fight for that. But on the whole, you both had some very good analogies. Contestant 4A, just one more thing. I think I need to see you believe more in what you're saying and what you're speaking about. I just want to see that come across. And sometimes I felt like that you were just reading a speech, that you weren't really fighting for what you were supposed to be believing in. But on the whole, this is a fantastic competition, and I'm very sorry that I have to leave it right now. But you both did a great job. You should all be very proud. Your families should be very proud. I think we'll see a lot more of you guys. So well done.
Thank you so much, Professor
Thank you
Emilia.
so much, professors.
Thank you, Professor Emilia. Thank you, Professor Quinn. Good job, guys. Keep going. Thank you. Host, please take
Thank
over.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, professors, for that lovely feedback. A very good night to Professor Amelia taking her leave. Thank you, Group 3, for that wonderful discussion. I like how you brought out each other's energies and played with, you guys were quite a dynamic. You played with each other's energies, you bounced off of that, and you put forth strong arguments. And a very thank you to all the lovely audience present here today. You are highly valued by us, and you will get to express your love and support for your favorite group of competitors by voting. After each group, a popper will appear on the screen, and you can vote accordingly for your favorite set of competitors. This is also streamed live on Facebook and YouTube, so go ahead and type in your favorite set of competitors in the chat box for them to get selected and win this competition. Thank you. Now, I would like to call upon group number 10 to keep the heat going. Group number 10, the floor is yours.
Greetings to one and all. I am the affirmative speaker of Group 9, and I shall be advocating for cooperation on the topic, is cooperation better than competition? With that, I shall now be delivering my constructive speech. So what do you mean by cooperation? Well, according to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, this terminology denotes the actions of someone who is being helpful by doing what is wanted or asked for, the common good. Cooperation as a concept should be prioritized over competition, as cooperation leads to greater self and collective development, ingenuity, and enables society as a whole to prosper. Cooperation reinforces a strong bonding between individuals as they work in very close environments and also expands their ability of handling and dealing with all sorts of people. There's the common proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. That quote does an excellent job signifying the extent of growth and development that can be achieved only through the means of cooperation. I stand firm on the pathway to cooperation. As for me personally, cooperation is more valuable because the way I describe success is not just having to enjoy the fruits of my own triumph alone, but being surrounded by good people who help one another and provide the ability to love, knowing that you'll always be supported and always be taken care of. I'm now going to talk about why cooperation should be prioritized over competition. A point worth noting is that more minds leads to a greater innovation. One of the best examples of cooperation is in Feb 1919, when Albert Einstein, who was still relatively unknown at that time, worked with Frank Dyson and Arthur Eddington to help him prove his theory by capturing a photo of the solar eclipse. Hence, this exemplifies that even successful people like Albert Einstein once had to cooperate to prove his theory. Cooperation also enables you to learn or gain experience on how to deal with people of all kinds, coming from distinctive backgrounds. As our society steers towards a more multicultural environment, It is essential that we cope with a wide range of attitudes, personalities, perspectives, and other human qualities in our society. Cooperation in the individual level would prove to be advantageous in such an environment as it would thus allow us to obtain a wealth of knowledge about different cultures of those people and gain ample of experience to how to deal with them. Last but not the least, cooperation enables a healthy competition which doesn't lead to rivalry. In a meta-analysis of 122 studies by Johnson et, it was found that both cooperation and competition with intergroup competition and individualistic efforts for achieving goals. This result was supported by Pitinin and Maps, finding that intergroup competition effectively improved group cooperation and delivered better results. In conclusion, it is important to recognize that we require cooperation and competition to work hand in hand in our everyday lives to the various hurdles and obstacles we face, but it's cooperation that is prioritized over competition. Before I end it, I would like to say individually it's just a drop, but together it's an ocean.
Greetings to my professors, the audience, and the international jury. I'll be taking a negative stance on today's motion on cooperation over competition. Competition and cooperation are two traits studied in several fields such as neuroscience and philosophy. Great philosophers such as Sigmund Freud and Karl Marx have spent a time in their lives studying competitiveness and its opposite, cooperation, and how it is pertinent to their respective fields of study. Today, I want to dissect the primal topic on why competitiveness is better than cooperation. Competition is defined by Cambridge Dictionary as the earnest effort for superiority or victory over another. The desire for one to conquer the other gives them drive to push past his rival's efforts. This insatiable desire to be the greatest creates a form of entertainment for spectators in the world of sports and other games. For example, an athlete may be motivated to reach his greatest potential when aware of how formidable their opponent may be. Hence, competition in this analogy may be of great importance to many people. In other industries, competition has helped companies pick the best suited candidates for employment based on experience and skill, which helps companies grow and innovate better. An example I'd like to give to you is multinational technology company Amazon, where the founder, former CEO was infamous for hosting very rigorous interviews to pick the best candidates. This is why the company is as successful as it is today. Competition has been praised in the world of biology by biologists such as Richard Dawkins and the great Charles Darwin as a driving force for adaptation. According to biologist Ernst Mayr, a natural selection is often called the most unique part of Darwin's theory. Competition is also called the struggle of life, had been thought of as a reason for that a given species might succeed or go extinct. For example, when a giraffe is born with a longer neck than its fellows, it gains an advantage because it is able to reach for more food. The longer necked giraffe is therefore stronger, lives longer, and more likely to have offspring. Companies have collaborated to compete with other companies on certain projects. The cooperation between two companies can yield benefits for both parties if we bring together different resources to solve a common problem. An example I'd give to you is partnership between camera company Carl Zeiss and phone manufacturers Vivo, who partnered together to gain a bigger market share and compete in an industry that is mostly dominated by companies such as Apple and Huawei. In conclusion, I believe competition is superior to cooperation in subjective circumstances. Both modalities are crucial in our daily lives, from simple tasks we do in our individual lives to compound situations such as governmental and industrial affairs. I'd like to end my negative construct by affirming that I believe competition propels us to the future in all aspects of our lives.
For my cross-examination, I have two questions for the negative speaker. If we seek competition over cooperation, wouldn't we live in a more chaotic community?
Well, competition can exist in two forms. Competition can exist as toxic competition or ethical or rather sustainable competition. Competition needs to be ethical in order for success to be obtained. If competition is detrimental, if competition is toxic, it'll be detrimental to the parties and may affect the interests of the competitor themselves. An example may be an athlete in 2012 who, according to Olympic health officials, was caught doping himself with a steroid called dihydrochloromethyltestosterone, which subsequently led to an 8-year ban for participating in any competitions. While a positive example of ethical competition is when two football rivals, Manchester City and Manchester United, came together to discourage racism.
Well, don't you think one of the reasons for climate change is companies competing for more profits, like producing more harmful emissions?
Well, that may have been the result as people were competing for better advancements. But now that people are aware of how the malignant effects of global warming, we're now seeing a shift on what people are competing for. Companies are now competing for better and more efficient energy solutions, such as solar energy, hydrogen energy, nuclear power, and so on. This goes to show that, in fact, competition will be our savior from the climatic catastrophe we're facing right now. My only question for you is, for this round, is: do we live in a more cooperative or competitive society?
Thank you, dear competitor, for asking me this question. Well, as you can see nowadays, many people have implemented cooperation in their daily life. Why do I say so? People around us are working together to achieve results and helping each and other to achieve a common goal. Not to mention the past, not the future, why not look at the present? The pandemic that struck the whole world has been becoming worse since the worst few months. Research teams had come together and vaccines are created to fight off this deadly disease. All the countries on earth are helping one another by providing resources that they need, giving out vaccines and the help needed. Citizens in every country also did their part in this pandemic. They came together and helped the needy. Despite the risk of getting infected by the virus, they distributed free food and accessories and helped those who lost their jobs due to this pandemic. Citizens also cooperated by staying at home whenever they were told to and got vaccinated. Due to this, the ever-rising number of coronavirus cases had come to a stage where we can see a huge overturn. I hope I have answered your question.
Okay, thank you.
Jumping into the affirmative rebuttal. In cooperation, we work alongside each other because different people have different ideas and perspectives. As saying goes, no man is an island. Cooperation blends into our life from different aspects that no one can know. As my dear competitor has stated, two types of competitions that can see nowadays are competitors that are oriented towards scarcity, fear, seeking validation and attention, and winning at all the cost at the expense of others. Competition is unhealthy when it presupposes that there's only a limited amount of success or achievement available out there. That assumption is based on scarcity and fear rather than abundance. It says I have to fight to get my piece of pie, or else someone will get that. The mentality of whatever it takes can lead to all sorts of bad decisions and unethical practices, unlike cooperation where success is shared and no one gets left behind. When competition is motivated by a desire to get attention and validation from others, it is ultimately coming from a place of insecurity and self-doubt. This weaker foundation negatively impacts one's ability to perform and complete at the height of their potential. At the same time, it's so narrowly self-focused and it forgets about the broader team or community. While cooperation makes each and every person give out their utmost performance, competition can become even unhealthier when it's about bringing others down. It's one thing to be motivated by self-interest, but another thing to start actively destroying the performance of others. This ill intention not only hurts others, but also eats at the core of the person or entirety, doling it out. This is all for my affirmative rebuttal.
Sorry, my negative rebuttal. The idea of being beaten by another entity forces you to push to your limits. Cooperation can cause complacency due to one feeling that they can share the load with others and they don't have to do anything since it's group effort. Even in the vaccine research, vaccine research given by my fellow opponent, it contains a missing element of competition. In truth, the two main COVID vaccine manufacturers, Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson, have had a battle for which vaccine has high efficacy. If there was no competition, would high efficacy vaccines be developed at such a fast rate? I don't think so. In a cooperative environment, trust is essential for environment to be functional and fruitful. If someone is clandestine, it will diminish their efforts. Also, a difference in views and beliefs between people may rupture this circle of trust and build conflict. Hence, the system would fail. According to greedhead.net, honorary office bearers of a cooperative society have very little incentive to work hard for the society. There's no direct link between effort and reward. Members are often ignorant of the principles of cooperation. Office bearers may misuse funds for personal interests. Lack of competition may slacken efforts. In education, cooperative learning may not be the most efficient as people learn at different speeds. Furthermore, in a cooperative society, many people feel afraid to disagree with popular opinions, hence innovation is limited. A person may feel afraid to jeopardize their friendship, their relationship with their coworkers, which may limit new ideas. In contrast, the whatever it takes mentality is the greatest drive for initiative and progress based on Frederick Herzberg's research. By that, I'd like to conclude by affirming my standpoint of competition being better than cooperation as a driving force for getting things done, innovating, and progressing.
Well, for my cross-examination, I have two questions for the negative speaker. Based on your rebuttal, the strong stays above while the weak stays below. How do you deal with the inequality in society?
Well, the weak, as you'd like to call them, are encouraged to cooperate with others for the sole purpose of competing with the stronger. Hence, everyone is driven to improve themselves. And since we're favoring ethical competition, the stronger opponent would not be competing with those he feels are not worthy of his effort. The weaker opponents can also learn from the stronger opponents. Resilience, perseverance, and tenacity are built from competition.
And for the second question, by saying whatever it takes mentality is the greatest drive, is it for sure the group of people being toned down exists? What are you going to do about it?
Well, there's an Irish proverb that goes, the world does not make a racehorse out of a donkey. While this may seem brash, it simply implies that we're not all built for the same task. We're different and should find something we're good at when we encounter something we're not good at. This reduces the difficult process of forcing something that is not meant to be. Hence, we can move on. Now, coming to my cross-examination, I'd like to ask, my first question would be, do you think the world would be as developed as it is today if we lived in a more cooperative or competitive society?
Well, okay, before I answer your question, let me ask you, what do you think the world would be like if the world wars didn't happen? How do you think the world would fare if companies did not bankrupt its competitors out of existence? And how do you think human beings in general would have fought and they not fought countless wars over the centuries in an attempt to compete for resources or power? I can't tell the height to where we could have reached, but what I can deduce is that we would have been decades ahead of where we are now. Had human beings not given into primitive instinct for competition, rather resorted to a rational approach of cooperation, then perhaps millions of lives may not have been lost for nothing, and decades of innovation and development could have been achieved much sooner. It takes a rational mind to rise above the primitive urge to fight over resources or power.
Now, my next question is, how would people find motivation in a cooperative environment when there isn't much effort required?
Well, you need motivation when you're competing alongside others for a sport reserved for a few. So the actual question should be, why should a system be designed in such a way in the first place? I want to give an example of, let's say, a project work to illustrate how we can do things differently. Instead of making different groups compete for a chance to receive the contract of a given project, we could assign them to do different parts of the project, working jointly together. This way, the best of each of their ideas will be utilized and implemented accordingly. It is absolutely wrong to say that less effort is needed when we cooperate, because in cooperation, no matter how big the task is, each and everyone in the team carries a big responsibility solving it together. And for my final focus, once again, a very good evening to all the judges, juries, and spectators. We have finally reached the final focus of our debate session. To summarize why I frame cooperation over competition is because it is the fact that with cooperation, the future will be more advanced and available to mankind and makes daily life easier. If it wasn't for cooperation, life wouldn't be as fulfilled as today. Why so? Cooperation can make the difference between success and failure for many businesses. When employees dedicate more time to their duties in a cooperative workplace, they are more productive and things get done more quickly and efficiently. Valuable time is not lost, resolving, breaking, and conflict between employees and management when there is cooperation at the workplace. Teamwork is a mark of cooperation at workplace. Teamwork makes the dream work, says author John C. Maxwell. In a cooperation-rich workplace, individuals will voluntarily engage in an open discussion, management and employees work together and try to keep arguments to a minimum. In other words, no one has to lose for you to win. In the present days, we can see cooperation everywhere we go, from cleaners of the street to the king of the country, and from families to workplace, from families to the workplace. Decades back, the Wright brothers gave us all the wings. James Watson and Francis Crick illuminated the structure of life. John Lennon and Paul McCartney held our hands with music. Larry and Sergey Brin brought the internet to our fingertips. Without them, there will be never what it is today. We are gradually moving towards a world that is more friendly, liberally, and is more cooperative, and a world that understands that much more can be done by hands of working together than by hands of few working against each other. Let us move the past, the backdated practice of our overcoming one another, and come to human terms of cooperating with them instead. With that, I would like to conclude my final focus, and I hope my arguments were convincing, and I would be honored to have earned your respective votes. I would finally like to end by expressing my gratitude to Professor Wallace, Professor Diana, and Professor Emilia for their gratitude and wisdom.
My final focus, my negative final focus rather, I would like to address how my opponent mentioned the unhealthy nature of competition as it is driven by ego. However, competition is not limited to humans only. We see competition in biology in the form of evolution and adaptation. The giraffe example I gave earlier is one to be kept in mind. Nature is programmed to always find the best way to do something. According to Netflix documentary Explaining the Mind, our human brains are made to award us chemically for certain tasks. Competition is a trait that builds motivation and perseverance. It is one that keeps us moving forward and thinking out of the box. Another point I'd like to mention is how my opponent said cooperation is what could drive us to a more advanced world, but this is not based on any evidence, but rather contingent. On the other hand, competition is our main propellant. The space race in the 1950s led to great discoveries of the cosmos, and even now, the space race between the two aerospace companies, SpaceX and Blue Origin, in recent times has led to the innovation of reusable rockets. In business, there is a theory called Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which is a list of needs one must get in order to be motivated. At the top of the hierarchy is self-actualization. This is defined by thoughtcode.com as the desire to become the best one can be, which means competing with someone may help you become the best you can possibly be, which is exactly what we need in a thriving society, people trying to be the best they can possibly be. There are endless cases of how competition helps us advance, and this is why I support it. Thank you for your time, and I hope this was a compelling debate. I'd like to express my gratitude to Professor Wallace, Professor Diana, the international jury, and the audience. Thank you.
Great job, guys. Now let me request Professor Quinn to give comments on your debate. Thank you, Professor Quinn. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Wallace. I think this is another team that really caught me engaged throughout the period they spoke. They're very strong speakers, both of them, strong debaters. And I think they really kept each other on their toes. They looked both very calm, composed, very smart guys, and you seem to have done a lot of homework. I must commend you for this. Three things I must observe. I must commend for, what is it called, 10A, for the way you transitioned your questions, acknowledgements before you responded to 10N's rebuttal and questions and case analysis. It made it very smooth and it was in harmony. That is what it is all about debate. You got to acknowledge the other person's comments and then make it seamless as you transition to answering their question. That you achieved very well. For 10N, you've done very well as you are composed. You stayed giving us very wonderful research findings and connecting us to the world. I like the part where you are able to even connect with the AstraZeneca, the COVID-19 vaccine, in relation to competitiveness and innovation that is currently going on in the society and in the global space. So that in itself, that illustration connected us with what is happening now. And that also indicated the level of research you've done and the passion you had around this topic. Now, something else that perhaps I needed to talk about is, you see, 10N group, at some stage, you almost backed up 10A, especially when you are trying you are talking about the weak one is required to cooperate with the stronger one. So you kind of bought the idea from your opponent, and at that point, if we're strict enough, then the point would have gone to your opponent. So you need to be very careful when you are giving a rebuttal that you stick to your points. Otherwise, if you have a very strong opponent, sometimes they can sway you the other way. But having said all that, you've given us a very good session. It was wonderful. You spoke very eloquently, and most of your points were well articulated. Thank you, and that was good.
Thank you,
Thank
Professor.
you, Professor Quinn. Thank you. Good job, 10A. You were sick, but you tried your best to come up here today and made a good show. Professor Dana, something to say before we move to the next?
Thank you, Professor Wallace. I totally agree with Professor Quinn, our jury member. Yes, they both have done an excellent job. I also like the examples from both of you, right from the Albert Einstein to Amazon, how you worked on to choosing the candidate, and the vaccination, which Professor Quinn mentioned. That is also the best one. And from both of you have done a good job. So congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dana. Host, please take over. Thank you.
Thank you, professors, for the wonderful feedback you've given them. Group number 10, you guys were quite amazing. Thank you for keeping the flow alive. The heat is still going on. It is still as much as interesting as it was from the start. I am quite engaged for each and every second you guys have put out there. Now, I want to wholeheartedly welcome group number 12 on the floor. Group number 12, the floor is yours.
Thank you, host. Good evening, one and all. Respected all Global Unitalks jury members, professors, and all the dear mates and audience. Today, I'm affirmative speaker of Group 12. I'm here before you, advocating in favor on the topic, cooperation is better than the competition. Cooperation plays a vital and a crucial part in overall development of a human being. It is the collective aim of achieving a goal for a benefit and upliftment of everyone in the society. According to the Oxford Dictionary, cooperation means that the fact of doing something together or working together towards a shared aim. However, competition can be beneficial in upgrading a skill, but it collapses the individual's self-confidence with a single loss. Agreeing on the part of the personal development, cooperation is more preferable and prioritized than the competition, in which the person's best version is shown in the society. Moving further, we can take the example of the teamwork, where the teamwork is the major bearer of the competition, through which not only the individual's productivity is enhanced, but the society also. In the modern era, embraces the society, which is the problematic one, instead of embracing the cooperation for the individual's positive and a societal growth. According to the Karl Marx theory, man is a social animal. He is born in the society, he grows in the society, he lives in the society, and ultimately he dies in the society. Which means that without the societal coordination and cooperation, an individual cannot live in the society. He cannot live in an isolated manner. Today's societal conditions can be blamed for the high competition across the world. School teaches the students to compete academically, whereas in the business world, the promotions and the salary increments are offered on the basis of merit and improvement of the performance, which is again a competition. Big businessmen, learning institutions, healthcare institutions, as well as parents still perpetuate the competition element disregarding the cooperation. None of them realizes the adverse effect of the competition on competition element on the today's modern era. It's quite unfortunate that people are not taught cooperative skills in early ages, which is the reason that fostered the culture of competition. In today's era, cooperation involves making the welfare of all together as the talented individuals uplift the skills of the less talented individuals who lag behind, who left behind the race. The skills of the cooperation should be imparted in individual at early ages only, so that when they grow up as adults, they value and embrace the cooperation. Further, cooperation is not only helpful in individuals' life, but also helps in running and governing the nation, that is, in the formulation of various governmental policies. According to the present scenario, the cooperative government can easily achieve its agendas and manifestations than the competitive government, because in the cooperative government there is a cooperation between the government, so they can achieve their all agendas in amicable manner without any hurdles and obstacles in their way, whereas in a competitive government they barely achieve their agendas and policies due to the adverse competition between them and mocking each other's policy, which ultimately results in the collapse of the government. Here I end up with the quote given by the Aquinas in his book, The Research in the Society. If the cooperation prevails in the society, the big fish will win and survive the regime, which means that the powerful and talented people will only survive in the society. Thank you. And now I would like to hand over to my opponent.
Thank you, opponent. Hello, everyone. So, according to my fellow opponent, cooperation is better than competition. So, let me get this straight. Cooperate with me and let me win. Will you? No. Dude, the world without competition will be exactly like Netflix without password and iPhone without charger. That is useless. Do you think you would have worked so hard if you and I were not competing today? No. Hola people, I'm the winner of the very first competition of my life, and you think you can get me on here? When millions of human sperm cells from my father swim towards my mother's waiting ovum, I along with few sperm cells reach there first. But we have to wait because best one was yet to be selected. And woohoo! With tough competition, I'm the winner, so standing today in front of you and debating. Charles Darwin, an English naturalist, geologist, and biologist, very well known for his contribution in science of evolution. He coined the theory of survival of fittest. That means in the nature also, you need to keep competing every single day and remain at your best just to survive. And that's true. You need to keep competing to survive, let alone be reaching at top. We work hard every single day so that we can gain more and we can provide a better life and life quality to our family. Taking example straight from my country, according to India Today and career360.com, around 30 to 40 lakh undergraduate students sit for medical and engineering entrance with very few thousand government seats. And I dare you, go to any of these aspirants. They are so competitive that they won't even let you know that they are more prepared than a hungry lion to attack. And they compete like their life depends on it. Honestly, with such a difference in the ratio of number of seats and number of applicants, very high difference, failure is inevitable and merely at the age of 17, 18 years. It's heartbreaking. It's painful when we don't live our expectation, when we don't reach our goals. And when I say this, believe me, it's painful because I have gone through this. And here comes very next important point, that competition teaches us that failure is important part of our life, how to tackle failure. My belief system goes very high when it comes to that. Competition teaches us that winning and losing is both are important part of life. Once we fail, we learn, we come back and we compete again, because competition makes us thrive for success, that if not this time, next time for sure. And I did it too. So today, standing in front of you as in process of becoming a doctor, speaker, and writer. Here comes my next point before I forget, that competition is not only about competing with others. It's also about competing with yourselves. Believe me, you need to set example for yourself first. I want to ask all my opponents today who are standing against me that on the days of sickness, pain, depression, anxiety, and heartbreak, if you would have cooperated with your body and stayed in your bed and waited to get over it, do you think you would have been standing here? No, because on those days, still you stood up. With pain in your heart, you all stood up, dressed up, and smiled. And believe me, that was not for the world to show. That was for ourselves to show that yes, we are better than yesterday. That was for that yes, we can compete with the best version of yesterday to be the better version of today. And this consistency has brought all of us here standing today, learning and leading towards our goal. With this, I rest my case without having a single doubt that I have not convinced my opponent that yes, competition is better than cooperation. I did not talk about any random fact or any random data from internet or any researches. It was all my life experience and beauty of nature. With this, I sign off the stage with a warm note that you know what people are scared of: success. When you don't climb a ladder, when you don't take a step, people love you because you are not a competition. By Nicki Minaj. So, guys, be a competition to yourselves and all everyone present out there. Thank you.
Okay. So my fellow opponent, that was a very really nice. I appreciate you. Now, moving towards the question round, my question to you is that, as you stated that competition tends to success, we have to clinch the ladder of the success. It leads an individual to achieve the position of what he wants. So what about the people who are less talented, who left behind this race of the competition? Don't you think that it creates a discriminatory part on those people? Can you please comment on this?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for your question. So, according to you, in competitive world, more talented people can get benefit, and less talented people are left over, right? So, for this, I would like to remind you of famous saying by Albert Einstein: "Everybody is genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, whole life it will believe that it was stupid." So first, do what you love. Do what is your passion. And every child is unique in their own way. But in the world full of competition, there has to be one winner and rest all will be learner. And even today also, we are debating, but there will be only one winner and rest will be learner. But you know what? Success is not permanent. It's our passion and hard work that we have to come back, we have to bounce again, and then we'll fight again so that we can be at top position and defeat everyone else. So competition gives us chance to win and also make us work hard so that we can thrive for success and we can achieve that top position. I hope I answered your question. Now I'll move to my cross examination. You mentioned in your debate that society is already towards competition, but you think that cooperation would have shaped society more better. Okay, let me ask now, then why you stood apart from all your batchmates to be a part of this debate competition? Why every day you work hard, you go to university, you train yourself, and then you want to have more profit, you want to gain more, and even though now it's like almost, I guess, 5 to 6 hours, but still we both are radiating full confidence and full energy because we both want to win. Because one day you also want to lead the world, one day you want to leave your competitor behind, you want to be ahead of everyone else. Then how you think you can explain this?
Okay. Thank you, my fellow opponent, for your question. First of all, like as you stated, everyone is here for the competition. So let me tell you that not everyone is here for the competition. What I personally think that, see, everyone can also be here present here for the learning, that what we learn to upgrade our skills, the abilities to debate, to counter, to generate some kinds of skills that will be beneficial for our future arguments. Some might be from any professions that will be helpful in their arguing will be helpful in their professions. So there might be chances that not every people are for their learning. Second point is that with this learning, like with the cooperation of learning and helping others to stood up in the community or in a society, It does not only gives a person success, but it also dignifies him in a society as a very precise manner. Like he has done something for the society. You will not only get a success, but also you will get a prior satisfaction from this, which in my point of view is very more precious than a success in a competition. Thank you, my fellow opponent. I hope I have answered your question.
Yeah, sure. Let's move to rebuttal round.
Yeah, sure. So, so here I am again in the rebuttal round. According to many eminent jurists and philosophers like John Austin, Salmon, Aristotle, Plato, A.V. Dicey, and many more, who have supported that the cooperation and the coordination are the essential elements of the society, without which an individual cannot survive. It's complete impossible on his part to live in an isolation. Competition devastates the moral and self-confidence of an individual. Success and goal can be achieved to an individual or an entity, but with the help of cooperation, there will be upliftment and upgradation of various qualities in the societies as whole. Competition creates stress, anxiety, and many other mental issues, whereas cooperation boosts the confidence and uplift and upgrade the various skills. Competition also tends people to commit various types of crime, to climb the ladder of goal, or the hunger and hustle of achieving the success tends or lets the people to commit various types of sins and illegal activity. According to the many reports, for example, United Nations organization, from past previous year to this year, there is a raise of 10.98% of committing a suicide due to the failures in the competition, which is a severe issue. Whereas cooperation tends people to achieve the welfare state, which is a very good point and a very positive point in the society. The unity, the harmony, and peace can be easily achieved through the competition. So here I end up my rebuttal round, and I hope I have satisfied my fellow opponent on my points, and I adherently stick to the point that yes, competition is to be prioritized, cooperation is to be prioritized over the competition. Thank you. Now, my fellow opponent, it's all yours.
Thank you. So I'll go for my negative rebuttal since my whole debate was on my experience. So I'll like to highlight three of your points and also mention why I do not agree with you. So let me start with first, you said that cooperation should always be put before competition, right? So let me get this. In the age of social media and growing individualism, and especially in this pandemic, our communication has significantly reduced. I don't know about you, but let me talk about myself. I have a very small circle of friends, and I have only one speaker friend. So that too, we drifted apart because of communication gap and time gap. So for many days, I didn't have any partner to be a part of this debate competition. But still, today we both are here debating. On what basis? Because we share a common goal, common interest, and common passion for this thing, right? So we are debating, we are speaking, we got a chance to communicate, we got a chance to cooperate with each other, not only with each other, we learned from a lot of speakers, lot of debaters. What do you think? What was the basis? Competition. Because of the competition, we got to be here to communicate, to cooperate. Thus, proving my point that competition lays a groundwork for cooperation. Now, second thing, although I do not agree with you a bit, but I'm not struck with your ideas, your presentation, the way you presentation, your Karl Marx theory, everything else. That was awesome. But what do you think made you can made it like this? You made it like this. How you did this? How you had a creative run for this? How you thought out of the box? Why your mind reached there so that you can have all those points? Why you went to top of your brain and to top of your imagination? Because of competition, you got the adrenaline rush, you got the competition rush to fight that yes, I am the best and I have to win this competition. Your presentation was made more better because of this competition. Now, next point you said about that success when we cooperate, then we succeed, but while competition we lag on a skill. But let me tell you, I personally and strongly believe this, that healthy competition can extract best from oneself. Competition is the true test of a skill. Competition helps to meet the similar interest of people, and competition removes the fear of competing. I'm telling my personal experience. Every time I go on stage, and today also I'm nervous, but I'm competing. You know why? Because that's the competition rush is making me do. And finally, because it feels great to win. And a small mention about the last part you said, that because of competition we slip into depression and suicide. It's not because of competition, it's because of how we deal with it. And competition helps to teach us how to deal with failure, how to control our emotion. Today also we are arguing, okay, but we are keeping check on our emotions and on our arguments, that we cannot cross the decorum of this platform. We are keeping in check. That's all happening because of this competition. So you do not slip in depression, or you do not go for suicide because of failure, because of your own self ability, own lack to understand that yes, winning and losing is a part of life. Here I finish my negative rebuttal, and let's move to cross examination. Shall we?
Sure, sure.
Okay. So in your speech, you mentioned that competition does not lead us to success. But I'll again come to my same point, that once we fail, what do you think we want to come back? We want to bounce back. Why we stand? Why we come back in the path? Because that there is one goal and everyone is competing. So we want to also compete to that goal. So basically, competition is bringing us back on the path to work hard to get that goal. Then how you think, you said success can be only reached by cooperation, not by competition.
Thank you, my follow-up opponent, for your question. See, there is one phrase, try, try, but don't try in the English. So basically, every human has a tendency to compete, like it's a them in that. But they have also to coordinate. They have to learn various types of skill to survive in the society. Where because if you will not do anything, you can't barely survive in the society. So for the learning purpose, for your developing various types of skills, many people are philanthropists also. They're helping other people's, not only for their benefit but for a benefit as a huge. Many industrials have their charity functions to promote the welfare of the society, not as him as a an individual. So there are the various many reasons that after the failure also, see, many people fails in the various fields, but they stop doing anything. They choose a different path. The paths can be the parts which they have chosen can be wrong, but ultimately they do something. They do something for their survival. And another thing is that there we have a family to feed, not a community to show. So basically, which means that everyone has to do something, to learn something, to gain something, not for only for the success but for the survival. So this is the basic reason for what after the failures also the people do something. They stand up, they run, and they reach their goal.
Okay.
Thank you,
So yes,
and I hope I have answered your
I
question.
want to ask one more question. In a course of
But
evolution,
wait a minute, my fellow opponent.
now let
Let
me
me
finish
ask a
my question.
question, and I will take your question again afterwards.
Okay.
So your question was, so my question is that competition creates various problems in the society. Like I have given an example of a big fish theory in which the powerful and skillful people only exist in the society. And this leads various people to commit various types of sins, corruptions, and illegal activities to achieve that success point, to achieve their goal. Can you please comment on this? Why we need competition? Rather, with the coordination, we can achieve everything. So why we need this illegal paths to achieve the success?
Okay. So according to you, when we get into competitive behavior, we forget our basic value and we do corrupted or illegal activities, right? Then I'm sorry, I may sound little blunt here, but what kind of human you met? Humanity didn't get destroyed because of competition. Okay, let me ask, all this corruption, rapes, crime, theft, robbery, murder, all the reasons are competition? No. What about killing mankind, nature, wildlife, and making life hell? Reason is competition? No. It's because we as a humans are being failed to be a human only because of our greedy nature, our mental sickness, our bad behavior, harsh behavior, misusing powers. These are the reasons for killing humanity, not competition. I'll give you a small example for your question only. That when we compete, when we sit or when we get training or preparation for any competitive exam or board exams or any sports, we help our friends to learn the tips and techniques. We teach them concept. They teach the tips and tricks, techniques, how to do. But when they compete, do we go there and cooperate them? Or like today we are competing, are we cooperating each other? No, because that's a healthy competition. It's the true test of our skill, patience, and hard work, and that will definitely extract best from ourselves. Okay, so I answered your question. Let me move to my prior question, which I was trying to ask. That in the course of evolution, you said that if we fail, we stand up and run because we have to family to feed, not a community to impress. But let me tell you, in the course of evolution, if we didn't survive, if we didn't keep up with the atmosphere, if we didn't compete, we just got eliminated. Like dinosaurs and many reptiles, they all got eliminated because they were not competing. Their traits were that the new atmosphere, they could not get adapted to new atmosphere because they were not competing. So in the course of evolution, nature already eliminated all those animals who could not survive because of competition. Because I'll again go back to my first part of debate that coined the theory coined by Charles Darwin, that survival of the fittest, only best can survive. So we need to keep competing and keep surviving. How you explain this?
Uh, See, first of all, like you stated about the fittest will only survive. That's the beauty of the coordination. See, in the coordination, as a society, we develop, not only an individual. The fittest will not only survive, everyone in the society will survive. That's the beauty of the coordination, rather the competition. Why we should need the competition in the society, when with the coordination we can achieve our all the agendas. Second point, I would like to give the example of COVID 2019, where every country, not a single or second, every country was trying to help each other through various medical equipments and through vaccines production, everything and everything all. So there was a coordination between the companies. They were not running or they were rushing something that, yes, I want to prove myself as a first, as a winner, like we are eminent in across the world. But they were helping each other countries with the medical facilities, with the vaccines, with the other medical facilities which required for the treatments. So ultimately, their aim was the coordination so that they can solve this pandemic. So this is the one basic and a major reason to believe that the coordination is better than the competition. I hope I have answered your question. So now
Yes.
let's move to yeah,
I
let's
guess we
move to
should move to final focus. Time doesn't allow us much, so we should
yeah.
move to final focus. You can go ahead.
Sure. So here I would like to conclude by saying that life is all about the relationships and interactions with different people, so that the coordination can be established between them in a society, which is an essential element for survival of an individual. It helps to create the unity in the society and strengthen it. Every aspect of life is achieved with the coordination, whether sports activities, public and private official works, where from the top to the bottom of hierarchy, from employer to employee, everyone is dependent upon each other. Without their cooperation, they cannot work, they cannot run their company. So this can be a basic and a major example for the coordination. Moving further, even people who fell down and left behind with the race, uh, with the coordination, they can be achieved whatever they want. Like everything, they can upgrade their skills. They can be best in their fields. With the coordination, they can do everything. So, if a coordination lacks in an individual's life, there will be life will be a miserable. As a result, he cannot survive and coexist in the society. So here I sign off the stage and adamantly advocate that yes, cooperation is better than the competition. And I hope that I have clarified and satisfied my fellow opponent and proved that yes, competition should be prioritized over the competition. Cooperation should be prioritized over the competition. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, the Global Unitalks jury members. Thank you, founder of the Global Unitalks, Professor Wallace, our mentor, Professor Diana, and all my fellow mates and audience for listening me here. And if you all think that, yes, I have proved my point here that cooperation should be prioritized over the competition, then do vote for me in a poll results. And thank you again. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, my opponent. Now I'll move to my final focus. So before I move to my final focus, I'll just take a small argument part from your. You said that during Corona, we supported each other. That's why we are here. But I guess most of us are vaccinated now. So, you know, the vaccine process was very lengthy. But all the countries run in a race that they want the vaccine first for their country. They are competing with each other. So the vaccine got prepared in less time. And talking about countries, all the European countries were having different aspects and technologies so that they can have the first COVID free countries, and all the Asian countries were also following different rules and regulations so that they can reach at top and can have COVID free country. So competition is must here also. Now I'll move to my final focus. I am a very practical girl. I do not live in a dreamland of la la la. So I'll just talk about practical things. Earlier I said that all was from my life experience. So I'll just move ahead. People do improve in competitive situation. Comparing yourself to others always helps you to understand how much you need to work on yourself and create benefits over time. Incremental improvement is still moving forward even if perfection is impossible. You cannot evaluate yourself in the same way in a vacuum. And hereby I conclude with a very famous Bill Gates quote that whether it's Google or Apple or any free software, we have got some fantastic competitors that keeps us on toes. Guys, do I need to speak more when one of the richest man himself said that competition is must? So I strongly believe that cooperation should always be prioritized over cooperation as a means of success. Now I'll like to thank all international jury members for being here for so long and supporting us. Now I'd like to thank Professor Wallace, Professor Diana. Both my mentors are amazing. They have supported us a lot and helped us to improve. I would like to thank my friends and family for being here, supporting me, motivating me. I would also like to thank my fellow opponent and all the participants for competing with me and cooperating with me. Thank you so much, guys. And if you think I talked about my personal experience, so dear audience, if you think that you could relate with me in any part of my speech, debate, or argument, please share your love, comments, and vote via Zoom, YouTube, and all the Global Unitalk pages. Thank you.
Great. It was very interesting debate. I think Professor Quinn must have enjoyed it. The floor is open for Professor Quinn for comments. I'm sure she has a lot of things to say.
Oh, I think this was a tough one. This was a tough one because
Yes, Professor. Professor Quinn, are you here? Okay, meanwhile, Professor Diana, you can start your feedback before Professor Quinn joins in.
Thank you, Professor. And group 12. Okay, I have been listening from the beginning till the end. I couldn't take off my eyes watching you guys. As Professor Quinn said, it's one of the tough one. I have also mentioned you are one of the team which will give a tough time to others. So I loved your arguments, your theory, your research, right from your Karl Marx theory and from the negative speaker, taking the Bill Gates quote to end and to emphasize on how the competition should be also important or prioritized. So Well done, guys. I really enjoyed, and it would be difficult for our juries also to judge you and to grade you. Professor Quinn.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, this part of the world, it's raining cats and dogs. So power just went off. I'm sorry. I hope, I don't know even where, at what stage I stopped. But I think I was commending her for, for a job well done. And I was requesting Prof. Diana to include her in the next speeches. So then she has a topic to talk about for a little longer time, because I think she can make a very good speaker. Yeah.
That's fine.
For debates, 8N, for debates, I just want to encourage you to do two things in future. You are a wonderful debater, but you've got to be very concise, very precise, and very articulate in the way you organize your thought process. Otherwise, you might be overtaken by events in line with your personal experiences and forget to address the topic. I noticed you were almost carried away to an extent that you did not link the topic to any research or anything that is happening in the society, because you add a lot of personal experience, which is a good thing for a public speaker. And that is why I've commended Prof. Diane to
I understood.
make sure in the other one. But even so, so in future, you just need to have at least 3 strong points, research strongly about them, attack your opponent using those 3 points, and give them the challenge of actually responding. Now, your opponent, 8A, was very calm, very smart young man. You really dressed well, and you are very keen and very articulate in addressing the questions. I think you missed so many questions in the process, and what you're actually responding to were not related to what I think she was asking, but you talked anyway in that context. So what I'm trying to say is that you all performed very well. You complemented each other, but there's a lot of work to be done, and this is the platform for growth. I'm not saying you've not done well or you've done so well. The voting is going to be opened in a few minutes, but there's room for improvement. You've done the best you can for now. It's just that you need to go down in depth and do a bit of research and then engage each other in a way that tackles the topic of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes, I would also like to mention here, since Professor Quinn has already mentioned, you have to take this is not a Q&A, it's an argument, it's a crossfire. So your question has to come from when the answer is given by your opponent. This is what you have to keep in mind. It should not look like it is prepared questions. So you have to make sure that when he's answering, you have to pick up from there to show that you have understood or you are satisfied with his answer, what you have given the question. And research, yes, definitely. When we talk about debate, it's only about research, evidence, support, citations, all of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor.
And I'll call upon host 1 to call the next group. Great, guys. Good job done. Thank you. Thank you, professors, for the nice feedback.
Thank you so much, lovely juries, for the amazing feedback. Group number 12, you had an outstanding performance. You guys really redeemed yourself. That was very, very engaging. I paid attention to all of it, especially the judges pointing out the Karl Marx theory. I really wanted to say that myself, but I think everyone noticed that. Particularly, I also noticed how the negative side went ahead and quoted Nicki Minaj. That was quite random and quite out of the blue, and it was just quite fulfilling for me on my part. Thank you so much, group number 12. Now moving on, I want to focus on group number 5 for trying to break the standards group 12 have previously said. Group number 5, the floor is yours.
you. Hello, just teacher, audience, and my worth opinions. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to join this debate on the topic. Cooperation is better than the competitions. I would like to speak in the favor of the motion that cooperation is better than the competitions. So I'm strongly agree that the cooperation is better than the competition because the cooperation is the thought conviction that nobody can get there unless everybody get there. This means that it is in the team there is no success without the cooperation, which is mean that the development or evolutions can be achieved without it. While working in a team, you can develop yourself and learn important skills such as leadership, communication skills, decision making, and problem solving. Many instructors from the discipline the university use group work to enhance their students' learning. The way to go is the increase student understanding of the contents to build particular transferable skills or some combination of the two construction often turn to small group work to capitalize on the benefits of pair-to-pair instructions. By the way, each school have a bullying issue in the school. But this problem can be solved by the cooperation since students need to work together and be aware who they are. When students open their mind and listen to others, it means that they accept others, then they cooperate with and work together on a common ground. That's why the cooperation can stop or solve this problem in the school. Not even in the school, we use the cooperation to bring the success in the sport game also, such as the football, basketball, or volleyball teams. Members need to trust and understand each other. That's the victories mean they win together. The cooperation also is the key to success in the business. Even company has team for solving problem, thinking about a new product or developing a product. They need to brainstorm together to get the best way and also exchange their ideas. In some company that collaborate with the others companies to make a new product which is more attractive or interesting to increase their sales. For example, Nike company collaborate with many artists, athletes, or celebrities because they have a lot of fans. So the result is every product that they cooperate with the famous people is all sold out, like a Nike Jordan or Nike Paranoid. So we can prove that the key point of successful in the business is corporations. Fictions retard progress. That's why I agree that cooperation is better than the competition. So this is all of my part from affirmative constructive.
Good day to the honorable judges, panelists, dear competitor, as well as the audience here today. I'm Negative Side from Group 5. Today, I would like to make my stand here by opposing the topic statement. On balance, cooperation should be prioritized as a means of success. I totally disagree with that sentence because throughout the history of human development, competition is a necessary condition for promoting social progress. Competition is the booster of human origin and the driving force of development. In terms of social development, competition is more important. And the next is, a long time ago, people believed that everything in nature is the result of the universal arrangement, including fate. They are not willing to join in a competition, thinking that everything is destined. Then a book called The Origin of Species, which was published in 1859 by Charles Darwin, proved that human beings evolved from great apes and were the product of competition with original theory. Primitive social competition between tribes and scattered peoples revolved around fighting for food and territories. And this shows us our ancestors' success in the competition and make the progression of civilization. So we can conclude that competition is the key in the mean of success. Furthermore, the current era is more unbalanced in the distribution of resources. Under the market economy system, only the strong with competitiveness can obtain more resources. So the people tend to think critically and spark their creativity. It is helpful for their bright future. Without a mindset of competition, people will be lazier because they cooperate and rely more on the others. The others must help them to finish their tasks as their interests are bunched together. This is unfair to the people who are very hardworking. And this is why cooperation should not be prioritized. Also, cooperation itself has certain limitations. If there is no competition in cooperation, team members tend to rely too much on each other and shrink their own responsibility, causing the entire team to achieve nothing. In fact, rational competition within the team can overcome the limitation of cooperation. In the same dimension of contrast, compared to cooperation, competition can promote the healthy development of team. It's also proof that competition is more important than cooperation on the other hand. So in conclusion, competition is more important than cooperation. That's all from my constructive.
Okay, now we are going to the cross-examination. Okay, based on your support, you have started that the competition could spark the creativity of the people, right? So can you show me a real example or evidence?
Sure. Actually, they have many real examples to support my statement. A retail company, Uniqlo, has organized a competition for customers all around the world to design the Snoopy character. Then for the winner, his or her design will be printed out on the next collection for 1 year and get $20,000 as a reward. The competition has successfully attracted many customers to participate on it. And why this company organized this event? It's because this competition can inspire many creative ideas from the participants. However, with the cooperation, the design is just limit with the Uniqlo team only. Therefore, according to what I said just now, it shows the competition can spark the creativity of human. That's all from me. I wish I have answered your question. And now I have a question for you, Sira. Okay. As you mentioned just now, you said that cooperation is very important in a sport team, right? But do you know that competition is happening between the team to win the championship in the National Basketball League, NBA? So how would you say that cooperation should be prioritized?
Okay, this is a good question, and thank you for the question. Before you think about the championship, you should ask yourself how a strong team has been created. It is a cooperation. The cooperation within a team is very important to win the championships. So I have to say that the cooperation should be prioritized. It is because it is not a one-on-one competition. You must to cooperate with your team members to score a basket to win the game. For example, NBA stars such as LeBron James and Stephen Curry also need to cooperate with their teammates to win the games, even if they are very outstanding player. Besides, they train their chemistry and socially every single day is to make a team win the championships. Therefore, the cooperation cannot be ignored to get a great achievement within the teams. I hope it's clear for you. Okay, and next I'm gonna move to my rebuttal. I disagree with him since the competitions also lead to mentally disadvantages. During the preparation of the competitions, there is a pressure around the competitor as they they need to work under this environment, it will bring bad side effect, whatever the mental health or physical health. For example, the cooperation will remind to the only key of tracking climate change. This means fighting for climate change is not a responsibility for some countries. It is a responsibility for all of countries around the world, since we're living together in the single planet. And moreover, if you don't have any kind of global cooperation to fight this issue, then the nationalism, which is the source of competition, will not tackle the problem whether is climate change. So climate change is the disaster that know no border, and we are the last generation that will be able to erase it. If we further cooperation together and continue keep a competition each other in different sector, then we will bring back a big problem to our Earth in the futures. In many countries, there are several suicide and harm cases, most of reasons from the competition in daily life. When people are in the situation with the pressure and cannot handle it, they will find a way to relieve the stress relief, but somebody don't know how to do it in the right way. So it's therefore the source of self-harm. For example, one of the country in Asia is one top of the suicide, around 40 cases per day, because there is a high competition in their daily life, whatever the companies, schools, or and also in the families, is leading to the notion that I rather die than fail, better than being embraced or worthless. Another case that I want to talk about, it is the competition in the entertainment industry. We all know well, like in this industry, it has a high competition, and a lot of people like actor, actress, and even artists are depressed and have the stress disorder and social anxiety disorders and so on. If we base on the nature of human, we all grow up with interacting with each other and intimate with helping, compassion, peace, and so much more. So back in the past, human have lived together, and when they went out or did something, they did it with others because of need to protect each others. But when being alone, they would like a safety and no one can help them from the dangers. For example, in the past, when people went hunting, they would go with their parents or their friends, or well, they would go to fight for the areas. They made a plan, brainstorm, support together to bring a victories. This showed why the cooperation is better for humans.
Okay, and now I would like to speak my negative rebuttal. I totally disagree with your opinions, and I insist that competition should be prioritized between every country to stimulate their development of technology. Competition can inspire innovation. The development of technology is vital to promote the development of human civilization. For example, the competition of space exploration between US and USSR during the Cold War. What if there was no competition happen at all? Just imagine that space exploration would not develop such as a quick pace like now, or no one would land on the moon and no satellite would be launched or invented. So we can say that competition should be prioritized to make us successfully in the development of human civilization. And now I would like to give you some disadvantage of cooperation to support my own statement. With cooperation, it will make us lack of motivation, as we know that everyone wants to get the highest achievement and get the first place to satisfy themselves. It will be easier to achieve it if we always ready to compete with others. We can take some real examples of competition throughout the whole history, such as Pepsi and Coca-Cola, or the McDonald's and Burger King. Due to the competition, these companies have produced a very good products and outstanding performance. Like Pepsi and Coca-Cola, they put many efforts to improve their Coca-Cola formula to satisfy and attract customers to consume it. Therefore, competition should be prioritized compared to cooperation to inspire motivation for improvement. And next, with cooperation, it will have many problems to face in a team. The difference of opinion will cause conflict in a team. But with the competition with others, you can follow your own opinion and save more time to focus on your path, on your plan. And additionally, the tasks are hard to distribute equally with cooperation. It will make some of them over-rely to others. Consequently, the conflicts will be worsened as they too believe or too rely to their team members. That's all from me. That's all for my negative rebuttal.
Okay, for cross-examination, I have a question for you. Based on your rebuttal, you mentioned the competitions of the space exploration. Could you tell me that what is the main reason why people need to go out or survey the space?
Thank you for your question, Gina. The main reason is relates to the competition between countries. The success of space exploration shows the advancements of technologies and proof that a country has the ability to defend itself. Okay, with that, the peace of the world can be maintained. Besides that, danger exists and knowledge can allow us as a species to survive. Without the ability to reach out across space, the chance to save ourselves might not exist at all. I can give you a real example. According to the New York Times report, that NASA has launched a spacecraft to smash into an asteroid at 15,000 miles per hour on this past Wednesday. The purpose of launching this rocket is for slamming into an asteroid, trying to nudge it into a different trajectory and prevent it from crashing to Earth. Even if the chance is very little, it will be the one and only one chance to make us human, to make our human species survive. As we know that every country wants to be the only one world savior. And because of this great achievement, the country is willing to spend more money on space exploration to compete with other countries. This will cause the advancement of technology also. So the competition of space exploration is good and beneficial to all of us, human species. Thank you. And now I have a question for you, Gina. Just now you have mentioned, you have also stated that the cooperation is important. In your rebuttal, I found that you mentioned about fighting climate change is not the responsibility of some countries, it's responsibility of all countries. I agree with that, but can you give me the answer why the climate change problem is still happening and worsening since many countries have already cooperated together and discussed together?
Okay, thank you for the question. Well, the main reason which to provide a world situation about the climate change around the world between the countries is economical competitions among the country, which keep the climate change in the progress. Let me give some example. According to the Investophobia, some countries in Asia are the largest emitter of carbon dioxide gas in the world. About 58% of the total energy derived in the big countries, some come from the coal alone in 2019. And since coal is the rich in carbon burned, in some countries in Asia, power and industrial plants and boilers release large amount of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. So we can see here that the reduction of fossil fuels will result negative impact in the economy. So if the big country and others country could cooperate together, and remove all that different they have in the economic competitions, this problem can be solved in a short period of time. This is all my answer. And now I'm gonna talk about my final focus of the affirmative. For my final focus, I would like to say the only thing that really main kind of cooperation, it is common to wish well to oneself, but in our technically unfair word, wishing well to oneself is sure to be when, unless it is the combined wish with wishing well to the other, since the teamwork is the ability to work together toward common visions. The ability to redirect the individual accomplishment toward economism objective. It is the flow that allows the common people to attain uncommon results. Based on my agreement, cooperation leads to many important skills, leaderships, communication skill, decision making, problem solving skills, and so much more. Those skills all relate the interact between humans, which we are our nature. As I mentioned above, humans use the cooperation to grow up, help, and protect each other. As we know, the working as a team is a less straightforward because when we face the problem, we can find a way out. And sometimes we will get a lot of new things or new ideas from our team. Finally, I would like to say that collaborate with it and cooperation will beat competition every time, since a great discovery and improvement variable involve the cooperation of many minds. So this is all of my end. I would like to say thank you for everyone for your attention. And again, I have to say thank you for my Professor Wallace for inviting me to join these debate competitions.
And it's my turn to speak my negative final focus. Once again, a very good evening to all judges, juries, and juries. We have finally reached the final focus of our debate session. To summarize why I declare the competition should be prioritized over cooperation is because it is the fact that with competition, the future will be more advanced as the more creative product by mankind could be invented to contribute to all humans. If there is no existence of competition, our advancement of technology will not be as fast as now. Only through the competition, the creativity and the talent can be performed maximally. On the other hand, with cooperation, the ownership of something like company has to be divided. Consequently, the person that invests more money in the company will get more control on it. That would not be good for a company, for a development of company, if they over rely to the investor. And again, respectful to all the juries, please vote for me as my evidence are more reliable if compared to my opponent. That is all from me today. Thanks to all the judges and juries for your time and effort in listening to us. And thank you to the founder of the Global Unitalks, Professor Wallace, provide us the opportunity to join this debate competition. Thank you.
Wonderful, Group 5. Let me now request Professor Quinn, our chairman of International Jury Panel of Global Unitalks International Debate Competition, to give you a feedback. Professor Quinn, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Group 5A and 5N. That was very interesting. I listened to 5A group and I was very captivated when you mentioned the 40%. You know, you talked about the 40% of the Asian part of Asian community that is suicidal because of competition. And I suppose that is a big number. What you forgot to mention is What form of competition is causing that 40%? You also gave a very good example of deaths and that are being caused in the entertainment industry with the artists and all that as a way of rebattling. Now, when we are doing that in citing such sources and research, you need to give a lot of other evidence so that when your opponent is rebutting, they're able to connect with the source of information where you're getting the 40% and the statistics from. But that was very good that you're able to connect that statistics to as a disadvantage to competition. So that was well thought through. And something else that I've picked from 5N, 5N, you were quite calm and composed. You answered the questions that you were asked very well, except that both of you were reluctant to expand more on what you really meant with the ideas that you are sharing. And so, but 5A went ahead to tell me something about the climate change as one of the trending societal issues that is affecting us now. And your opponent was able to also rebuttal. Now, way forward perhaps is just to do a bit of just be sure that you are the best debater when you have already been shortlisted here and you give it your best shot. Just be confident and just speak, because it's all, we were just listening to you the whole time and I was just writing notes. So the floor was all yours. There was no need to panic. Just have all the confidence and avoid what we would call lecturing. Just debate. And that debate is an argument, you know. You're provoking an opponent so that they can also tell you something. Not that you don't even know the answer. Perhaps you know the answer, but you are trying to do the engagement. And of course, with that, then you improve more on your articulation of words, what Professor Amelia would say, pronunciation skills, and be able to pronounce those words accurately. But having said all that, you've done very well, and congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Quinn, for your fantastic feedback. Now let me ask Professor Diana, the mentor of you, to give some comments before we go to the next.
Thank you, Professor Wallace, for giving me the floor. Yes, I definitely agree with our Professor, International Jury, Professor Queen. There needs to be more clarity as we are listening to you online. So this is how it happens. You have to, so a few of the debaters, today's debaters will have to work on their pronunciation and the clarity. Second is you also have to have a strong belief and your facial expression when you're giving your arguments and when you're debating. This is what I would say. But I really like the arguments which I thought was not being thrown before by the other teams of the space exploration or the Uniqlo competition. That was very interesting for me to listen. Yeah, this I would definitely say. And about from the other side, affirmative side, about giving us the Nike examples or climate changes in the rebuttal round, that was also very interesting. Make sure that you get these whenever you are having those international brands or names, pronounce them correct. So this is our main concern. That's all I would like to add on. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Professor Diana. Yeah, thank you. So guys, what Professor Quinn mentioned and Professor Diana, make a note. This is your learning take home. Good job. Keep it up and let's move for the next. Thank you.
It was as stage was set on fire. What a way to level up competition. Such arguments and radiating confidence. And for my dear audience, please hydrate yourself, have a warm cup of tea, and keep voting to your favorite participant. I'll mention the website www.unitalks.org. Please go check out there and join our platform. And now, as Margaret Heffernan said, for good ideas and true innovation, you need human interaction, conflict, argument, and debate. With this, I invite Group 6 over to you guys. Burn the floor.
Hello everyone, hope you all are doing well. I am the affirmative speaker today. Today I'm going to support cooperation is better than competition. Competition is vital because it allows individuals and groups to collaborate in order to achieve a common objective or reap mutual advantages. Cooperation takes place on various levels, including between individuals, organizations, states, and countries. Cooperation allows individuals to share useful information, allowing both parties to expand their scope of knowledge and operate more efficiently. While cooperation is the polar opposite of competition, the necessity or desire to compete with others is a typical motivator for people to band together and collaborate in order to build a more powerful competitive force. More minds leads to greater innovation. I affirm cooperation because for me, success means not only having financial freedom, but also being surrounded by delightful people who help one another and knowing that you will always be supported and taken care of. Cooperation is one of the most widely taught skills at an early age. We are taught united we stand, divided we fall. Cooperation means to work together to achieve a common goal. In the workplace, this means a healthy environment in which employees work side by side to achieve both personal and organizational objectives. They must work with others instead of against each other to be productive. How long could a newborn baby survive without its mothers and others' willing cooperation? How could any of us without the help of how could any of us eat without the help of everyone who supplies food? Paying people for their efforts does not elevate the reality that they are working together. What would happen if people couldn't agree on the value of money and follow all of the rules that govern it? Humans are cooperative social beings at their core. We are the most vulnerable animals of all without mutual collaboration. But with collaboration, we are the masters of the universe. Here I end my affirmative constructive. Thank you.
A really cheerful good evening to all. Honorable juries, respected teachers, and my fellow competitors. Today, I would like to highlight my views opposing the motion cooperation is better than competition. Remarkable successful people habitually do what other people want to do. They go where others won't go because there are a lot less competition and much greater chance for success. To start with, some people think a sense of competition in students should be encouraged in my opinion. I give this statement to a certain extent. Competition can give incentive for students to do work more efficiently. Hence, the labor productivity will increase in the future as the student will be the master of the society many years later. Moreover, they will gain higher self-esteem and confidence when they grow up. However, if the student value win too much, once they will fail. They cannot face the truth and may give up easily. It may also mislead their way of thinking and values of life. Life is not always about winning or losing. Enjoying the process of the competition might be more meaningful. For instance, the competition for the spirit to promote the spirit for not giving up and be positive simultaneously. It's make them more confident and happy towards their life. Even if they have a lot of obstacles in life, they are still able to be the winner from their friends and family points of view. In this case, I'm not saying that shouldn't necessarily for them to consider whether it is worth it in some circumstance. Now, this is time for cross-examination. Again, a very cheerful good evening to all. According to what the supporter of the motion said, I would like to ask her, the speaker, one question from her explanation. The speaker was talking about the childhood living without her mother. So how could someone survive in life if he or she rely only on cooperation, if he or she won't complete, especially in harsh conditions?
Thank you for the question. My dear opposition, harsh conditions aren't overcome by competing. Even harsh conditions like wars are defeated by cooperating. There's a saying that individually we are a drop of water, together we are an ocean. Most competitive situations are highly stressful. The possibility of failure creates agitation, if not outright anxiety. The fear or anger generated from being eliminated or losing often causes embarrassment, tension, and hostility. Cooperative activities are non-threatening and non-judgmental. As a result, this creates an atmosphere for relaxation and well-being, the foundation for more genuine, healthy, and playful fun. I hope you got your answer. Now I would like to ask you a question, that is, don't you consider competition as being selfish when it comes to being successful? Do you agree being selfish or having that personality in you?
First of all, thank you for asking this question. Your question is don't. I consider competition as being selfish when it's come to being successful. Actually, being selfish in competition is a result of desperate. And it's not being selfish as majority of people think is all about not losing hope when you are in desperate group. That means they don't believe what they are thinking, they are easily to give up in life. So as for someone who believes that everything is possible in this life, he or she should try to compete with others to prove that everything is possible. If you could take some risk, being selfish to overcome something, you know that has benefit and future for you, will be the best weapon to reach your goals. It is said that you have to be the first person to value and respect your time. That means set your boundaries. You can also accomplish the important things. If you don't do, no one will ask. No us will. Your priorities, your goals and dreams should come first in your schedule. With it, listen. That's why desperate people believe all successful people always are selfish, because they really don't know the struggle they experience during fighting and achieving their dreams. Hope you got my answers, my dear speaker.
Thank you. Now I would like to start my affirmative rebuttal. As my opponent mentioned that children need to be encouraged to do competition from their childhood. With children, competition serves to dissolve self-confidence and spread self-doubt, even among frequent winners who learn to become dependent on external sources of validation. Studies into cooperative learning have shown that working in small groups toward a common goal instructs children more appropriately for their roles in the business world, which is becoming increasingly team-oriented. Additionally, obligatory interaction with peers fosters the acquisition of invaluable social skills, such as leadership, decision-making, trust-building, communication, and more. Plus, exposure to various kids will help children gain more open minds to the background, skills, and appearance, which could help to end bullying. Competition, which is in some ways the opposite of cooperation, does not necessarily have the benefit of being advantageous. Competition not only results in winners and losers, but it also often results in everyone losing when compared to what may be accomplished through cooperative effort. A good example of competition at the extreme end is war. Different people specialize in different things. Some people are creative while others are innovative, imaginative, and so forth. This array of people would have different approaches to a given issue and even multiple perspectives on ideas. Thus, when a group of people cooperates to achieve a same goal, this cooperation will generate different ideas and lead to different consequences. My dear opposition, competition makes it difficult to share our skills, experience, and resources because each person is separately involved in his or her exclusive goal. In our schools and workplaces, students and employees are often taught to regard each other not as potential collaborators, but as opponent rivals, obstacles to their own success. In cooperative settings, every person's role is important and valued. Individuality is respected, and concern for their needs of others are fostered. The challenge shifts from striving to be number one to working toward a mutual goal. The idea that we all share in decision making is a powerful tool. Often competition in work and play results in arguments, hurt feelings, and separation. Many games are based on secrecy, intimidation, resulting in players feeling unsafe in work or play. People really want to feel trusted and safe, which only be possible in cooperation. Cooperation gives us that atmosphere to feel safe and to support each other. Here, I am going to end my affirmative rebuttal.
And here is time for negative rebuttal. I really wonder when you say that humans are cooperative social beings at their core. Actually, I don't agree with this because competition is necessary for cooperation to even exist. You have been trained to think that competition and cooperation are opposite. But a few seconds of thought, you show that this is not true. Competition exists whenever alternatives are compared. Competition is the simplest and broadest term. A comparison whenever a choice is made. A competition must be made among alternatives. Those alternatives are in competition with one another. When you make a choice, one of these alternatives wins. The competition among these alternatives. Before cooperation takes place, you must decide who to cooperate with and how to operate with them. You cannot cooperate with everyone in every imaginable way. So you choose by comparing among competing alternatives until you make that choice. No, cooperation is possible. And here again, it's time for cross-examination. Thank you for giving me another opportunity. I have a question again to ask. Is cooperation is needed for everyone?
Thank you for your question. Humans aren't the only one that needs to cooperate. It's a common occurrence among members of same species and even between species. Even the most basic species such as virus, bacteria, and social amoebas cooperate with each other. The most noticeable trait of human societies is their size, which is combined with extensive cooperative behavior among individuals who are not related. Cooperation has been observed between complete strangers who are unlikely to meet again in the future. Modern human societies rely heavily on high levels of inter-individual cooperation, as we see every day. I hope you got your answer. Now I would like to throw a question to my opposition, that is, can competition not lead to a depletion of morale in the workplace if you constantly never succeed despite doing your very best?
Actually, playful competition inspires more only when terms have each other best interest at heart, and also a successful person who believe in competition always never lose hope easily, because already in competition is all about struggle and taking risks. That means the outcome is 50-50. Is it said that if you continuously compete with others, you become bitter? But if you continuously compete with yourself, you become better. And saying that competition leads to depletion of morale in the work. Despite if I constantly never succeed, despite doing my best, can I give it that? Also, winning in competition is not everything since challenges are taking place in so sometimes it's the best experience we get to determine our future life. Competition and is the direct path to success. Will and greedy hearts inside our body, but always a true competitor will always limit his behavior and set out the goals, believing that he is fighting for something that has timeline to achieve it, unlike others who love to achieve things in a very short period of time. And here I finish my answer.
Thank you. Now I'm going to start my affirmative final focus. When we foster teamwork in our organization, we will realize that employees fight less, especially on issues that do not help the organization. Politicking also reduces as employees realize they are all valuable to the success of the organization. It also enhances effective communication when employees and the organization at large. Employees who work well together and consider themselves as part of the team incline towards better communication. As they cooperate, they begin to learn how to communicate with each other, and it helps to do more effective communication. Cooperation is not a luxury. It is the necessary ingredient for recovery today and resiliency tomorrow. Our interconnected public health landscapes, globalized economy, and single planetary environment can only be at their strongest when stakeholders work together, not against one another. For me and any people who don't see life as a zero-sum game, cooperation takes precedence over competition. Life is more of a journey than a race. Everyone is gifted in some way to be able to live a fulfilling and abundant life. Success doesn't require someone else's failure. It doesn't need to be a ruthless world. We can forget that sort of educated conduct? Why not play ruler of the mountain where everybody remains at the top? What about relatives concluding together who does which family task? Shouldn't something be said about organizations sharing data and assets? Simply envision the worldwide advantages of countries cooperating and negotiating so everybody wins. If you all support my points, then please vote for me. If we cooperate and be genuinely happy for other happiness, then the world would be a better place to live in. This is the first time I am debating. Thanks to our professor and honorable juries for this platform. Thanks to my friends and family for motivating me. Thanks to all the audience for listening. Thank you.
And here is time for negative final focus. On concluding, a wise man once said that a battle is the most magnificent competition in which a human being can indulge. Is bring out all of that is best, is remove all that. That means that if you are insecure, guess what? The rest of the world is too. Also, you have competition every day because you have set such a high standard for yourself that you have to go out every day and live up to that. This means you do not have to overestimate the competition and underestimate yourself. You are better than you think. Always the world contains people of different kinds of people who will want to underestimate your dreams. Also, there will be people who will try to support and help you to fulfill your dream. So if we could focus on believing on competition, we will be able to resolve any kind of situation, whether it's underestimate or support, unlike cooperation, which often leads someone to weakness. Sometimes whenever someone faces this kind of situation, so if we could train ourselves to competition always, we will do something we could never think we could do, because competition always involves risk and challenge. Let me end by saying that competition is both a blessing and a curse in life. Competition leads to human excellence and progress as well as the legal bullying of the weak. So positive competition will always result in positive outcomes, and negative competition will always in negative outcomes. The same apply to cooperation. Within the points I have given, I believe I have able to convince you about how competition is better than cooperation. And once again, thank you for being here today as a volunteer judge and for your attention. It is my fortune to participate in this debate. This is an opportunity for me to broaden my knowledge. I am inclined to improve my knowledge more in relevant matters and subject my referring books and journals to opposite the motion of the debate. Thank you, especially Professor Diana and Professor Wallens, to giving me this opportunity. Thank you all for your attention.
Good job, Group 6. Now let me request Professor Quinn to give a feedback to you. Thank you so much. Professor Quinn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Wallace. I think I've really enjoyed the two 6A and 6N groups. It was a gentle debate, you know. It was so gentle, and the 6A, the young lady was able to articulate her points in a very interesting manner. She spoke very eloquently. You'd want to listen over and over again. You speak very well. And I think with Global Unitalks, you'll even do much better because you do a lot of practice. You've said it is your first time, but you've done very well. I think you've got what it takes to be a good speaker, yeah. Similarly to your counterpart, the opponent, I just indicated down here that in debates, we don't refer to our friends, even if we know them personally, by their names. We call them honorable opponents because you are competitors in that sense, not to support competition or not to support cooperation, but at this level of debate, you have to refer to yourself as opponents. So 5, the gentleman, you did also very well. A lot of reading at the beginning that almost took your eyes from the main focus of argument. I think you are you feared making a mistake. So you are very careful to read word by word, which I listened to and really enjoyed. I could see how much effort you're putting to make sure that every word came out very well. And that was very impressive. You need to keep on doing that, especially off the camera. And when you come to the camera, you make sure you have got just very short notes that you are picking your key ideas from. Otherwise, you give your opponent an opportunity to run away with your precious ideas. But that is not to say that you did very well, especially with the research on your why saying. You had good quotes that were very relevant to your debate session. You told me that, there is the risk and challenge, there's the blessing that goes with competition. I didn't know that. So that was very interesting. Those are wise sayings that I'm taking away with in your final focus. That's what people will remember you for, besides other good things that you've already said. And so I truly liked your way of making efforts. And as you said rightfully, it's room for improvement. This is a platform where all of us learn, and it's a platform from the youth. There is not perfect debater here. We get to get started and we'll get somewhere anyway. So don't give up. We have to keep going because there's still room for improvement. And this is the platform to do all that. Well done.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you so much, Professor Quinn, for your valuable feedback to this young generation, Generation Z, the first-time speakers, and it was very tough for them as well and for all of us, but they made it. So you deserve a big round of applause. Great job. Now I will request your mentor to give few words to you before we go to the next. Professor Diana.
Thank you, Professor Wallace. Yes, as they are the first time with us, Unitalks, and first time probably in public speaking and as debaters. Please note, when a jury is saying you're a good speaker, that means you are on the opposite side of debating, okay? So I think you had good points, but I felt there was a lack of evidence to support it. So this only goes with your experience, how you take part, and the more your experience, how your research skills goes. So there is a lot of things to learn. So there's a long way for you to learn and to see how we should debate, how we should do research, how should we support our arguments. Okay, quotes are there. Yes, to beautify our speeches or debates, we use a quotes. But debate is all about research, support your arguments and evidence. So from both the sides, you had points, but you have to support them. You have to give an evidence. Just saying is not believing, right? You have to prove your point. So this is one thing you'll have to take, and you have to make sure that you keep on learning. Overall, good job as a first time. Thank you, guys. Lovely listening to you guys.
Yes, let's go to the next. Thank you, guys.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much, group number 6 for your participation. That was quite amazing, well engaging debate. I quite loved it. Moving on, let's call upon group number 8 to see their performance and to see their debate and to continue the heat that's going on currently. Group number 8, the floor is yours.
Thanks to our lovely host. Good evening, my respected international jury members, judges, and all the fellow mates and audience. I extend my warm greetings to you all. Today, I'll be presenting myself supporting affirmative action on the topic, on balance, cooperation should be prioritized over the competition as a means of success. Now to start with my affirmative constructive, I would like to state a quote. Michael Jordan says, talent wins games, but teamwork and intelligence win championships. We all know cooperation can benefit us in almost every aspect of life, be it school, daily life, or business, in a number of ways. Like children in the classroom, employees who work together are more and more likely to increase production and innovate, usually in ways more advanced than competition allows. Before going into the depth, let us know what cooperation is. Cooperation is working together for a common purpose, activity shared for mutual benefit. We are determining today whether competition or cooperation is the superior means of achieving excellence. My instance is that cooperation is the superior mean of achieving excellence for several reasons. My standard by which to measure excellence is through general welfare, defined as the greatest good as ordained by precepts of natural law for the greatest number of people. General welfare lets us know when we have reached excellence, like a road sign that lets you know when you have reached the city you are traveling to. Without it, you could keep on driving and miss your goal completely. With the general welfare, we know that excellence has been achieved when the majority benefits. So how exactly is cooperation superior? It is to know that cooperation focuses on everyone. Cooperation, by definition, focuses on working with others, often for a common goal or benefit, and thus allows excellence for the majority on the general welfare to be achieved. Competition, on the other hand, inherently focuses on victory and winning. Since competition is rivalry for an object or goal, this focuses on the individual. While businesses compete with each other in the market, the resolution asks for the means of achieving excellence, and the act of rivalry is not what achieves excellence. Rather, the employees cooperating with each other to create products, the cooperative laws, and the business cooperating with the consumer to create an excellent product, so that both will be benefited are the means of achieving excellence. Competition's mindset requires us to rival with or defeat others to achieve excellence, whereas cooperation focuses on everyone and is thus the best tool that upholds the general welfare, making cooperation superior to competition as a means of achieving excellence. That's all from my side on the affirmative constructive.
Thank you, my honorable opponent. Good evening, Mr. and Madam Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of our debate is that cooperation should be prioritized over competition as a means of success. As a definition, competition is a rivalry where two or more parties strive for a common goal, which cannot be shared. As my negative constructed, well, for my side, I intentionally see that competition is the best way to succeed due to various reasons. Many times, people are afraid of competition when it's supposed to be the motivational force to push ourselves beyond boundaries, which lead us to think creatively, critically, and more substantially out of the box. As Robin Sharma said, the Canadian writer quoted, "The greatness begins beyond our comfort zone," which lead us to the main point, no competition, no progress. Furthermore, competition also makes people stand out and being different from the rest. Additionally, it builds up credibility and reputation, hence making you grow stronger and wiser. We can also take as an example, one of the greatest technological empire was founded by Steve Jobs, who had the courage and the confidence in his abilities to compete against other competitors, judging most of the standards and criteria that have been created by Nokia, which was ruling the market back then. And we can see the result of his deciding to compete, not to copyright. This example was taken from the biography book of Steve Jobs. On top of that, I strongly believe that competition helps to eliminate the weak and unwanted personnel who hinder the organization and the progress. As the saying goes, the survival to the fittest. Dinosaurs were extinct billion years ago because of their low survival rate and adaptability. This also means that in order to stay ahead of competition, you have to keep adapt and change and keep up with the trend, or else you will be eliminated. That's all for my negative constructive.
So now for the cross-examination, I have few questions for you. Wouldn't it be chaos if we live in a society where competition will be more than cooperation?
Thank you. I believe it's a good question to be asked. I don't think so, because in a society full of competition, everything is going to be clear for you. Who's your friend and who's your opponent? In complete contrast with cooperation, maybe your best friend is the one who digs for you. Now, for my question, you aim to say that there is no need for and importance for competition. So please, can you give me an example to how to motivate your staff without making a competition with them, between them?
Thank you, my respected opponent, for your valuable question. A collaborative work environment is an important component for success in a business. It promotes productivity and efficiency amongst employees and increases a business output. As a manager or team leader, it's essential to implement collaborative strategies that can make the work environment conducive to maintain a positive environment in the workplace. For example, if I give my staff the opportunity to use openness and transparency as a policy, as well as encouraging innovation and idea sharing can also be appreciated. Also, we should communicate expectations and clarify team goals. Last but not the least, encouraging collaboration in the workplace can also motivate my staff to grow.
Thank you for your answer.
I have one more question for you. Why in workplace do you think competition should be more than cooperation? And don't you think due to huge competition in the company may face losses?
Yes, because competition aims for creativity and innovation. In opposite of cooperation, it's like, and sorry for that, it's like your mother's hug. It keeps you warm and away from all the risks. So how you can progress here? The only thing that it's going to progress is your weaknesses. That's all for my answer.
So now let's get into the affirmative rebuttal. We want our competitors to be successful because competition makes us sharper and better. But more powerful is cooperation. Why is that? Simply speaking, competition is about keeping others at a lower level than oneself, whereas cooperation is about lifting all of us up. Cooperation is to share ideas, build on each other's knowledge, and support each other on our journey. Think about it. Only through cooperation can we learn from our mistakes. True cooperation can benefit businesses in a number of ways. Like children in the classroom, employees who work together are more likely to increase production and innovate, usually in ways more advanced than competition allows. However, more importantly, cooperation with fellow businesses and interaction with alternative businesses models is the only way to endure beyond the 5-year mark. Thus, businesses looking for longevity should rethink the survival of the fittest mantra. A market, however, is by definition a cooperative exchange of goods and services, working together for mutual benefit. Competition is only good to the extent that it furthers cooperation, which then leads to excellence. As my honorable opponent mentioned, competition can motivate employees to work their hardest and bring out their best performance. It can also have negative effects on individual employees and teams. I have few points to that. Number one is lower self-esteem. Most recognition and incentive programs, including competitions, only reward the high performers, i.e. the top dogs. But as you can see from the bell curve, high performers only make up about 10% of your workforce. Competitions can result in lower self-esteem because 90% of your workforce doesn't get recognized. And if they're not getting recognized, they could be experiencing fear and anxiety. Fear that they will disappoint their boss, coworkers, etc. And anxiety about their work or standing with the company because they feel they can't measure up. Number two, focus on the wrong things. Competition can create an environment where employees are focused more on their competitors than on their own work. This can happen in two ways. One, external competition, focusing on business competitors and imitating them rather than coming up with original ideas. And number two, internal competition, focusing on how coworkers are doing and only being concerned with staying just ahead of them rather than doing your personal best. The number 3 point is work and life imbalance. Competition can also breed an unhealthy outlook on the work and life balance and actually create an imbalance. How? By feeling so much pressure to succeed at work that they spend too much time at the office, work while they're at home with their family in the evenings, or give up other interests and hobbies to make time for work.
Thank you, dear opponent. As my negative rebuttal, how can we say that cooperation leads to success? While there is a huge gap among teammates due to various mindsets, working style, strong sense of individualism, and lack of creativity and innovation space. And what makes the situation worse is that most of the people like to stay in their comfort zone, staying in the same routine every day, showing fake ID that says Yes, we are a team, we cooperate. But we all know that it's never the case. And that's all, and that's what drives me to my second point, which is the dispute among the coworkers and the staff if the work or the prize is distributed inevitably because of the list of the ownership among others. But in complete contrast, we see in competition aims for innovation and creativity. To put yourself or me in forefront of others. The simplest example we can take is what we are doing now. We are trying to compete for our own grades, and it's a very normal thing. You would not cooperate with me. It's a human instinct, the instinct of ruling and winning. And let's take a closer and more precise approach into our fields, the aviation. From the occupation of the earth into the occupation of the sky. Airbus and Boeing, two rivals that have fought close competition that has been in existence for a half century. That has been in existence for like a half century, which made them divide aviation market and transfer it from only a market governed by Boeing with its Boeing 707 aircraft, which was not its largely meets the requirement of travelers. But after the Airbus A300 appearance, it creates the spark of competition between them. And as a result of this competition, we see that they have moved the level of flight to a high level, which are certain thing. And also flying today has become safe from driving on the roads. In addition to the diversity of aircraft and their specifications, depending on flight and its duration, etc. We would certainly would not see in this without this competition. And you know what's the best part in competition? The best part is that during it you get to discover what you are capable of, what you can do, how you can make the impossible possible. Hence, I say that having cooperation is not close to achieve that compared to having competition. That's all for my negative rebuttal.
So now for the cross-examination, I have again two more questions for you. Number one is, doesn't competition refers to the inequality of weak remaining down and strong to remain above?
I agree to a certain extent, but if you look closely, you will find that those who you call weak will grow and encourage and get stronger tomorrow. But as I said, cooperation embrace the weak and create others. For my question, please, I want to know what's the definition of winning in your standards?
From my point of view, cooperation is promoted by rank order competition between groups in which all groups can be ranked first, i.e. where everyone can be a winner. This type of rank order competition has the advantage that it can eliminate the negative externality a group's performance imposes on other groups. We find that all can win competition produces a universal increase in cooperation and benefits a majority of individuals if incentives to compete are strong. The second question is, can competition refer to a helping society to build for mankind?
It's obvious that competition has always been the motivational force to develop mankind for ages. Or indeed, we will still set the fire with stones. Why should I develop my skills while I'm cooperating with others? But I must develop myself to adapt and this is how the mankind think, and this is how we get to develop. For my question, please tell me, do you think that cooperation or competition works better in building countries' economy?
Competition between neighboring cities and countries may spark economic activity. Avoiding the rivalry that pits communities against one another can make it easier for cities to promote sustainability and improve their fiscal bottom line. Diverse group of cities and partners in the Bay Area is showing that cooperation and collaboration among neighboring communities and the business sector can pay big dividends in new jobs that combine economic development with sustainability.
Thank you.
So now for the final affirmative focus of the debate. To summarize why I affirm cooperation over competition. Simply speaking, competition is about keeping others at a lower level than oneself, whereas cooperation is about lifting all of us up. Cooperation is to share ideas, build on each other's knowledge, and support each other on our journey. Cooperation is important because it allows people and groups to work together to achieve a common goal or derive mutual benefits. Cooperation exists at many levels and takes place between individuals and organizations as well as between states and countries. Cooperation allows participants to exchange valuable information that helps both sides improve their knowledge bases and work in a time and resource efficient manner. Another well-acknowledged concept for many leaders today is that the more you share, the more you receive. This open collaborative style is not driven by regulations, but by the understanding that inclusion is the fuel to creativity and commitment, and that it should be more risky to be closed. The process of life is all about relationships and interactions between different people. No man is an island, and therefore each individual is guaranteed of these interactions. And individuals' life journey starting at their home, school, and workplace is about meeting people and living with them. A student cannot study on their own. An employee too cannot work alone, and neither can a person engage in leisure activities alone. Therefore, if individuals lack cooperation, they will live miserable lives. They cannot harmoniously coexist with others. In cooperation, there is the collective role of achieving a goal for the benefit of everyone. Competition in business leads to the production of better products and services. However, it may lead to the collapse of one business, leaving the other one in the market. In personal development, cooperation is more preferable. It results in better individuals and better society as a whole. Teamwork is the major bearer of cooperation, in which the productivity of each individual is enhanced. The society today embraces competition, which is problematic, instead of embracing cooperation for positive individual and societal growth. Social conditioning is to blame for high competition in the world today. Schools teach students to compete academically, while in the business world, promotions and salary increments are offered on merit of improvements, on performances, which is based on ranks. Big businesses, learning institutions, healthcare institutions, as well as parents still perpetuate the competition element, disregarding cooperation. None of them realizes the adverse effects competition has on the economy as well as personal development of individuals. This is all from me on the affirmative final focus from my side. I hope I had clarified and satisfied my fellow opponent that why cooperation should be prioritized over competition as a means of success. Thank you so much, honorable jurists and judges, for all your valuable time and effort and also being here for so long. I would also like to thank Professor Wallace and Professor Diana for being such amazing mentors and helping us to improve. Lastly, I'd like to thank the negative speaker for being such a worthy opponent and competing with me over this topic. Once again, greetings to you all.
Thank you, my dear opponent. To conclude with my final focus, I still stand strongly with my vision of competition lead to success. And that's for simplest reason, my dear opponent, that you can't be an Olympic hero representing your own country by cooperating with others. You only get it by competition. To win, you have to demonstrate your passion, your fight spirit of victory, commitment and sacrifice. Definitely someone has to lose. And if you want to say that winning isn't everything, yes, I agree with you. Winning isn't everything. It is the only thing. After each game, I want to say I give it all. I give all my best. And I cannot get that in cooperation. Here's the second point that appears, is that competition exists to choose who gets the prize when the prize can't be shared, earning more trust and respect from others, not hatred. If you get hatred, that has nothing to do with competition. It's about your opponent and their ethics. Let me give you a close example. You know the knife. When it's between your hands, you have two choices. Either you cut your hands or you cut vegetables. And it's same thing goes on with competition. Trying to use illegal ways has nothing to do with it. Also, you should know that in your daily life, you have competition because you set such a high standards for yourself, and you have to go out and live up to that. And take from me this, you only stand against competition when you know you can't win. And if you are a competitor, keep competing until you reach the level that no one can stand against you. That's all for me. Thank you, dear competitor, for being a worthy opponent and make this debate meaningful. And of course, Mr. and Madam Chairman, dear audience and juries, without forgetting to say that I hope to get your vote. Thanks another time. That's all for me. Have a good day.
Thank you, Group 8. Good job. Let me request Professor Quinn to give comments to you. Thank you so much, Professor Quinn. I know you must be a little tired, but we are going to be very close to the end. Now the next one is the final one.
Not a problem, Prof. Wallace. Thank you. I really enjoyed the calmness and the demeanor of the two participants. I think they engaged each other with a lot of respect for one another. At some point, I thought that they belonged to the same school or the same college because they seemed like they connected very well. At the beginning, the opponent 8A, or the group 8A started with a very nice sporty quote from Michael Jordan, which was a very good opening for a debate session. It was very relevant. It emphasized the affirmation of your topic, and that was really good. And you kept very good eye contact. And I have not mentioned that you're very smart also. You know, you have a black tie, which is very nice. And your opponent had also a white shirt, very calm, very peaceful, and was listening attentively, rebattling. And throughout the session, one of the things that I think you've taught others and you've also embraced from the time of correction is that you addressed each other with a lot of respect. Dear opponent, respectful opponent, you know, honorable opponent. I mean, I think that was very respectful and it enabled somebody else to prepare before doing the rebuttal. Now, having praised you so much, perhaps the anticlimax was, you had a wonderful synergy and you gave very good address, the focus, the final focus. But in all those incidences, there were no clear illustrations of where you got the sources that you are citing from. You gave beautiful illustrations, but you did not indicate where the sources were, except for the 8N, the negative opponent, who tried to mention Robin Sharma, my good read book. I read him all the time, and Stephen Jobs. That was it. There was no much engagement of, you know, indication that you had full grasp of where you got the good information from. I'm sure you got them from somewhere. It's just that you forgot to pick them up and, you know, acknowledge the source. In future, I'm sure your mentor will be encouraging you to just be able to cite those sources so that they feel good about it. This is an international global platform. You never know when Steve Jobs is watching this and Robin Sharma. They would want to be acknowledged. They would feel good and they'll keep on watching us, and which is a good plus. So make sure we recognize the sources where we get the information from. Another good thing for both of you is the transition. You know, when an opponent asks you a question and you're able to pick that question, add flavor to it and address it before continuing, that transition was very clear between the way you answered the question. So it was not more of like question and answer. You listened, took in the comments or the questions, and then reflected and gave a transition before you answered. Both of you did that. And I think that showed a bit of confidence in what you're doing. Way forward is just avoid reading. Hone this thing, just hone it. I never saw what you are reading, but I could see your eyes are fixated somewhere. And that was a reflection that there were some things that were running across, which is all right. But there must be a day one, and you've done it very well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Professor.
Thank you, Professor Quinn, for your valuable feedback to these debaters. You're so awesome. Let me now ask Professor Dana, their mentor, what she has to say for them. Before we go to the next, Professor Dana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Wallace. Yes, I agree with Professor Quinn. If there are certain examples, there are no source of information. In certain part, there were no good examples to prove your point. You had a good point, like a group A affirmative speaker tells us about the business cooperating with the consumers. I really would like to have some example to understand that. How would you mention that? How would you take that? So this is how you have to make sure that your citation, your source of information, examples. Overall, it was very organized and you had done from the starting to the end, to your final focus. I could hear the complete topic of the debate on balance till the means of success. This is how you should take in a formal way when you are debating the motion, the resolution, why are we sitting here to pass the resolution. So this is how. And yes, also you should, when you're doing some public speaking, your body language was good, very presentable. Both of you look very handsome. If you keep doing this, something distracts us watching you. Okay. So this is something you should work on. That's all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Dana. Our host and I also dress up very well, but nobody praises us. We are so sad. Thank you so much.
We will, when our time comes. Wait, patience.
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead, the host.
What a performance, guys. Even the show is about to end, but you both are radiating full energy and full confidence. With that, I'll put a small mention here. Thank you to our international jury for being here so long and helping us, improving us, and making us learn more. And special mention to our mentors for being here. Every student gets more confident and happy when they know that their teachers are looking at them and they know that their teachers are going to be proud of them. They perform their best. I'd also like to thank all the family, friends, and audience for being here for so long and supporting young minds and helping them improve and also being their cheerleader. And I'd also like to thank all the participants because life gets a very rare chance to influence anyone, and we all got a chance to influence a lot of people with our thoughts, beliefs, and belief system. So thank you all. Keep supporting all of us and keep joining this. Now with this, it's better to debate a question without settling it than to settle a question without debating it. So here I call our next group number 9. Floor is all yours. All the best, guys.
Greetings, everyone, dear professor and juries and fellow debaters. Today, I will be speaking about why cooperating should be prioritized over competition. I will be taking the affirmative side. In today's world, people tend to compete with each other rather than working together as a team. All they think is competing and competing with each other. Competing may be good and beneficial in some ways, but it's better if we cooperate and work together as a team, so that our work can be better. Maybe if people work as a team, they are usually becoming lazy and they don't want to help each other. That is the weakness of cooperating. But the benefits of cooperating is that we can bond with our teammates or business partners, support each other when we can share our decisions or ideas that come in mind. In that way, it benefits both sides as a team that cooperate. In cooperating, we can trust each other. Maybe when we work as a team, the other negative part is that we can result many arguments, hurt feeling, but all of that is just the process for a better work to be done. Also, cooperative situation help create positive energy because participants give encouragement and support each other. If we compete, we also fear in doing something strong and messy, different with cooperating and working together as a team. When there's a mistake, we can fix it as a team. When there is some anxiousness and fairness, we can help calm each other. Being cooperative has linked into greater learning, emotional maturity, and strong personal identity. Participants often become more flexible in their way of thinking and willingness to invent creative solutions. The result is enjoyment, personal confidence, and a feeling of self-worth. As your personal power grows, most competitive situations are highly stressful. The fear or anger generated from being eliminated or losing often causes us embarrassment, tension, and hostility. Cooperative activities are non-threatening and non-judgmental. As a result, this creates an atmosphere for relaxation and well-being. Working within a team helps us to create an environment which inspires collective knowledge, resources, and skills. This allows us to pick some ideas and to reflect on our own way of thinking. Studies into cooperative learning have shown that working in a small group towards a common goal instructs children more appropriately for their roles in the business world, which is becoming increasingly team-oriented. In truth, a little competition can be positive for any industry. However, being the first to do something doesn't always ensure a company's success. For example, Alexander Graham Bell certainly wasn't the first man to imagine the idea of making a telephone. An Italian man named Antonio Meucci was the one who actually patented the technology first, but Bell's superior, it was Bell's superior eye for business that earned him the fame, glory, and ultimate market supremacy. True cooperation can benefit business in a number of ways. Like children in the classroom, employees who work together are more likely to increase production and innovate, usually in ways more advanced than competition allows us to. However, more importantly, cooperation with fellow business and partner are more beneficial. That's all for the constructive speech. Thank you.
On to the negative constructive part. To my esteemed professors, international jury, and my fellow speakers, good evening. Today I shall be speaking on why I disagree with the motion. Cooperation should be prioritized over competition as a means of success. But first, what is competition? The Google definition, I believe, does not do it justice. It describes it as establishing superiority over others. And that's why I opted for the Oxford definition instead, because it defines it as a situation in which people or organizations compete with each other for something that not everyone can have. However, I will define it as an act of striving for a common goal that isn't shareable, usually between two or more parties. And I believe this gives competition a more friendly or more positive feel. Moving on, I will share 4 points on why I believe competition is just as important. Number one, taking part in competitions or being competitive allows you to develop some very important skills such as determination, perseverance, and resilience. These are crucial when attempting to climb the ladder of success. Walt Disney is a famous example of an individual who possessed all three. He worked for a newspaper company and he was fired for, I quote, not being creative enough. I know what we're all thinking. That didn't age well. But he was determined, he persevered, and he was resilient. And as they say, the rest is history. But competition not only creates those skills, it also models positive behaviors, such as teaching you to lose with grace and win with humility. Secondly, competition boosts creativity and innovation because it forces you to think outside of the box, to be a better problem solver and more solution-driven. These are traits of a creative person. You're constantly being pushed out of your comfort zone. An example of this is the billionaire space race, the rivalry between SpaceX and Blue Origin, run by the two richest people on this earth, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. Their competition has them battling to reach pivotal milestones by making civilian space travel a reality. And on to my third point, it causes you to do more self-reflection. If you are competitive, you'll obviously want to improve yourself, which means you need to know your strengths, your weaknesses, and your habits, and how to work on them positively. You also get an understanding of how people view you, allowing you to work on being aware of perceptions towards you. And on to my fourth point. Competition motivates you to be the best that you could be, making you push past your limits, not only on an individual level, because I could think of examples of some of the biggest company rivalries, such as Nike and Adidas, and one that Gen Z can relate most to, Instagram and TikTok. Thank you.
I will proceed to the cross-examination. My dear opponent, if business competition motivates us to be the best, what if, I'm sorry, I mean motivates them to be the best? What if they do anyway to make them the best in the market? Even if it's a bad way. What I'm saying a bad way, it's like an illegal way. Isn't it a bad idea? Isn't it better to work as a team so they could collect ideas together and share ideas that come in mind together? Thank you.
I believe you're speaking on a business level, and the competition I'm talking about is healthy competition. And if you believe you must sabotage your competitors to achieve your goal, then we shouldn't blame competition. I believe there's just something wrong with you. And secondly, I don't believe collaboration is the best way. Collaboration is not always the best way, because partners need something to contribute equally. And this is usually very hard to measure. It's usually very rare. Another thing are cultural clashes, because different businesses have different cultures. For example, if your company believes that you should significantly invest in market research before releasing a product, and the other company believes vice versa, this could create conflict. And conflict leads to delay of product release, and that could possibly destroy your relationship. On to my first question. I'd say the success of cooperation depends on a lot of factors, such as whether you'll get along or if your schedules are compatible. Don't you think having to depend on another person's cooperation slows you down on your path to success?
My dear opponent, I can agree with your statement that we 100% depend on others when we cooperate. If everyone has that kind of mindset, I don't think any work can be done. And cooperation doesn't slow our path on success, but it helps us making our work easier. After all, the goal is to finish the work that is tasked, and there is no better goal than that. I really can't agree with your statement that says that it slows our path to success when it is a way that we can gather ideas together and make work done faster. And on to my next question is, if you say competing is thinking outside of the box, what if it forces us to think outside of the box, outside our capability? Can it make us becoming stressed? It is a good idea to think outside of the box. We can be a better problem solver, but if we are pushed to do it, what if we are not capable enough? And what if we become panic and stressed? I think it is worse for our mental and health if we force to think outside of the box. Thank you.
First of all, I think the phrase think outside the box can be modified to think outside the box and away from the box. Because if you link around the box still, you might end up going inside. But to answer your question, I believe thinking out and away from the box isn't easy, of course, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. The best things never come easy. Without that innovative and creative thinking, we wouldn't be where we are today. We will still be stagnant, probably still living in caves. I believe this question is rooted on a fear of stepping out of the comfort zone. And I believe when we pair competition with the learning mindset, we can go far. Thank you. On to my second question. You talk about the fear or anger generated from being eliminated or losing causes embarrassment, tension, and hostility. Don't you think that can be avoided when we pair competition with the growth mindset?
Yes, but some people cannot accept the fact and can fear more and get angry more often if something doesn't go according to his planning. So I think it's better if we team up and cooperate as a team in some work and some activities. So it couldn't cause us the embarrassment, tension, and hostility, and live a healthy life and mentally stable. And onto my rebuttal statement. I can agree with your statement that says that business competition motivates us to be the best. Maybe in some part, the goal of competing is becoming the best. But I think in business, what's important is for the sales achieving target and the marketing strategy is good. There is no necessary to be the best. It is as long as people know and notice our brand and product. Sometimes in business, it's best for business owners to just cooperate and joint venture. For example, there is a company which focus on technology. One is an online marketplace. Its name is Tokopedia, and the other is like service where we can order food, order transportation. It is called Gojek. When they both cooperate and joint venture, it benefits them and their sales, and the fame skyrocket. Those who haven't known about them, suddenly everyone in the country and in Asia, everyone is talking about them. That's the benefit of competition. When the news came up, everyone, I'm sorry, that is the benefits of cooperation. When the news came up, everyone who doesn't know about them suddenly knows. And it also benefits the users in some way. It's faster and the service becomes cheaper. Also, uh, there is also much promotion and loyalty membership in that way that benefits the users. Thank you.
On to my negative rebuttal. I would like to politely disagree with some of the points my fellow debater made. I'd like to begin by saying cooperation has its fair share of disadvantages, but people choose to ignore this because teamwork is so highly valued by most organizations. But moving on to my first rebuttal. You said, and I quote, "It is better if we cooperate and work together as a team so that our work can be better." But I beg to differ. I don't believe that working in a team is always the best option. For example, in a team, workload must be distributed equally, but this is rarely the case. Some people tend to sit back and just relax while letting others work for them. We call them free riders. This is very inefficient. But while working alone, this is never a challenge. Secondly, you mentioned that the benefits of cooperating are that we can bond with our teammates or business partners, support each other, and we can share our decisions or ideas that come in mind. That way we benefit both sides and we can trust each other. I differ with this on the basis that not all of that is guaranteed. Not everyone gets along because personality clashes are a very common thing. And some personalities tend to dominate more than others. This can lead to others feeling insignificant. And on to my third point. I will argue out that competition brings out your creativity more than cooperation does. And a group could suffer from reduced innovation or lack of new ideas. And what do I mean by this? Peer pressure can lead to some workers feeling like their ideas are not good enough. I know we've all been through this. And this usually makes us suppress our ideas. We do not share them. And another reason is fear of being shot down by another individual or hurting another individual's feelings with our ideas. And on to my last point, you talked about fear or anger generated from being eliminated or losing causes embarrassment, tension, and hostility. However, I believe this shouldn't be the case if we prioritize healthy competition. I couldn't stress this enough. We have to learn that failure is a part of life, and you have to learn to lose with grace. Thank you.
Now I will proceed to my rebuttal cross-examination. My fellow opponent, I think it's no problem if some people in team aren't cooperating because when we got a project and some people in the team aren't cooperating, it's their fault. They will not gain anything if they aren't cooperating. After all, the main goal is for the work and the goals to be achieved. Do you prefer competing, working by yourself, and there's possibilities that your target and goals are achieved, or working as a team with 100% chance of success, or can I say more chance of success? Why should we take the heavy part when we can take the easy part? What I'm trying to say is we can collaborate as a team. Isn't it better? And everyone should also love the easy way, by competing. But by competing, we are forced to work by ourselves. And sometimes, if there's some mistakes, we need to start all over by ourselves. Thank you.
I disagree because I believe in teamwork, everyone has to do some work. Otherwise, you could deem the team inefficient. I wouldn't even call that a team. I'll just call that a group of people sitting together. Because if the people I'm supposed to be working with aren't cooperating, then I think I'd be better off alone. Also, you make it seem like working in a group guarantees 100% chance of success. I'd question where you get that. And it isn't about the easy or heavy part or hard part. It's about what you gain and what you learn that's important. And on to my first question. Competition is not encouraged in many schools anymore. This makes it seem like educators are depriving students of a very valuable life skill. We can tell kids or students that everyone is a winner, but what happens when they get out in the real world and discover that everyone is in a competition, everyone is competing?
When they are still kids and little child, sure, we need to lie for the best for them. But they will and they should learn by themselves so that they know how the real world operates. They should adapt for their own best. So I think. I don't. So I think also there is also a lot of job available in the new era in the future, and in every era there is also much more kind of new job available. So I think there's no necessary for everyone to compete and fight for the same job because in the future there will be more job opportunity for us. And on to my next question is, yes, I agree with you that we are forced to think outside of the box and be creative if we compete. But when we cooperate, we don't have to force it that much. Isn't it better for all of us and for all? A group may cause heartbreaking moments, but it is better to still work as a team, right? It causes less stress. Do you think if we aren't capable and we force it, we could stress and be mentally unstable? Isn't it bad for ourselves? Thank you.
Simply put, what I'm getting from you is you are agreeing with me that competition is the mother of innovation and creativity. You agree that it boosts the level of innovation and creativity more than cooperation. But I feel you've not given me a proper reason why it is better to work in a team. You have acknowledged that competition is better, but would only opt for cooperation simply because it requires less effort and is easier. And on to my second question. You talked about Tokopedia and Gojek collaborating. Would you agree with me if I said these two companies can collaborate because they don't compete in the first place? They're in two different markets.
I can agree with you because both companies are related somehow. It's a competition. They have some same markets and the target users are basically the same. Yeah, but not 100% the same like Coca-Cola and Pepsi, Nike and Adidas. But their target audience are the same, and some of their services are the same. So in some way, they are basically competing. And to my final conclusion, cooperation makes works done faster and easier. Yes, competition makes us more creative, but in the end, we just want the work and the goals to be achieved right. Also, the fear of losing uh, might increase, which leads to stress, and eventually they might quit. So, in my statement, I want to make things clear that it's better to cooperate rather than to compete. Uh, there is also a chance in if we cooperate, there is no guarantee, but it makes our work easier and better because there is a group of people sharing ideas. Cooperation can help us and the people around us. By cooperating, we can have many achievements for our world, such as countries cooperating to have a better world, business companies cooperating to have less competition and more cooperation. There are cases where competition may not be a decent choice. We can take a large situation, such as the world countries competing. They see what is beneficial for them and their country, leading to wars. Never reaching to an agreement, always competing won't reach to any good in the future. By working together, I believe we can achieve great and pleasing results for everyone. Thank you everybody for listening, and I would like to personally thank Professor and my dear opponent. Thank you.
And on to the negative final focus. I believe competition is all around us. I don't believe it is there. It is all around us. Everyone in the world is basically in some form of competition, be it in the workplace, even in schools, even in our daily interactions, we all experience it. It is important to make sure that we have the right level of competitive behavior. This is why I will prioritize healthy competition. The keyword there is healthy. In this, the goal is not only to win, but to learn along the journey. The best competition is where you compete against yourself by challenging yourself to do better than what you have done previously. This is why the metric personal best is highly regarded in sports and in business. Because to truly gain a competitive advantage, you always have to strive to do the best. You have to challenge yourself to set new and higher standards. In a competition, we always have winners and we have losers. I only want a trophy for doing nothing. I believe you also wouldn't want a trophy for doing nothing. When we realize that losing is a part of life and that losing is only a test to see if you'll get up and fight again, then your journey to success, I believe, will be much easier. Losing should motivate you because you only want to feel like that again. When you consider the traits you get from competing, it begins to dawn on you on how important really competition is. An example I mentioned previously was resilience. This is the ability to bounce back from hardships. This trait can really take you very far because it can be applied in your daily life. A great example of a resilient man was Albert Einstein. Einstein couldn't speak until he was 4. He had trouble reading, and this caused his teachers and parents to think he was mentally handicapped. He was even expelled from school. But what happened? He went on to win the Nobel Prize. He changed modern physics theory despite the slow start. And I'd like to finish with this. Competition teaches what the book doesn't. Thank you. And finally, I am really humbled to get the opportunity to participate in such a great event. I'd like to thank Professor Diana and Professor Wallace for their continuous support. It hasn't been easy. And thank you to the international jury and the audience. It is an honor to present in front of you. Thank you to my fellow debater as well.
Thank you. The last group for today's debate, competition, group 9. Wonderful. Now let me request Professor Quinn our chairman of International Jury Panel of Debate Competition of Global Unitalks, to give her final concluding remarks and comments for you. Thank you. Professor Quinn, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I mean, they always say you save the best for the last. And so group 9, I assume you're the best. And so you are here, the last presenters. That was very interesting. You spoke as if you knew you had all the time left. And so nobody was pushing you. And you know, usually when you're the last person, you really enjoy the privileges of, and I could feel that you are not in a hurry to finish. Neither were you in a hurry to rush through. The debate was very nice. I mean, you engaged each other very soberly. You honored each other well. It is very interesting what I've learned. Competition teaches what the book doesn't. You know, that is quite fundamental, that the competition teaches you what the book doesn't, but still you need to cooperate to enjoy competition, because otherwise you'll be on your own. So either way, you've done us very well. And I must commend both 9A group and 9N. 9N, you're very eloquent. You were good references. You had very good language command of English, which was very interesting. I noticed the relationship you made with the books, that perhaps you read, like Albert's story is one of those good stories that connects young people to success in the future. And so your opponent, 9A, also did his best in just tackling all the questions. None of the questions you asked went unanswered. And so it gave you a big challenge to keep on thinking. And so you did very well, 9A group. And to the affirmative, you are able to justify why cooperation is truly better than competition, and cited very good examples that supported that. I must commend all of you for the good efforts that you have made towards this end. And as I've been asked, I really would wish that you continue doing this. It's a privilege to have us present in this global platform. We don't take any of this for chances. We need to keep doing this again to better our skills. And you are in a team of almost age mates. They are much younger people. And so we need to keep on doing this again. And because of the interest of time, after congratulating you, allow me to now thank Prof. Wallace and Prof. Diana and the entire audience for staying a long day and some into the night because of the different time zones, just to enjoy the young people debate and engage each other into this. In fact, it's one of those opportunities that is held annually at the Global Unitalks at the last Sunday of November month of each year. And it has been a very pleasant experience, which has given all the young people who are interested globally to take charge of their spoken language and also be able to express themselves in the skill of oratory, and be able to actually argue and organize their cases constructively, think about a topic, and to be able to defend and actually argue that this has taken a lot of good shape. I wish in the future we can have 2 tournaments before the final one, so that we are able to brush off a few, do more of a warm up in June, and then the final one needs to be in July. Global Unitalks Executive, just to consider that we have the debates twice a year. Things are getting normal now in Kenya. A lot of airports are now open. And so even for the online platforms, I think there'll be more engagement, because now we are getting used to the pandemic and we are all vaccinated. And I'm sure the young people are now getting getting used to the internet, and beyond what they're presenting here, they have learned the technological skills, which is enabling them to stay afloat on this platform. And this is so prestigious. So I must also say that as a debate, as an honor that I've had over the past few years to be the chair of the international debate competition, which I've said is handled annually. I think this is one of the platforms that you, audience, and everybody else who has taken opportunity to participate, you need to tell all the others, tell the youth of the world about it, because it gives them audacity and confidence enough to be able to talk about pertinent issues that are affecting our society. The topics that are chosen for debate and also for public speaking, and every end of the month has shaped talent over the years, and everybody has a very good testimony to this. And therefore, I just want to wish all of us well. For the participants, as you wait for the outcome of this, it's been very taxing to award you scores. And after this is when I'll now sit down and now key in and write all the comments, which I've been able to do with the pen. But I must say that you've made me very proud. You've done very well. Even the amateurs, the burning debaters, the good debaters, you've played your cards very well. There's no one who got dry of words and was not able to rebuttal or to give their final focus because they lacked the language. Everybody gave their best shot. And I'm very proud of you. And I'm sure Prof. Diane has done a very good job, and she looks back at how much effort she put in place. I'm sure it has paid off to a great length. And so, as much as we sit behind the scenes for long hours, we take very much pride. There's no other way we would have done it. Even if it was going 5 more hours ahead, we'll be glued here just taking a cup of coffee. This is Kenyan tea, so that's what I'm taking right now. And I'm awake. So if Prof. Wallace told me there are 5 more groups to go, trust you me, I'm on it. So all the best to all of us as we look forward to the last event of the year towards Christmas. If we don't get to meet again, Merry Christmas, and I wish you a prosperous New Year. Goodbye.
Professor Quinn, thank you so much for your lovely speech, but we will meet on 26th of December, the just day after Christmas. Here you can see.
Post-millennials. Generation Z. Who are we?
Hi, my name is James.
I'm Emily. Hi, my name is Emma.
As a generation, I feel we are all defined as one: lazy, lonely, technology possessed, and unmotivated. I've never had style or identity forced upon me. I've always been able to be who I want to be.
My identity is constantly changing. Social media influences my every outfit, haircut, and daily choices. Each brand I see on the pixels of my screen form an image, an opinion, an identity in my head. I think to myself, is that who I want to be today?
My decisions, influenced by the brands and promotion on social media.
But do I sign in every day to look at these images, to watch these videos and feel okay about my identity?
No. I can't post that picture to Facebook if I don't look like the models.
My B in class is more like a U because all over Twitter he got an A star and she got a distinction.
I can't wear this today. I don't look like she did on the Instagram. Am I fat?
Do I look ugly?
Will I ever get good at this subject?
Pressure.
Social media creates unwanted pressure and impossible expectations.
But I can't imagine life without it. It connects me to all of my friends and family, always in conversation. wherever I am and wherever they are.
It opens up infinite opportunities for work and my future. I see technology as keys to open doors.
It's a part of who I am.
We are students, focused and ready to learn, preparing for work with diverse teams of people.
We are performers, inspiring to act in the best theatres and dance on the best stages.
We are the creators, looking to be the best in our fields and build a large audience and reputation, motivated to get out there and create. Our generation is engulfed in opportunity created by the technology. Our generation is individual. Our generation is motivated.
I am excited for the future, but we all know that if you don't speak up, you won't be heard.
And that's okay, because we're shouting.
On the 26th of December, Global Unitalks Global Youth Speech Competition 2021 will take place. And the topic will be the role of Generation Z in 21st century. This day will also have another kind of celebration. We are going to have a second award ceremony in which all the mentors of Global Unitalks will be certified and will be rewarded for whatever hard work, mentoring, guidance they have done to the students to bring them to the world champion in the Belt and Road International English Speaking Competition and United Nations COP15 International English Speaking Competition. And this will be a very prestigious moment, the last event of 2021 of Global Unitalks. So now I pass on to our host one to take over the floor and let the show go on. Thank you.
Before we move towards closing this competition, I really want to say that group number 9 certainly redeemed themselves. That was quite an amazing debate. You guys ended this competition on a very, very strong note. And now, to close this competition, I want to call upon the brand ambassador of Rwanda, Ms. Diana. Ms. Diana, the floor is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from where you're tuning in from. My name is Diana, and I'm from Rwanda, and I am part of the Unitalks Global family. Well, competition and cooperation, which is better? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to illustrate it for you in this way. It is like a football match. Have you ever observed how players come together to form a team? They collaborate to make a team that is able to compete with another team. Very often we focus on the teams we root for and we forget that there is another team involved in the game that we're supposed to compete with. So I believe that a football match is one way to illustrate competition and cooperation. Cooperation is the root of peace and abundance. When trying to solve a problem or when trying to improve, it is cooperation that makes more sense than competition. But ladies and gentlemen, we have to also remember that all that glitters is not gold. Cooperation has its downsides too, such as blaming in case of a group failure or unhealthy agreements so as to avoid conflict. Well, there is another side that we usually refuse to talk about: competition. Competition is a word that is often demonized. But is competition evil, as many say? Well, I believe that unhealthy competition is a cancer, but I also strongly believe that healthy competition is important. It helps us to strive to excel. When looking for a job or when playing for that football team that we're talking about, it is competition that helps us to excel. Well, ladies and gentlemen, cooperation brings out the best in us, while competition brings out the beast in us. Cooperation is one way for us to work together so as to achieve something great, but competition helps us to create or to give birth to creativity. Competition and cooperation can be considered as two sides of the same coin. They are complementary to each other, and one cannot exist without the other. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a world in which we all come together and collaborate to achieve a lot, but still have free will. After all, it is usually said that competition makes us faster, while cooperation makes us better. Thank you.
A very special thank you to Ms. Diana for giving a wonderful speech about cooperation and competition. I really liked how she said that cooperation brings out the better in us and competition brings out the beast in us. Quite something that resonates with me. Now, let me invite our teacher, mentor, and guide, Professor Diana, Vice President of the Global Unitalks platform, on stage to deliver a vote of thanks. Professor Diana is a foreign expert and has done a PhD in linguistics. She has been a guide to many students in various countries in the field of public speaking and linguistics. She has written several articles on public speaking and is famous among her students who took guidance from her to pass IELTS, TOEFL, and advanced English learning. We are all proud to be her student and succeed in our public speaking abilities. Let's welcome Professor Diana with a big round of applause.
Thank you, host. Thank you very much. And I'm also proud to be mentor of all of you. Well, it has been a very long event, so I wouldn't take long for my speech, but I'm going to deliver my vote of thanks. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Distinguished international jury panel, Professor Amelia Murphy, Professor Queen Auer, founder, architect of Global Unitalks, Professor Wallace, Unitalks worldwide family, today's young debaters, live audience, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. I sincerely like to thank all of you for giving your precious time joining this prestigious Global Unitalks flagship event, International English Debate Competition 2021 online virtual event with the topic, On Balance, Cooperation should be prioritized over the means of success. Wow, what an exciting topic to speak on and debate on. After watching this, numerous heated debaters debating with a good frameworks, evidence, rebuttals, and examples, which comes to my mind. And I would mention here, such as a cooperation with a bee colony to the competition in economics, market structures, Silicon Valley's examples, metaphor of giant shoulders, United Nations, Amazon's way of interview, vaccination, Karl Marx theory, and many more to go on. They all are been mentioned. Please remember this. I'm here to finally announce that this year's Global Unitalks International Debate Competition 2021 has come to an end. I would like to sincerely thank our international juries and want to say, without you, this event could not be possible. Thank you very much for supporting the youth of Silk Road countries. Furthermore, I would like to thank Ms. Ria, Global Unitalks Brand Ambassador, Pakistan, for her welcome speech, and Ms. Diana, Global Unitalks Brand Ambassador, Rwanda, for her closing note. And a special thanks to our two beautiful hosts, Ms. Maha Shamsi, Global Unitalks Brand Ambassador, United Arab Emirates, and Ms. Aba Singh, Global Unitalks Brand Ambassador, India. Thank you very much, beautiful ladies, for hosting today's debate and making it so more interactive and engaging. Lastly, I would like to impart everyone with a quote: debate and divergence of views only enrich our history and culture. So before I conclude, I would also like to mention here, please do join us next month on 26th December, just right after the Christmas, for the speech competition on the topic of the role of Generation Z in the 21st century. Guys, please make a note and mark in your diaries. Thank you very much. Until then, stay safe and be safe. Good luck, guys, and wish you a Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much, Professor Diana, for those wonderful words. I am surely going to see you next month where you get awarded, where my dear mentor gets awarded, gets certified, of course. And we get to celebrate it also by participating in a speaking competition. Thank you to the audience who stayed till the end. A huge thank you to the international juries who have managed to evaluate 12 groups today. And finally, a big thank you to the Global Unitalks platform and the contestant members, the Global Unitalks family, who are solely responsible for being the event organizers, for being the participants, for being a part of this family. A very big thank you to all of you. Thank you all, and see you in the next competition on 26th December. Yes, a day after Christmas. The topic for the upcoming competition will be the role of Gen Z in the 21st century. If you are interested, and I'm sure that you are, please go to the Global Unitalks website to register as a speaker and gain yourself an opportunity to be part of the Global Unitalks family. So go register now, and we'll see you next month. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, host, for hosting this world largest debate competition, which is concluded. And it was a long journey. I have really moved by all the debaters, and I really want to thank them for whatever efforts they did for hours and hours every day. And they never complained. They never lost their zeal, their passion, and stayed for seven hours for over a week. And they did their best. And I think they also realized the transformation and the learning they have achieved during the whole process. So as somebody said, that when you are a student, you are young generation, that is the time your land is very fertile of your brain. So what the seed you put in now, that will be becoming a tree in coming years. And I think you guys now doing the same. You're putting the good seed on your fertile brains and trying yourself to be a public speaker, speak out, doing research, critical thinking, creative thinking, innovative ideas. I think all this is very, very great. And I'm very pleased, and I'm very grateful to our chairman of the international jury panel, Professor Quinn, to be with us all through, though she had so many challenges today because of the weather situation in her country, but she stayed by. She went back to her university from her school to be with us. Thank you, Professor Quinn. We really appreciate. You are one of our pillars of Global Unitalks, and whatever you see here, all these young youth, they are winning the championship around the world in the United Nations, holding top 4 awards. I think this is all the efforts by all of you, and your guidance, your tips, your suggestions to all these speakers are making them better and better, not only as a public speaker, maybe a future global citizen and a responsible citizen of this world. Thank you so much for you helping and mentoring these students. And we see you again after Christmas. We will wish you Happy New Year on 26th of December when we have a last round of Global Unitalks Youth Generation Z competition. And I also want to share that next week there will be a live broadcast of the role of Generation Z in the global world by one of the leading television channels, CCTV and China Daily, across the world. And a lot of speakers of Global Unitalks has been a speaker there, and we will share you the glimpse and clips on that particular day when we are going to have our award ceremony, and also our Global Unitalks Global Youth International English Speaking Competition 2021, the last competition of this year. So thank you so much once again. Now the floor is open. It's a photo time, and if you all open your camera, you can, well, we cannot meet together on the real time to take a group picture, but you can open your camera and you can take a picture together to keep a memory of a lot of hard work you have done. So every debater, you can open the camera now. The floor is yours. If you have something to say as well, you can speak out, and we are open. The floor is up. Yeah, I see group 9A. I think he's one of the youngest debater, and he really, 3 times his partner couldn't stay with him, and he continued to stay here, and he really finally did. And I was really very scared that how he will do, but he pulled on. So very good. 9A, what is your feeling now? Will you share with us something, your journey?
Thank you, Professor. This is my first time in debating. I learned a little learning. My English is also not too good, but I try my best for this debate. Thank you.
I can see why you wanted to be a debater. What motivated you? I saw you were highly motivated. That's why you are here. What was the reason? What motivated you? What you want to share with us?
I just want to learn more about speaking, or we can say public speaking.
So why you want to do public speaking?
I just want to find new experience, Professor.
How does it help you?
I'm sorry?
How does it help you?
I just want to try new things, Professor.
So what you see in the next few years yourself after you become a good speaker?
I haven't thought about that, Professor.
Okay, good. Keep going. And I'm very happy that you did your best and you could come here. I think we also had 3N. She was also one of the very nervous debater. I can see her here. So how you can share your feeling? Yeah, you can go ahead. Yes.
Professor, for me, it's a challenging thing, obviously, and I'm quite nervous. Actually, I have said you earlier before, but for me, it's the platform. It means a lot for me actually. From this day, I will perform every debate competitions or whatever I have get. My English is not so good, but I want to clarify it. But yeah, it's for me. It's very challenging, and I really appreciate that. I really appreciate your all guys votes and whatever. I really appreciate that. Thanks. Thanks for.
Thank you so much. Thank you for working hard, and whatever the tips given by Professor Quinn to you and other international jury, I think you should take a note so that you focus on, so that this is your take home, whatever you gained today.
Sure.
Yes. Yes.
Sure, Professor.
So now we can see such a beautiful screen now. All of our debaters are here. The floor is yours. Whoever want to speak out something from their mind, they can speak. It's a open session. Group 4N, you were also very enthusiastic. You wanted
Thank
to
you
say
so
something?
much.
Yes.
Yes, actually, I want to thanks the juries. It was so helpful notes that I wrote. And so helpful guides they guide me. And yes, it was my first time. And I was a bit nervous in the beginning. So yeah, the words come together, and I was talking so fast. But I saw my video in the YouTube again, and I am pretty proud of myself. Thank you so much for the encouragement that you gave me, the juries. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Yes, I told you in the beginning of my speech that if you want to be successful, first you need to be impressed by yourself, your own self. Then only you
Professor,
can impress the world.
Professor, sorry for the interrupting. My father watched that, and he said that he proud for me. So it means a lot for me actually, because I never debate. I never go for this type of competition. So whenever he watch me, he feel very proud for me. So it means a lot for me actually. When someone praise you like that, when my parents praise me like that, it really means a lot. So I really thank you. I really want to thank you that for beginning with this platform.
You're welcome. I think your family must be proud of you.
Yes,
And
Professor.
I think this is the best reward you have got today. Your teachers are happy, your international jury panel, Professor
Yes,
Queen is so
Professor.
happy. She told she's ready to listen to another 5 groups. She's so glued to her chair and she's so passionate listening to yours.
Everyone just said me this, your vocal is so good. So I have some issues for being this laptop and whatever. I just for this time I just focus anywhere else. So that for this issue I really sorry for that. But I noted it, and for the next time I will be prepared like A to Z. I will prepare for myself A to Z. I will give my
Great.
100%, and really, really means a lot, Professor. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. How old are you now?
Professor, I am 20.
Yes, you have a long way to go. I'm sure in coming years, you will be doing better and better. Yeah, group 1, and you were the opener. How was your feeling as a first debater? Group 1N?
Oh, it's actually a great feeling for me because I never had an opportunity to be in debate. So it's a good debate, and I really enjoyed it.
Great. So how about your affirmative speaker, Mr. 01A, what he has to say, debating with you? 01A?
Well, certainly, it has been a privilege knowing Faraja and having the opportunity to debate with her. But I shall like to keep it short and leave more room for some of the newcomers here, and would like to say that, yeah, though I have spoken several times on this platform, but this is my first time debating here. So this is indeed new to me as well. So yeah, and this has been, as usual, a very thrilling experience, no doubt. So that is what I have to say. And yeah, in the end, I shall just like to repeat what I've said in my speech, that yeah, at the end of the day, I would like to see all of us coming out as more educated and more experienced with participating with each events. That's what I would like to say.
So you are the only one who have been a speaker on this platform in the past, the rest none. They are the first time speakers. So how is your feeling because you are seeing so many speakers in the past event, how you think about, and what is the comment about this lot of speakers which you listen today?
Well, certainly there are some of the young speakers, some of the young speakers I see, they are quite, to be honest, their fiery way of saying things. Like even I didn't do that when I was speaking for the first time in the platform. I was so hesitant and I was stuttering so much. But some of the young speakers that I see here are not having the same difficulties that I face. So I'm quite confident that no doubt that they will soon be replacing speakers like me, and soon they'll take the torchlight, and they will soon carry the limelight eventually. That's what I think they will. There's no doubt about it, and they will be doing it pretty soon, no doubt.
Thank you. Thank you, 01A. Our host too is also the first-time host, and also she has taken a challenge to be debater. So you were debating with a lot of your personal experience, I saw. And I know you are studying to be a doctor. What do you have to say?
Okay, sir. This was my first time hosting, and I really enjoyed it. When first time I spoke on this platform back in September, at that time I was very nervous and I jumbled a lot of time at that time. But this time it was all like okay. All the time I was only worried about one thing: my laptop should not go off or any network issue should not be there. And yeah, I enjoyed speaking here and I learned a lot from all other speakers. And when I get to know that they are first time speaker, I was really impressed with debating style and everything. So yeah, as a medical student, it's a little difficult to juggle between a lot of assignment projects and being here also, especially this time of the year. But I really wanted to be here because it gives me immense happiness speaking here, and speaking and writing has been my like go-to place since my school days. So after a long time, after my school and after in this corona and in college, I didn't actually get any time. So I lost a track of my skill. But you both helped me to polish it again, and I'm happily doing this again. It makes me happy. Thank you for this platform. That's all, sir.
I
Thank
want
you
to
so
mention
much.
something.
Yeah, please go
I
ahead.
want to take this chance to thank the host number 2 to being with us all the rehearsals, like 4 hours yesterday, before yesterday, 5 hours. And also I want to thank the speaker one, number A, for his kind words. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm so sad. I was also there for all the time, but
I
you
was
never
also
thanked
there.
me. And Professor
We are
Diana.
thanking you. We are thanking
Guys,
you
I
all
was
the
only
time.
watching the host.
We never thank them. Thank you, teacher. Wow, thank you.
We thank
Teacher
we
Adriana.
thank you for all the time, like
Yeah.
for the
Thank
entire
you.
life.
Thank you so much. Amy, you rock today. So what, how you become so transformed, Amy? 07A?
I practice a lot, and my team support me a lot. We create their meeting and practice together with other team, with my team. So yeah, that's made me.
So how you're feeling now after all the hard work?
I feel proud of myself. I feel like I'm step out of the box. Yeah, I learn a new thing. I feel my skill is improved. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what I was waiting to listen. What about 3A?
Yes, Professor.
How you're feeling?
I would say that I'm feeling relaxed because I worked really hard for this debate. I worked a lot. I practiced day and night. I practiced with my opponent for. I practiced with her for like 2-3 times. I practiced with her 2-3 times. So it was a long journey, and I'm happy that I could achieve.
As I am the worst one. I'm sorry,
Don't say that. Don't say that. You know, everyone worked hard here. So like, you know,
Yeah,
no one is to
Professor.
fault here. You know, everyone
Thank
worked
you.
hard here.
Thank you. Siram, my shy girl, group 5A.
Yes, Professor.
So how's everything going with you? How you're feeling today after speaking and debating?
Yes, I feel I am doing well. I think this is a good chance for me for myself, and I'm happy for my debate. I think I can do it well, isn't it? And I get a lot of support from my friends, Hassan, everyone from my group or what everyone. Yeah, this is my feeling for today.
Great. So you feel satisfied. What about Bong? 05N?
Yes, sir. So I think I really appreciate that because
this is my first time, and how to say that? I have many times. I have many chance to take part, but I don't do it because I scared. So I think you push me a lot, like you push me to try. So I think I really appreciate that I can become brave and got courage to speak out like this. I'm really thank you to you, Professor Wallace, and my groupmate. My groupmate also helped me a lot when we want to get some information. That's all for me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Five, and keep it up. Group 2N, you are very aggressive today. You did quite well. What was the secret?
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not aware that I'm aggressive today. I thought I was like underperformed today. Yeah. But yeah, maybe it's because of my competitor that she gave me the pressure, the so-called pressure to push me to go forward and to become better and stuff. Yeah, because as I practice with her more, I get to like it hypes me up, I would say that. Yeah. And also thank you, Professor Diana and Professor Wallace, for your advice and stuff to make us better. Yeah.
Thank you. You're welcome. 12A.
Very good evening, Professor.
So your internet did not give you trouble finally?
Yes. Now it's fine, sir.
So how are you feeling now? You had a very tough debater with you. So
Yes,
how you
sir.
feel managing with her?
So in the starting, sir, it was all good, but little bit it was the heat of the fall was a bit high, and we were like the way we were debating like was quite good and a good experience with all this I have get, and overall it was a very nice, and I learned a lot today also, and I also realized what were my mistakes and where I was better, where I have to improve, and everything. Overall, it was a very good.
Well, I see one of our audience, Cheryl Buletu, she was there from the beginning to the end for so many hours. I was watching her. So Cheryl, what are you going to take home? What did you learn from all these debaters, honestly speaking?
First of all, like I applaud everyone for like stepping out and taking up the courage to actually do something like this. It would take like a lot of nerves to pull through and do this. So like a very well done to you guys. Hi, Professor Diana. But yeah, so well done to every one of you, especially like majority of you guys are like first time speakers, which is really good. From you guys, honestly, to be honest, like I just learned to be confident, like, you know, just step out. It's amazing seeing you guys. You all did very amazing. So well done.
Great. Thank you so much for being here.
Professor Wallace. Professor
Yes.
Wallace. Sorry to interrupt. Actually, I told you I have changed my place and the office closing time has already passed 2 hours. Now they'll throw me from here. They're asking me
Okay, see
that.
you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. I'll just take a leave. Thank you, both the professors and my mentors. Thank you, all participants, and my host, Maha Shamsi. That was nice hosting with you. And all the participants, thank you so much for coordinating and cooperating with me. Thank you, international jury and mentors.
Thank you.
You've done a great job. Merry Christmas. Yes, 11N. I was seeing you raising hand. Yes. 11N.
Me? I wasn't. I didn't
How
raise
you're
my
feeling
hand.
today? You were all the time open your camera and you were watching each and every debater. I was looking that. So
Yeah.
what did you learn today other than what you learned by yourself, what you learned from others?
Well, I learned quite a lot of things. You know, one of the things I mentioned about my my contentions was that competition brings about newer perspectives on the world, and that was demonstrated quite to a great extent today. Like I learned so many new things, especially group one affirmative speaker, Mr. Ayman. Yeah, he was really great. Like he brought up some, he talked about cooperatism and capitalism and stuff, and how it negatively affects the world. And yeah, it was really great, and I learned a lot of new things and ways of speaking as well. Like yeah, it was a great experience overall.
Thank you so much. With this note, I think it's time to say goodbye. And thank you for being with us, Professor Quinn. Would you like to say some last word to these young guys before we leave today?
I just want to wish them well and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Professor
Merry
Quinn.
Christmas, Professor.
Merry Christmas to everyone. See you that day after Merry Christmas again. Until then, goodbye. Professor Diana, thank you so much.
Thank you, all of you, for being here. Guys, all of you have been doing such a hard work, and you all are best for me. And we have our future Ayman, roll number the group 12A, I think he's also same like Ayman.
That's because of you, teacher Diana. That's because of your hard efforts.
Thank you, all of you, and please do keep practicing. The most important is the skills you need to practice. So we do understand you are busy, and for the next speech competition, the topic is really interesting topic, and it goes well with you, the young generations. You should come and participate in the speech competitions. In today's ITC, there are many good orators. I really want them, they should participate. Okay, guys, all the best. Take care. Wish you a Merry Christmas.
Get out of the comfort zone. Get out of your fear. Get out of any kind of negative feeling or something you think you cannot do. You can do everything. As I said, Generation Z can do everything. And then pandemic can never defeat Generation Z. So good luck. See you later on 26th. Until then, bye-bye. Good night. Take care.
Thanks, Professor. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Professor. Bye.
Good night, Professor.
Bye, Professor.
Good night, Professor.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Go relax.